All right.
We're live.
Yep. Welcome, everybody, to the Theist Helpline. We appreciate y'all joining us today. We'll be taking callers here in just a minute. Hopefully, we have a couple more joining us here shortly. But right now, it's just T-Jump, Ix, and myself. What we'll be doing today is basically taking up callers that think they can prove God, supernatural, stuff of that nature, right? Goblins, ghosts, jinn, demons, right? All sorts of stuff, right? We'll go ahead and get started here in just a moment. But T-Jump or Ix, do you have anything y'all would like to start off with?
Potato.
Just want to say about goblins that if you're in goblins or if you're in bed with a goblin or kissing a goblin, that would be concerning. Just every time someone says goblins, I hear
Very
the
good
goblin
point.
song and all the dance remixes with Alex Jones. And if you haven't heard those, they're masterpieces.
I have not. I invited up Frodo Kirby Brown. Welcome.
Hey guys, how are you? Good evening, morning.
Good morning.
So, I think God exists because there's no way that Mr. Batman couldn't be banned already if God didn't exist and was protecting him.
Solid argument. Applause.
That's a very good argument. We've got Debatemonger.
I think that's up there with the ontological, teleological, probably a little better.
What's going on, Debatemonger? You got an argument or a question, or how can we help you out today?
Obamacare not working.
It is actually working. Next.
Obamacare not working.
It is working. What sources? Do you have any papers that show it's not working?
Obamacare not working.
Didn't think so.
Don't you have a premise too, like thanks Obama? Conclusion, something?
Obamacare not working.
That's a great argument. We gave him a shot.
Obamacare now.
We gave him a shot for sure.
Instead of premise conclusion, we just have repeated assertion. That's pretty good. I like it.
Would anybody else?
Rhetorical style.
Yeah, so if anybody else has any arguments for God or goblins or supernatural, we'd love to have you up here. Otherwise, I guess we could just talk about good or bad arguments for theism or whatever y'all want to talk about here until we get a guest. What's going on, Frodo?
Ban Mr. Batman.
An interesting start for sure. So, what do y'all think about the ontological argument for God?
We're talking about Anselm's or who's?
Sure.
What about Goddles? Go for Goddles.
Goddles? Oh yeah, Goddles. Let's talk about the mathematical simulations that have been done of Goddles in big computers and the back and forth that we went through with Graham Oppie's replies to this 5 layers deep with I think Taven brought that one. That was fun. So it turns out that even after you do all the do you want to introduce the thing? All right. Go to the conclusion. I don't want to kill the story by taking us to the finish.
No, you go ahead. I'm working on my book, so I'm happy to allow you to.
Oh, cool! You're working on a book. That's exciting.
Yes, I have a co-author, me and Rick Mattson, who is a theist, who gives lots of speeches, and we're writing a book discussing morality, comparing Christian and theist morality. I think we're on page 200 or so. We're almost done, which is great.
Interesting. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you're working on a book.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hiding. I put that's in side chat.
Yeah. So yeah, if anyone wants to discuss that, it's fun. But the TLDR is we've had a couple people call in and discuss it. But if you look at the current literature on the subject, you basically run into Graham Oppy shooting it full of holes, and then the people not liking what Graham Oppy said, and then Graham Oppy saying the other objections don't work, it's still full of holes. And it's in a logic journal. We can find you the papers if you want to read them. But probably most people don't want to discuss the finer points of that, but it's fun to discuss the conclusion.
So I'm reading on the Wikipedia for the Gödel's argument, and first Gödel axiomatizes the notion of a positive property for each proper. I can't do this. I give up. You get the
Yeah,
point.
so positive properties are a thing that Gödel possibly made up, and the most philosophers possibly don't have any reason to make any sense. But if you do accept them, then you can think that this argument works. There's just no reason to think that a positive property is a thing.
But electrons, photons.
Good point. Good point.
Sorry, is there an actual electrons tie-in, like the single electron theory, therefore God or something?
No, like a proton is a positively charged entity, so a positive
see.
property.
I see.
I'm gonna do another post. Hang on for a second.
Yeah, here's some fun reading. If you guys have never read something with the kind of emotional heft that will make you weep with joy just for being able to hear such prose expressed and feel moved by it, I highly recommend Inference Magazine. This will give you something to chew on. Taco, do I have the ability to post in our channel? I don't think I do.
You should. Maybe use the Heathen Hangout then. We can use the Heathen Hangout moving forwards. Whoops.
Okay, so yeah, so in case everyone doesn't know, we forgot to mention in the intro, there's a Heathen Hangout channel. You may have a hard time finding it. Can you put an @Heathen Hangout in that channel so people can just click it? That would help a lot. Because I have struggled to find our Heathen Hangout channel because there are so many channels on a big server like this. You may have to go to the Browse Channels feature to find it. But if you click that Heathen Hangout button, through the magic of Discord links, it will take you directly to Oppy's article, replying to Thomas Metcalfe's article, replying to Graham Oppy's article, several layers deep.
Gotcha. And if anybody would like to raise their hand, we do have an opening on the stage right now for a theist.
Yeah, if people are wondering what this show is all about, Theist Helpline is it's a call-in show, and if you have something about a belief in God, or a belief in goblins, or a belief in anything supernatural other than what most people would agree is the sort of consensus view of reality that everyone has to accept. If you have a unique view of reality and it has something to do with God, call in and tell us about it. We would love to chat with you. And obviously we're, as panelists, mostly atheists, so we're going to probably have an exchange of views. We'll try to be charitable, but we're not always going to agree, and we'll try to be civil. But if you're rude, we will probably be rude back. we'll do our best to keep things on the rails, but be kind, and you'll probably get treated the same.
Interesting. I think we've defeated all the theists on the server. Everybody in the world is an atheist. I keep saying this, and it's become true.
Well, the reason is because they know Two Jump's writing a book, so they're thrown in the towel, and they've seen Taco's presuppositional atheism apologetics, and so it's just inescapable. Or maybe they heard Otangelo throw in the towel on abiogenesis last month, and they realized, oh no, abiogenesis is true. There is good evidence for clay as a substrate that polymerizes spontaneously continuous random chains that can easily generate the first replicase, and that once you get the first replicase contained in a lipid membrane, and once the first replicase liquid membrane protocell starts making copies of itself, then it is inevitable that there's going to be variation in those copies, and that some of those varied copies are going to be able to naturally select towards the cells as we know them. Therefore, evolution is probably true.
I just don't get how people can like look at a scientific theory like evolution and have some type of understanding of the scientific method and what a scientific theory and what a scientific hypothesis is, and then just say that it's just a theory, or what other people do, like they try to combat science by doing the problem of induction. It's like, bro, if you're gonna just throw the problem of induction out, it applies to everybody equally, right? And the problem of induction, sure, that's a thought experiment, right, about how we can tell what we know is true, right? But I mean, if you're gonna do that, everybody might as well just be a solipsist at that point, right?
Yeah, no, but they have certainty because foundationalism.
So dumb.
Yeah.
Are there any
The-
foundationalists here?
Yeah, we could talk about something. If you don't have a strong God belief, let's talk about philosophy, or talk about
Well, I'm a
ethics.
foundationalist, so
Yeah, but you don't come to the crazy conclusions that some people want to, because they say their foundationalism means that other people's epistemology can't explain anything.
I don't think Darth Dawkins' epistemology can explain anything.
I agree. We have an ethicist here. He's writing a book on ethics, comparative ethics. Anyone want to talk about ethics? I see Walker in the chat. Maybe Walker wants to chat.
I invited up Walker. What's up, Walker?
Great.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing this morning?
Oh, I'm all right.
What's new in your part of the reality?
Kanukistan will always be Kanukistan.
Is that Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah. We have someone named Trump Quest.
Hello, how are you?
Hey,
how are you,
Trump.
folks? Are you doing well?
Yeah, how about yourself, Trump?
I'm doing well. Hi. You know, I just got indicted on Minecraft. I got banned for 180 days for something incredibly stupid, just walking, okay? So I'm tired of these people. They indict me. They're indicting me on Minecraft. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, they're indicting me on the video games now.
Yeah, but how hot is your daughter?
Exceptional, let me tell you. We're going to just go with exceptional because I think that's the right answer, right? Right? I think so. Hold on.
I mean, by your standards, you said you would date her, right?
By my standards, I think I'm right.
So do you have a devout religious conviction? We know that you have a family that's.
What's your favorite quote from the
largely-
Bible?
My favorite quote from the Bible. I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
That is a better answer than what Trump actually gave. You are clearly a fake. Fake.
Excuse me, don't call me a fake, okay? Quite frankly, I think you're fake news. How about that?
I am fake news. That's why I get millions of views.
Hey, get the hell out of here. Get him out. Get him out. He's a fake news reporter. He's worse than CNN and MSNBC.
I'm sorry, Trump, but that's not exactly how this stage works.
He's not a MAGA Republican like me. It's terrible.
So
I
Trump
looked at
Quest,
him.
do
I
you
was
have
like, wow.
a belief in a higher power?
A belief in a higher power? You know,
Yeah.
I do have a belief in a higher power. I believe in Jesus Christ, okay? And I believe that God bless America and God bless the USA. You know what? Because patriots like you make up this fine country, and we have to take it back from the radicals, the devils, okay? We call them the devils because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And they're sending us to war. It's a terrible thing. We have to stop this whole thing. Otherwise, it's going to get out of hand, and we're going to end up in World War III. We got to stop it quickly, okay?
What did Jesus say about what we should do with our money?
You know what? You know what? I think we should just put that tag on it, make sure it never comes off. We got to put it in writing. We got to put it in our Constitution. In God we trust. We need to do that.
That sounds like a bad idea.
Nope.
Did something get caught in your throat?
Why?
What, putting in God we trust in the Constitution?
Yes. Why?
Which God?
Whichever God.
Whichever God. I like it.
You know,
What about
if a
the
dollar
non-God
bill, if
people?
Listen, quiet. If a dollar bill were to go to Afghanistan, and that little Afghan boy took that piece of paper and it was like, oh, in God we trust, and he translated it into his own language because he's going to have to do that. If he got one of those crates that Obama dropped down for free, if he got one of those crates, even a small amount of cash, okay? And if he looks at that bill, he looks for American freedom because American freedom, that's what it resembles, right? But most importantly, it applies to him because whatever God he believes, that's the God that our country believes in. We have all the religions in our country, and we are a good symbol for that. So I think we're going to stay a good symbol for that little Afghan boy. But, you know, here's the thing. He's going to have to come in legally, not illegally, okay?
Do you think it's sad that a lot of translators that helped U.S. forces during the war haven't been able to get into the United States and have been trapped in Afghanistan, even though they're persecuted? Iraq as well. Don't you think they should be able to legally immigrate?
You know, I think what sleepy Joe Biden did was a terrible thing. Through a process, okay?
What did he do? I mean, withdrawing.
Sure, why not?
He did something bad. You're just not sure what it was in specific.
He
Okay.
pulled out. He pulled out. He should have stayed in.
Yeah. Do you always pull out or do
Should
you
do
always
that.
stay in?
You know, he did something bad, kind of like Hunter Biden. He just stayed in. He stayed in way too long with the cocaine and everything.
Okay, so we're still looking for like a specific God belief. All you said was that Jesus exists and God blesses America. What
In
denomination are you?
Constitution, he wants non-religious God in the Constitution for some
You
reason.
said non-religious God in the Constitution? What?
What's your specific creed? Do you have a specific denomination or creed? Do you know what a Christian creed is?
A creed. You know, you tell me, hold on. I've got two things happening at once. Let me stop that.
Do you need to
Really
Google it?
quickly.
He's probably trying to get unbanned from Minecraft at the
I'm
same
trying to get
time.
unbanned from Minecraft right now because these people, they banned me. For 180 days, they banned me for walking, okay? It's a terrible thing. I don't know why. They were mad that I wasn't flying. Anyway, what is a creed? You tell me, since you know so much about a creed. You tell me what a creed is, please. Come on.
Well, have you ever heard of a thing called the Council of Nicaea?
You tell me. Come on, tell me. Tell me more.
Okay, so
Educate me.
a long time ago, Christians had to agree on what their beliefs were so that they could tell who was a Christian and who wasn't. There were a lot of different people who called themselves Christians, and so they had a thing called a creed, which is supposed to represent the core beliefs they could all agree on. So when people say they're Christians, I often want to know if they have the creed or which creed they subscribe to, because it's a bit funny to say you're a Christian but not have a creed.
You know what's crazy? I believe in the sanctity of life, okay? I believe in the American dream. I believe that what is happening is a culture war between the people that are uncultured and they're animals, like the people that are protesting for Palestine. Terrible thing. They're rioting in the streets and celebrating. You remember 2001 when they were celebrating in the streets during the World Trade Center attack? Yeah, so they are doing that again. And the fact that they support this terrible thing that's happening with the babies being burned in the ovens with their mothers watching, it's a terrible thing.
Well, I
What's
know you're running for
happening?
office, but this isn't a stump speech show, so we want to probably keep the content focused on what you believe. So tell us your
Excuse
belief
me.
about
I
religion
believe
or the
I believe
supernatural, if you would.
God instructed me to run for president so I could stop it. We have to stop these people. They're getting out of hand.
Okay, so God instructed you to run for president. How did he speak to you? Was there a voice in your head? How did it work?
He spoke to me through Hillary Clinton's emails.
Which one? Can you cite a specific email? Which email was it that
The
addressed you?
49,000 we never found.
So he spoke to you through one we never found. So we never
Yes,
found
the
this
one that we
email,
never found. But
but that
you
one
know
is the one
what?
that spoke to
It
you.
came to me in a dream, right? It came to
Okay.
me after my debate with Hillary and when I called her a wicked animal, you know? She's a beautiful animal now, but that's fine because we had to retire crooked and give it to sleepy Joe Biden. We have to do that. But here's the thing. We are going to change the way of life for all Americans, and we're going to make sure that the uncultured become cultured with religion as a kind of a friend, okay?
Well, can
I
you tell
think
us more
that,
about
I
God
think,
speaking to you?
listen, I think that the people need more religion in their lives. Otherwise, it's all hell going to break loose. All hell.
Okay. So if people are going to have more religion in their lives, what creed should they have? What do you hold to be the core beliefs of Christianity?
I can't say because if I say, then they'll indict me, okay? We can't do that again. If I say, then they will indict me, or they'll
Okay.
find some way to twist it on me to try and get me to lose support. But here's the thing: everybody loves me. They all love me. They love you too because you're an American patriot, right? You're an American patriot. I would assume so, right? IX, you're an American patriot. T Jump, you're an
Sure.
American patriot. Walker, Taco.
Let's just say for the sake of argument, we're all American patriots. What's your point?
Well, we fought hard for this country and we fought hard for our values, but now we are at a time that we don't know what our values are. And I think people need to wake up and realize what the hell is going on because if we don't, there's not going to be any values left, okay? There's not going to be any values left to teach people.
Well, what are the values? Hold on a
Once
second.
people,
I'm asking you to clarify what your actual values are, other than to say that we need
Judeo
to have them.
Christian values, how about
Which are
that?
what? Can you tell us, like the core values that you're referring to?
Our core values, are you trying to stump me? What do you want me to do? You want me to
I want
go
you to say
on about
what
a
values
religious
you're
topic? I'm
referring
not
to,
going to do
not
that
just naming
because,
the religion.
here's the thing. You're trying to get me in with all the religion, okay? No, we need to start fighting for this country and for the people of this country. We got to stop thinking about such a isolated subject, okay? we have a lot of things going on that is worth more than religion right now, but religion will help get rid of the
Can you
uncultured
tell us what are
swine.
the top
Okay.
5 things that would help about religion? What are the beliefs that you specifically think are going to help? What are your religious beliefs?
What are my
Top 5.
religious beliefs?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say because I don't want to get indicted. Okay.
Okay. Well, the problem, Mr. Trump Quest, is that this show is a show where we discuss specific beliefs, not just a general political stance
How
about
about you tell
belief
me
in
your
general.
beliefs? How about you tell me your beliefs? How about that?
Sure. So why don't you tell me your response to some beliefs that I'll give, right? So
Sure.
I would say like a core belief is that it matters how we know things and how we justify belief in the things that we think that we know to be true. And that epistemological question of how do we know things is a core starting point for any other beliefs that we hold. So I think the first question I have about somebody is how do you know the beliefs that you hold are justified, are rational, are likely true? So that's a question I would have for you. How do you hold to your beliefs and know that they're true or rational, and can you defend those beliefs? Because that's the purpose of this show.
That's crazy. I couldn't believe it. I asked you a question. You couldn't respond to me with an answer that would dive more deeper into this area of, like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I would really like you to educate me on what the hell we're talking about. I came in mid-show, right? So I don't
Sure,
know. You tell me. You tell me.
sure. If you're
What do
not
you
familiar
believe?
with the,
Because I don't know what the hell you believe. How
I
am I
just told
supposed to
you,
tell you what I believe? You could
I
be
just told you that
completely
I think,
opposite of me.
I just told you that I think that the most important first question to address about any belief system is how do you justify your beliefs? I could tell you that personally, I think that we have to justify our beliefs well enough to think that they're more likely true than false, and we have to be able to defend those against attempts at falsification by others, right?
Like the
So,
trans movement.
well, we're talking about religious beliefs in this context, not just political ones,
Well,
right? So if you want
when
to
it
tell
comes
me
into
about,
politics, you know,
if you want to
the
tell me about,
trans. I mean, it's
if you want to
it's
tell,
getting
okay,
out
I'm
of
not
hand.
done. The middle of my sentence is not the beginning of yours, sir. If you want to tell me about a belief about the supernatural or spiritual or the nature of reality, then I'm all ears for it. But I don't really want to hear your stump speech about politics.
That's crazy. I couldn't believe it. Well, you're just wasting my time at this point, but you know, crazy. Couldn't believe it. It was an honor coming up here and telling you off because, well, you're a loser and you're gonna stay a loser, but that's fine. Anyway, folks, I'm gonna go back to my court trial that I have today, and
On
hope to see
Minecraft,
you
yeah.
there. We're gonna
Can
we're
you give
gonna
us
do
a
that on
nickname?
Minecraft. On Minecraft.
Can you give us an insulting nickname of some type, like Tangy T Jump or
Icky
Irrational
Ix.
Ix?
We don't like
Ick-
Icky Ix. We don't like
There
him
we
at
go.
all. He's Icky Ix.
It's
All
so
right,
good.
it's an honor to have a nickname from you, sir.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Trump.
I'm officially Icky Ix now.
Icky X.
There's a part of me that somehow feels dirty now.
Well, you couldn't be as dirty as Icky Ix, right?
Yeah, so if any theists would like to come up and chat with us, feel free to raise your hand. We'd love to have you up.
We also have Darth Dawkins Debunked in the audience, and Darth Dawkins Debunked has a YouTube channel and has done a lot of very interesting content, assuming it's the same person that has the
Yeah, it's
channel.
him.
Yeah, it'd be fun to hear from him.
Sure.
Maybe if he says Darth Dawkins 3 times in the mirror, Darth will appear and actually come on the show.
I doubt it. Darth is
Hey,
scared of T-Jump.
Hey, Debunked, how are you doing?
You gotta unmute yourself
Yeah.
if you would like to converse.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, so, well, I heard that you wanted me to make some comments, or what, did you want me to answer some type of a question, or what do you want to speak about?
Sure. Well, I mean, I don't remember exactly what your specific beliefs are, but I know you've done a lot of content criticizing Darth Dawkins' beliefs and kind of dismantling some of his arguments and things like that. Um, do you want to talk about a personal belief, or do you want to talk about some of the funny things that Darth says, or what would you like to say?
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, well, my approach is a little different from, I think, the majority of the other people that have YouTube channels or those that have actually debated Darth Dawkins. My approach is a little different because what I basically do is I take his worldview and operating from within his worldview, I can show that his worldview is both incoherent and inconsistent. And according to Greg Bonson, PhD Greg Bonson, which is one of Darth's philosophical icons, Bonson said that's what we need to look for in order to show whether or not a worldview is actually would be considered a valid worldview. I'm just paraphrasing, but I've did a video, more than one video on this. So in fact, my trailer video pretty much exposes our ridiculous, comically ridiculous worldview. That's basically my approach.
Do you have a link for us to put in the Heath and Hangout text chat?
If you want, I could put the I could put the link to my website and also a link to my YouTube trailer video. If you want me to do that, I'd be more than happy to do that.
I got your web or your YouTube being posted in chat right now. You can do your website or whatever you want
Okay.
to post, but I'm just posting your link to your web YouTube.
Okay. Thank you. Then I'll go ahead and I'll post the link from my website. Okay.
So first,
Thank
for
you.
people who are not familiar, let's just introduce the weekly sort of call-in bingo card that appears almost every week, which is at least one precept person will usually call in. Can you explain the basic idea that the presuppositionalist apologetic in particular is trying to claim? What is their claim?
Are you speaking with me right now?
Yeah, like just 'cause there's a lot of people who don't know the whole Darth shtick and who
Okay.
are not familiar with this. So first,
Oh, okay.
what is the question that they ask or the argument that they usually bring?
Their
And
okay. Their argument basically in a nutshell is that they know certain things. You know, the claim is that they know certain things for which they cannot be wrong about. And this is the philosophical approach that they use. And if you object to this, then they will go to your foundation in order to challenge you on your own knowledge. See, they want to take your knowledge from you because once they can accomplish that, it's over with. It's using his words, it's lights out. So that's the key. That would be the main thing I would tell everyone. Don't let these people, these scammers, take your knowledge from you.
Well, the claim they make is that knowledge is impossible in a non-God worldview.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. But even Darth Dawkins himself contradicts himself on that very point because there are several times, many times, where he tells atheists and unbelievers that they do have knowledge and that they can know certain things. So he's wishy-washy on that very point.
I covered this with some people in a channel earlier and they laughed at me. But the truth of the matter is, if they were truly consistent with their beliefs, they would claim no knowledge. In fact, they would say nothing about knowledge because when you do this worldview comparison with them, they will understand they have no knowledge and they have no claim to knowledge. Because what we truly see in their worldview is absolute incoherency. That yesterday will not be like tomorrow, and that will not be like a week from now, right? You just rewind in time into the things that they claim are true in the Bible, and you see miracles. You see a flood where there was no heat problem. I mean, I could point to bears being spawned out of the woods to eat people. I mean, I could point to tons of breaks in the fabric of reality, right? And so if these people were truly consistent, they would not claim the uniformity of nature. In fact, they would claim no knowledge.
Yeah, but the people who were mauled by the bears were mocking baldness, and they were children. So that was justifiable.
I
It
was
makes total
pointing to
sense.
the break in reality, X.
Well, baldness is a serious thing, and mocking it seems like it justifies God sending bears to maul you to death, doesn't it?
They just borrow from our worldview because they know they can't justify knowledge in their worldview. And so they make these unjustified presuppositions that aren't supported by anything, and they place them in front to better ground their position. But it's nonsense because it's a glass foundation that's easily shattered with one rock. You just point out that knowledge is justified true belief, and they're an idiot. And then you do that worldview comparison and show them how they're just borrowing from our worldview because they have no knowledge in their worldview. Right there, that's all you have to do to disprove precept, well, Christian precept.
Bam, you heard it here first, people.
Well, you provide that like justification for knowledge, how you arrive at that, right? But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I have to go. I'm still going to put the link in, but the bottom
Oh, yeah.
line, when you bring these preceptors to their foundation is this God. That's the most fundamental they can get, is this fundamentalist God, which if you really examine, if you take a look at the claims that they are making about this fundamentalist God, it is philosophically an impossibility. And I covered it on that last trailer video I did. Darth is he is contradiction personified. Preceptors are contradictions personified. So that would be the thing that I would say about this stupid, ridiculous fundamentalist God. And with that, now, sorry, I have to go, but thank you for letting me. I have to go out right now, but thank
Thanks
you
for
for
coming
letting
up.
me speak. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming up.
And we're hoping maybe a preceptor will want to address this, or maybe a different kind of Christian who agrees that precept is bad, because most Christian theologians hate precept. If you try to publish an article even against precept, I met a guy on here who wrote an entire book on it. And he couldn't get it published because even Christian publications will not publish something attacking precept because they consider it so low that it's not a seriously taken academic subject. But
Ask
anyway.
a Christian is actually a Christian presuppositional apologist. I'm sure he has something to say on the topic, but I don't know if he wants to come up.
Maybe he has to walk his dog or something. Warzone X, we've spoken to Warzone before. Warzone has some interesting beliefs. You want to come up and chat with us, Warzone?
I did invite him up.
Yep. Okay, but he has to be available. Sometimes people are listening and they're busy doing something else, and we're background entertainment for them, and they can't join in. Wise Ape, I saw you posted in the text chat. Did you want to talk about something?
I invited you up, Wise Ape. You got to click the green hand icon.
Yeah, if anybody doesn't know, there's a text channel called Heathen Hangout, and if you can post a link to that again, then they will know that this is a great text channel.
I linked it in the side chat, so you guys can click to there if you want. What's up, Wise Ape?
We can't hear you yet, so maybe you have a hardware mute. But
definitely broken.
You're
gonna have to like back out and rejoin. Yeah, unfortunately, stages are like halfway broken, right? And so you kind of just have to deal with whoever it works for, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they've
Yeah,
been
sorry, I was trying to. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to post the link, but when I go there, it said you're not able to post the link.
DM me and I'll do it.
There's the Heathen Hangout channel.
Okay.
Oh
You
yeah,
should
the
be able
Heathen
to-
Hangout.
Heathen Hangout channel. There's a link to it in the chat. So maybe instead of just posting the link, say Heathen Hangout is the text chat for this channel post there. So everyone assumes it's this thing. Ask a Christian, welcome.
Yep. Welcome.
Hello,
Good to have you up.
Yep. Hope that you're well and blessed. Loving God, loving that which is good, that which is holy, that which is pure. Yep. So, I guess, well, what is your guys' epistemology? What's your theory of knowledge?
Fallibilism. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what you said fallibilism?
Yeah, you're familiar with basic scientific epistemology. We have theories, which are the best explanations for all the available data based on the hypotheses that survive all attempts at falsification, which explain all previous data, all presently observable and reproducible phenomena, and predict all future data. And that's what we call theories. Those are our strongest and best evidenced beliefs. Things like standard model are the best explanation for all the observables we currently have. And those are the beliefs that we are the most warranted in believing.
Hmm. So like fallibilism would be like knowledge is uncertain, right?
I feel like, yeah, knowledge is about that which is best evidenced versus worst evidenced, rather than the claim that there's some absolute foundational starting point for it. Now, you could have a foundational starting point for it. I don't object to that. But what's going to evidence the continued viability of your foundational claim is going to be its ability to predict and retroactively explain all the observables that we have.
Mm-hmm. So on what basis would you say that infallible knowledge or certain knowledge is like incoherent or not correct?
Contradicts his worldview, right? Well, I guess we're all probably fallibilists, but it would be contradictory, right?
I just don't think a claim to like pure JTB in some absolute knowledge sense is required to understand anything or to explain anything. So you can hold to it. I just don't think that it works as well as the model that we actually use to understand and predict the way the world works.
Well, it's like the position though that there's like no absolute justification for any position, which is fair because you try to provide as much evidence against a position as possible. I cannot speak as possible and see what sticks.
And you have to resort to what Popper said, which is basically falsificationism, right? You're not going to be able to give some absolute proof of anything about the empirical world, given the fact that the problem of induction is a real problem. No worldview is immune to that. Precepts have the same problem as everybody else. But what you can do is you can try to find the maximal exposure to falsification attempts. You can try to get people to reproduce to show that your idea works for other people, that it stands independent. If your beliefs are not stance independent, in other words, if they only work when believers say them and believe them and claim them, and they don't work for anybody who doesn't already start out believing them, they're probably not very good beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Are there any philosophers like that like speak about ontology, like ground of all being and things like that?
I like the way Heidegger talks about it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we can also find Kant was trying to do stuff like that with transcendentals, and that's where precept got the idea, was from Kant, right? But I don't think it's necessary to claim transcendentals to understand the world. I think you can arrive at the same beliefs without asserting that they're transcendentals or making transcendental arguments about them.
Okay. So what would you say is like your main reason for not like accepting Jesus, like the blood of Christ that pays for your sins?
Evidence.
But all evidence points to God, to the Christian God.
You want to explain that?
Yeah. Without the Christian God, like all facts would not have any meaning, and they also would not be like intelligible.
That's a transcendental claim, not an evidential claim, right? Do you have any actual evidence for the historicity of Jesus and the factuality of the Old Testament Abrahamic God of the Jews before Jesus?
Well, like
You said all
evidence.
evidence.
Mhm.
So give us like one piece of evidence, like a good piece, a strong piece, a piece that's not easily doubted.
Yeah. So like understanding evidence can only be spoken of within the Christian worldview, like with God as the ontology, right, the ground of all
Does
being.
forensics exist only in the Christian worldview?
Forensics?
Yes, the actual study of evidence. Does that only exist in the Christian worldview?
It's only sound within the Christian worldview.
Sound, as in
Yeah.
soundness, meaning it comports with reality. It's true.
Yes.
So you're saying your religion comports to reality.
Yeah, like the word of God and the being of God comports to reality, the actual state of affairs.
So what you're saying is that you're rejecting the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to you through both natural and special revelation?
Yes.
Under what justification?
What is the ground of all being?
I'm asking you, what justification do you have to reject the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to you through both natural and special revelation? What is your justification, sir?
Already answered.
No, you didn't.
You said the grounding
Christian minds
of reality is the universal quantum field, sir.
You know what he's referring to?
Yeah.
The quantum fields? Quantum field theory, QFT.
The grounding of our naturalistic, atheistic reality that you're rejecting in your unrighteousness.
So we got to make sure Ask Christian knows what you're talking about. Do you know what QFT is, Ask a Christian? Do you even know what you're rejecting?
Well, quantum field theory is not ontology.
What?
I think QFT, quantum field theory, is not ontology.
Are you saying it doesn't exist?
No, but I'm saying that we're not referencing. Well, what is it that holds all things into existence? So, for example, ontology is being, right? And so would you be like a physicalist or like a dualist?
Well, most physicists are physicalists, naturally speaking, because it is, if it's the case, QFT is the most fundamental theory that explains all other theories and observables, then it is the ontological grounding for everything else.
All right. So is the quantum field, is it a mind?
No.
The only reason you ask that question is
Okay.
because you
That's
borrow
not mine.
base naturalistic presuppositions from
Yeah.
our worldview that grant you a minimal intelligibility at the local scale, but don't allow for intelligibility outside of local scale, right? So everything outside of local scale is totally obfuscated by your unjustified things that you add to our worldview that you're borrowing from us, right? So, like, you borrow that we exist as minds in a universe that other minds exist within, and you presuppose that there is stuff that exists outside of that mind in this universe, right? And then you also add another totally unnecessary presupposition that's easily axed by Occam's razor that a God exists, and then you claim that somehow that thing comes before the other presuppositions and is the grounding for everything that exists when it's totally unjustified, right? And this is like putting on a pair of rose-tinted glasses. Now, you move further down, right? And you claim things like the uniformity of nature, which, if you were truly consistent with your worldview, you would not claim, because there is no uniformity in your worldview. But you borrow like space-time, you borrow gravity, you borrow all sorts of justified stuff from our worldview. And then you add on stuff like miracles and God doing this flood, this great flood with no heat problem. There's no heat problem. Are you insane? Do you know how hot that would have made the planet? God stopped it? You're telling me you have a uniformity of nature, ask a Christian? Are you telling me that yesterday will be like tomorrow? Are you insane?
Okay, Taco, let him reply. Ask Christian. Go ahead.
I mean, that's something else, but with regards to the uniformity of nature, everything is in accordance with the sovereign will of God. Right? Everything is ultimately for the glory of God. And so, given that God is
I just
all
axed
powerful,
that with Occam's razor, sir.
all-knowing. Yeah, well, Occam's razor is not a truth maker. Right? Occam's razor doesn't
Neither is your
determine
God, sir. I just demonstrated how
Occam's
you're
razor
borrowing base
not
naturalistic presuppositions
is,
from our
um,
worldview and then obfuscating everything outside of local scale to you.
yeah, so Occam's razor is not a truth maker. Um,
No, but it's a
so
principle of
given,
parsimony, and it's used in this
given,
example to show how your God presupposition is unnecessary and superfluous.
yes. So
You understand?
given that God is like omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, there's no problem with him flooding the world and is making things occur in the way that he designs to do so. And the thing with science is that all conclusions in science are provisional. So maybe there's yet more scientific discoveries yet to be made that would explain like how the Earth gets hot or doesn't get hot with regards to like the world flooding, right? I don't claim to know everything, but given that God is actual,
If you
He's
were
all
truly
powerful,
consistent, you would claim to know
and
nothing.
that God is well, we know exactly what God has revealed, right, to you and to me. So, namely,
I already
that God
addressed this.
has
I
revealed
challenged your
the
uniformity of nature, and you went
He
off
has
topic.
revealed. I was explaining the uniform in nature, but jumping back and forth. Right, you jump to
So
saying
you
that I
would
know
have to
nothing,
demonstrate that there's
and
going to be
then
another great
it's
flood
kind of
tomorrow to
tiring.
claim uniformity of nature in your worldview. You would also have to address the fact. Oh, he left.
I think presuppositional rhetoric is a little much sometimes for the more mild-mannered guests. It's a little too much aggression.
What's up, Bart?
What's up? What do you guys got? Anything new?
Well, that's usually the question for the guests. What's new with you?
Nothing.
Bart?
Just living my life, living the best life. That's
You're
as I know
Grandmaster
it
now?
to be.
Says Grandmaster Barthology. Have you attained a new ranking?
I'm barely over 700 right now, but I mean I'll get there eventually.
Is that in chess?
Yeah, I'm just joking.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Grandmaster Debater. not masturbator, debater. Okay.
Well, we're open to master debaters and
No, well, this is the thing, right? So I have this new argument
Okay.
For atheism, and it's actually the only argument I could think of for the atheist Discord person. So now, if somebody wants to write this down, it's a syllogism. If you want to write this down, so if you do not want to be mod abused, you become an atheist.
All right, I got it.
If you defend theists, you will be mod abused by an atheist. The evidence for atheism on Discord, it equals mod abuse. If you do not want to be mod abused, you become an atheist. Therefore, mod abuse is the only evidence for atheism. That's it. Because you think about it, right? You all are just a bunch of bullies that if anyone, you need mods to be in a room. Like, you guys need mods.
Hang
You guys will
on,
not
hang,
go into
hang on. We're
any-
gonna address the
Hold
syllogism.
on, I'm in the middle of talking, bro. You guys been up here talking for hours. So now, right? You guys need mods. You don't go into any other spaces. If you go into any other spaces, all you guys start doing is just over talking and doing crazy shit. So but you want the same respect. You want respect when you have your rooms, but you don't even do that. You guys just ask lightning questions. Over
They put the
talking in the middle of
argument in the
somebody
heathen
speaking.
hangout chat.
Over talking in the
if you
middle
want
of
to
somebody
examine the
speaking, like right
soundness.
now. This is evidence for it right now. You won't even let somebody finish. There's like zero respect for anyone else but atheism. Atheism is the only thing that you guys want people to respect, and it's the most absurd thing ever. So I mean, if you guys want people to be atheists for genuine reasons and not being mod abused, that's the only reason why people are going to choose atheism when they're online. If you want to speak, you're an atheist. If you want to speak, you have to be an atheist. If you don't want to be mod abused, be an atheist. Like, you think about it. Like, half of the people that are atheists are probably not even atheists. They just want to be. They just want to be able to speak online.
Okay, can we
So I mean,
your definition of mod abuse?
totally twisting people's arms to pick your position is meaningless and baseless.
If you don't stop talking ever, then eventually people are going to start replying to you. Are you ready to hear it? Because
if you're only thinking about a response instead of actually hearing somebody out, and you want to make noise while someone else is speaking, then yeah, do that, and then just bother you. I mean, what's the point of having a conversation?
Makes any sense is if
I mean, what is the point of having a conversation with somebody if you only want to hear yourself talk? Right? You only want to hear yourself talk. You're not even letting me finish. You guys have been up here for hours.
You've talked for like over 2 or 3 minutes uninterrupted.
Yeah, dude, that's not even that long. Well, I guess you can just mock abuse me, right? I mean, if you don't like it, then just that's it. Force me to atheism, right?
You have to stop talking to have a conversation. So
all right, go ahead. Well, now it's your turn. If you didn't listen to anything I said, I'd love to hear your response.
We wrote it down. So I was writing it down as you spoke. Taco was writing it. We were both listening attentively and writing it down, and we posted in the Heath and Hangout text chat. We posted your argument. I think Taco maybe formatted it better. He said, if you do not want to be a mod abused, you become an atheist. If you defend theists, you will be mod abused by an atheist. The evidence for atheism on Discord is mod abuse. If you do not want to be mod abused, you become an atheist. Therefore, mod abuse is the only evidence for atheism. Is that what you said, or did we get it wrong?
Yeah, I'm sure I can modify that and make it better, but yes, that is the only evidence for atheism on Discord. Correct?
So does that show that we were listening to what you were saying, Bart?
This is now meta. Let's stick to the argument now. So, do you guys agree with the argument?
I think premise 1 lacks any truth value. I don't know. I think you'd have to justify premise 1 before we could move forwards. If you do not want to be mod abused, you become an atheist. I think you'd have to justify that.
Okay, I can easily justify that. Let's just Let's just go over any logs. Let's go over the ban lists. Let's go over the amount of people that go into Christian spaces versus atheist spaces. Let's look at the people that are not allowed to talk in certain rooms, so on and so forth. So, I mean, if you can't have a conversation,
talk, but unfortunately, we don't really get that.
Well, yeah, because
so I've got an example, Bart. Can I provide an example? I've got 2 examples actually. So, when was the last time you were in any of the atheist rooms on the server?
Rarely.
Have you ever had a barrier to entry stopping you from seeing the channel?
Yes.
Which channel?
Time. Every single one of them. If I walk into
does it go away in a couple days, and then you're able to pop back in and try again?
Sometimes.
So, guess how long I've been banned from Darth's channel for and been unable to see the room for?
That's if you guys had a history together, but that never prevented me and you from talking, correct?
How long have I been banned from your room for?
Ever affect you and I from speaking?
Bart, the point of this
you're missing the point now.
That you are not being mod abused. Even if I don't even know if you are or not, but even if you were being mod abused, it's nothing in comparison to what your room has done to people like me. You remove us from the ability to see your channel.
That wasn't. You've got to realize something. That wasn't to my liking. That was to the settings that were given to Darth by the staff. I don't have that power to give Darth those abilities. Only the founders can. So you need to take this argument to the founders and say, why do you guys cater to Darth this way? And it has absolutely nothing to do with me.
But
you don't want to. No, but you don't want to actually do that. You'd rather blame me and cut me off in the middle of a sentence. Right?
The red herring, Bart.
Because what you're saying is more important.
The truth value.
You don't want to listen to my response. That's it. Just want to hear yourself talk.
Red herring.
Yeah, talk.
Yeah, we were addressing the truth value of premise 1.
First of all, what this is the thing, you guys. What Darth did in that room with the power that he was given by the founders, what does that have to do with me?
What
Just answer that question.
The consistency of the first claim is that in the atheist rooms, people are muted temporarily and allowed to come back. But in Darth's room, he mutes people permanently and bans them from even seeing his channel exist. So that's an inconsistency between the behavior of theists and atheists on this server.
But you don't understand. That's his proprietary. Those are his proprietary powers that are given to him by the people who own the server.
Is that your
by
room,
people
Bart?
who own the room?
Do you say that's
I
your
own
room?
the room. Listen, I own
How many
the room.
times do you say that's your room?
You guys don't want to let me speak, bro. So I'm just gonna let you talk, bro. Just go ahead.
Well, you were asked a question. We wanted to hear your reply. Taco asked you.
I don't know when I could reply because in the middle of my replying, you guys decide to talk, and then you guys say I'm overtalking. So I'm just gonna sit here and wait till you guys are done.
The question
Do you
Taco
believe
asked
that
you
you
was,
should be allowed to ask clarifying questions to something that someone is saying?
You want a clarifying question when you're not fully listening to someone's response.
I asked you a question.
So now you're going to interrupt me again for a clarifying question when I haven't been able to finish. Well, I don't want to answer. You're not a model here.
Your place.
You're a guest. So hang
try
up.
to get out of your place. You were asked a question.
What do you mean out of my place? I'm in my fucking place.
Question,
this is my home.
Expected to answer the question.
This is where I hang out. This is my home. What do you mean my place?
It doesn't matter. If you didn't understand the question, then you're allowed to ask clarifying questions.
Not in the middle of my sentence. You wait till I'm done.
You were asked a question.
You wait till I'm done.
Answer it, which means you will be shut down.
You wait till I'm done answering the question so you can fully understand what I'm saying.
No, it's
Instead
my
of hearing the
question,
first
so
three
I'll
words, I
determine
don't
whether or
really give
not
a
you're
fuck.
answering
I
it.
don't really care, Walker. I don't care about you.
If you
Just be
didn't
quiet for now.
truly
Thank
care,
you.
you wouldn't actually
So
answer
Taco,
at
what were you
all. You
asking
would be
me?
completely ambivalent and
What were
say
you
nothing.
asking me, Taco?
So
What
you're
is it that
being
you want to hear?
inconsistent just in that alone.
This guy just keeps fucking
The
talking.
original question was very simple. Are you the owner of the room where
I am
Taco
the
is banned?
owner. I am the owner. Okay, and one of the longest guest room owners in this server. Okay. Before
Taco's
that, I
banned
had
in your
two
room?
chats. Before that, I had two chats. But
Okay, is
before
Taco banned
that,
in your room?
Dark. You guys don't even want me to explain. It's like this. This is what goes on. Like you guys can't even. You guys don't even know how to have a conversation. It's
So when
ridiculous.
you finish a sentence and you stop talking, other people are
You
entitled
don't
to start
even
talking.
let a half a second go by before you start talking. It's ridiculous. Like learn
We
some
recorded you
decorum.
for 3 minutes. That's more than
I'll
half a
just be
second.
quiet. I'll just be quiet while you guys ask me questions,
I
and then
don't
in the
believe
middle of
that any
it,
more than
allow
anything else
Walker
that
to
you've
just
said.
talk while I'm talking.
I think we have some non-meta people who have their hands up. Let's move on.
Okay, thanks for coming up, Bart. I feel
Yeah,
like we
go
addressed
fuck
the
yourself.
soundness
Go
of
fuck
premise
yourself.
one. I think we addressed the soundness of premise one there, or the truth value of premise one there.
Yeah, apparently you're banned in his room, but he's not banned in your room, but atheists beam out abusing. I think Politics Learner had their hand up. Mobius.
No, he put it down. What's up, Mobius?
Oh.
What's up? I just changed my name.
You changed
Just
your
here for
name.
the rants. What's up?
Oh, were you just saying hi?
Yeah, just saying hi and saying like, wait, what's up with Barth? He's melting down again. But I'm not actually contributing to anything to the chat. If you have any questions, I'm not really a theist.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up.
Politics Learner, maybe put your hand up again if you were still available.
I know Andrew's a theist. Maybe he'll come up and chat. He's been around a long time.
Yeah, Andrew's great. Andrew, let's talk to Andrew. He's fantastic. He's invited me many times to his rooms to discuss particular subjects to do with mimesis criticisms and biblical archaeology stuff. He's very charitable and interesting to talk to. And Andrew's one of the organizers of rooms on Discord for theist discussion, and he's I think one of the good ones, to use a cliche phrase.
Yeah, he's pretty chill.
Oh, he left.
Oh, he's up.
Oh, he's up.
No,
Hey,
I came up.
Oh, good. You
Hey, how's it
disappeared from
going?
the bottom, and I was afraid you left. Hey, Andrew.
Oh,
Always good to
good.
hear
Good
from
to see you, man. Yeah, you too. You as well, Taco. Good to see you, Walker. I haven't met you before. Good to meet you. I actually got to tell you guys, I actually know Tom, and we've talked a fair amount, and we've set up some stuff before. So I'd feel kind of like I don't know. It's kind of hard to look at it like, and we can have a dialogue if there's anything we want to talk about. But it's kind of come at him in any kind of challenging way, that kind of thing, because him and I are kind of cool. Yeah, T-jump.
Your
Yeah.
mic is cutting out.
Yeah, well,
Oh, I
that's the thing is we actually love charitable and friendly discussions. It doesn't have to be a shit show debate fest. But one of the things I appreciate about you, Andrew, is that you like to have good conversations and you try to get people that are interesting on both sides to have a quality conversation. So I just wanted to say that's why I praise you as one of the good ones, is you foster good dialogue.
I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you very much. Very much. I definitely do endeavor to do that. And Tom's actually been a part of, at least 2 or more discussions that we've done in the past. Blake Genta has talked to Tom. I think you remember that, Tom. And I can't even remember who else it was. Oh, recently. Oh, it was there was another guy you were discussing the fine tuning argument, Tom. I think you remember that. We set that up here on Discord. So. But I don't know. How much time do you guys have slated, and what's been talked about so far? I just came in the room, so I have no idea what's even going on.
We had some funny ones. We had a Trump impersonator named Trump Quest try to give stump speeches, but when I asked him,
he's fun.
When I asked Trump Quest what his beliefs were, if he could give any Christian creed whatsoever, he was stumped. So he wanted to give stump speeches, but he was himself stumped by the question for any particular values that he was espousing other than Jesus and God bless America. Those are the only religious claims he would make. But he was funny. He was really good at doing the voice. T-Jump asked him how hot his daughter was. That was pretty silly.
How'd that go over?
Yeah, he said his daughter was pretty hot.
Very
Anyway,
good.
so we haven't
No, that's
had
cool.
much. We haven't had
Definitely an
any
interesting
real.
response.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you is this like an AMA, or are you guys just kind of, is this just an, I just have no idea. I've never been in this kind of
The
setting with
format-
Tom before. So
Okay, so the format is open-ended, where people can call in and talk about a belief. It doesn't have to just be a God belief. It could be a supernatural belief or something else that's maybe interesting and touches on ideas about what's real and what's not real. But your own beliefs are interesting, even if you like to mostly foster discussions for others. What are your personal beliefs?
Well, I have a few. I mean, I have some stuff I can run by Tom if he's game.
Well, it's all of us. It's a panel, so it's not just Tom.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's everyone. Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, you can talk to anybody.
Yeah, I got you. I'm sorry. Yeah, and I am cutting in and out. I apologize. That's too frustrating. We can
You
just
there,
kind of move
T-Jump?
on.
No, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Very good.
T-Jump's working on a book right now.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So I guess I wanted to check with Taco, IX, I guess Walker as well. And yeah, again, nice to meet you, Walker. Do you guys want there to be a God? Would you be happy if you found out there was a God?
Originally, definitely. I was a very enthusiastic theist.
I don't believe it could be an emotional thing for myself.
I thought there was a God when I was like growing up, all the way up to like probably 18 or so, right? 19. And then I was more like pantheist, where like there's maybe, or deistic almost, where they're deistic into like pantheistic into actual, because that's kind of the transition I went. But I mean, I'd be indifferent, right? It's just, why would you just not want to know what's most likely true, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the import that would have on your life, if it is true, would be, it seems like it'd be pretty enormous, like the various Christian claims.
Necessarily.
Oh,
it would depend
okay.
on the nature of the God in question. The mere existence of it wouldn't be sufficient.
Yeah, no, I agree. It does. It depends on what you tie it to. I guess I should be, forthright. Obviously, I'm a Christian, so I do take it to be that there's going to be some sort of judgment, some sort of standing before God. So I do take that conception to be something that needs to be contended with, or I mean, it makes sense to figure out if you think that it's more probably the case or not.
Do you have an argument for it?
Conception needs to be challenged.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something if it has that much bearing over your life, considering like claims inside the Bible that Christ made, if those things are true,
so yes.
I think it's voluntary. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like.
So if I have not voluntarily allowed it to have that much meaning, then how can you convince me that it has meaning if it doesn't already have meaning?
Oh, I see. No, I mean, I think the meaning is inherent within like the claims. I thought you meant voluntary.
I don't believe there's such a thing as inherent meaning. I don't think that exists.
What I mean by inherent there is, I mean, like if Christ says something like, if you accept me, then you're free, but if you're not, then you're condemned already. That kind of thing. If that is the case, that seems to have pretty big. I mean, that seems to be a pretty serious issue. Don't you think, or no?
I don't think that's a coherent concept. I'm not sure how to even address it. So, like, I can't offer any feeling about it. So I can't offer any rebuttal. It doesn't have any coherency to me.
Do you think God himself is, or whatever the conception of God? Do you think theism is incoherent? Is that what you're?
Most definitions of God are completely incoherent. Yeah.
Do you think the Orthodox Christian conception of God is incoherent?
Well, it wouldn't be relevant. Anything that is Abrahamic would be incoherent by definition.
Why would that be? Could you kind of parse that out? I've never.
Do you understand the idea that the major religions of the world are all of the Abrahamic persuasion?
Yeah.
So on some level, they're all making appeals to the same sort of description of a god, often known as the god of classical theism.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
Sure. And so any of the arguments that go against the God of classical theism would also apply to any other religions that claim to be Abrahamic?
I mean, there's certain characteristics that are conceived of a bit differently, depending on what version of the Abrahamic religion you have, what flavor,
Sure.
so to speak.
That's the
Yeah.
flavor of the ice cream. I'm talking about the existence of the ice cream.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think, I mean, conceptually, I don't think that we're actually referring to the same. I think the referent is different between like Muslims and Christians. So I don't think that we're even referring to the same being, although there's that discussion. But I take it to be that the Trinity is different than a Unitarian conception of God.
Do you hold that the God of Abraham did the things that are claimed of the God of Abraham in both Scripture? I mean,
yeah.
So you believe God asked Abraham to have a display of loyalty?
Yes. Yeah.
And his display of loyalty was to sacrifice his son, and required an angel to prevent the sacrifice from actually being completed.
Sure. Yeah.
And do you hold this as a moral position?
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So you subscribe to the idea that God is love, and yet this God of love can ask you to kill your child as a display of loyalty, and you find no inconsistencies with this.
I mean, when I first started coming into kind of intellectual wrestling with it, I should say, and like moral wrestling, I would say that it was definitely something to consider. Like it wasn't like I just brushed past it like it was nothing. I mean, it's a pretty intense story. God to tell you to kill your son, giving that command to you is a pretty serious thing to put on the table. So I don't.
And showing a praiseworthiness. Like he said that Abraham needed to be regarded with reverence because of his willingness to do this.
Yes. Yeah. That's right.
So under your worldview, is doing God's will something that is supposed to bring like love, joy, peace, long suffering, mildness, goodness, faith? These are positive qualities that are supposed to come if you are acting in God's will?
Yeah, I think, and it's a volitional thing. I mean, I do, I have a libertarian free will position, so I do think that people can, and I think that people can kind of, at least indirectly, kind of change their beliefs around, and their commitment.
Add all of that together then, and acknowledge that you are proposing a worldview in which someone with heartfelt joy that they are doing God's will can kill children.
Well, I mean, you said can kill children. In this particular instance, Abraham didn't kill Isaac, and nor was he going to, because God knows, and going to meaning in reality, like it couldn't have actually occurred because which God knew the angel was going to stop him. So that's not even an issue, right? That was already foreknown and planned.
The angel was going to stop him?
No, but that's the whole point of the test.
So that doesn't matter then.
Well, so there's two things. He didn't know it. I would say this. He didn't know it with certainty and some kind of epistemic certainty or infallible knowledge. He didn't have that, but he had a belief that his son was going to be preserved, and it says so in the narrative. So that's not a stretch. He tells one of the guards, at least one, maybe two guards at the base of the mountain, look, we will be back. We are going up on the mountain, but we will be back. He says that about him and Isaac. And when Isaac asks where the offering is, Abraham says, hey, look, God's going to provide. And sure enough, God did provide in the story. So I do think Abraham had some understanding that God was going to make it right, whatever the case may be, and did. And so since God knew that, and his intention was never for him to kill Isaac, and Abraham never went through with it and had this understanding that God was going to provide a way out, no, I don't think that there's anything about killing kids there. I think there was the commitment to do so, but I think God knew that he wouldn't actually go through with it. It was a good thing. It was a test of his faith. It's a story for all of us. It's a type of Christ. So it has theological import. I think it's a very important story. Yes.
Do you think he was insincere? Like Abraham knew that he wasn't really going to get sacrificed?
You think who is insincere?
Sorry, you think that he didn't really intend to sacrifice Isaac because he thought that God wouldn't allow it?
No, I think he would go all the way up to and actually do it. And I think when he put the knife to his son and the angel stopped him, I think that was all God needed to see, but of course God knew it. So this isn't this anthropomorphic. It's not like God actually needed to see this, but it was good. It's not good. It's not like it's some kind of blessing towards God. It's a blessing. It's a test for Abraham, and it encourages his faith. It's a walk by faith by Abraham, and it instills. Go ahead.
It instills what?
Oh, it just instills more faithfulness in God, because after going through this and still being willing to walk by the word of God rather than his own feeling on it, and be delivered, it instilled more faith to do the same in more situations. So I think this is very good. This is a very good thing. Strengthened Abraham.
Wow. Is there? I mean, Walker's point is just to say that's inconsistent with God being benevolent. Do you disagree? Like, do you think God is benevolent while simultaneously
I do think,
commanding people things like this?
Yes, and what I would ask Walker, if I could, what is the inconsistency? I'm not saying that I'm oblivious to some moral the intuition that there's some sort of conflict here between love and maybe some kind of thing like equality or justice, and then like this idea that he's telling him to do something that is pretty egregious as far as like killing an innocent child, or at least not guilty of anything worthy of being killed at this time. It's just God saying, hey, do it. Yeah, I can see how that could conflict with some of the kind of the way it strikes you intuitively. I see that. But what I would say though is, if you press that and really peel the surface back, what exactly is occurring what exactly is occurring that would make you say that this detracts from the portrait of God being a God of love and perfect? Like, what exactly is being said here?
Well, it seems like
it's
there's
an
an immoral
equivocation in the fact that none of us define love in that fashion.
Well, I think God necessarily is in a league of his own, so to speak. I think you'd grant that if he is the way that the Bible puts him forward, then he is.
I'm aware you can special plead as such, but that doesn't really answer the question.
When you say special plead, so if I acknowledge that there's a different category here between man and God, you're saying that that's special pleading?
I'm saying that we only have one datum set, and that if you're trying to say that God shouldn't be included in the data set that we all have, then yes, you are engaging in special pleading.
Well, wait, we don't put animals in the same kind of moral arena that we put humans. Would you agree with that?
No.
You don't agree with that?
No. I would say that when we're talking about animals, we have numerous examples of the same base empathy that is behind all of what we would call ethics.
Okay, but do we ever intervene when we see like an animal forcibly copulate with another animal, or rip apart another animal? Do we ever want to, hold a trial and intervene or do a Nuremberg? People do that all the time.
People will often rescue people or rescue animals from dangerous situations, from being attacked. We will protect them. It's part of the husbandry of our civilization, how we realized that we can become caretakers of animals and domesticate them for our own purposes, and we would have a symbiotic relationship with them in that regard.
So when a lion kills a zebra, and this is being filmed by, Nat Geo or something like that, why is it the case that they just film it and then they don't say, wow, we have caught this egregious crime on tape and we're going to prosecute this animal? We're going to make sure
they wouldn't be able to call it a crime because that's a legal term, but they would be able to call it, they would be able to say, the horrors of nature, metal, how hardcore and metal nature might be, rough and abrasive and rude and vicious and violent and crude. You can use all of these different terms.
You're just talking about natural evils, right?
I think Andrew's just saying that we don't hold everyone to the exact same standards, but
that's correct.
The original claim you made, Andrew, that I think was the one that Walker disagreed with, is the idea that there's no moral consideration for animals. There is at least some, just not identical, right? And we would say that there's some, but not identical moral consideration to different people, right? There are some people who've done bad enough things that we treat them in a rougher manner than other people, like criminals, for instance, right? where there's things done with criminals that are not done with non-criminals. And so it's fair to say that you can be worthy of some moral consideration, but not everyone is equally treated at all times for different reasons.
Yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, generally speaking, we have an application of the law, and it should be applied, it's supposed to be applied justly and, without like prejudice. But we don't seem to apply that law in anywhere near the same fashion for animals. And I think this is just, it's self-evident. I don't think I need to really argue this point. But the only thing I'm trying to get a concession on is that we have an ontological difference here between, what we would conceive of as human beings, regardless of your view of how we came to be human beings, or, if we've always been them or whatever. But we have a different conception, like a different application of this legal system.
I just want to say
between
that God sees us as like a different class, so God does things differently and is immune to any moral concerns that we might have. Is that the point you're trying to make?
Yeah, one of the things is that I'm not convinced that God issues oughts or commands to himself. I don't think God issues commands to himself. So I don't think he has an authority that is. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Sometimes
No, you're fine. You're fine, brother.
If he doesn't complete your point, though, if he doesn't issue authority or oughts to himself, what does that mean?
Yeah. Just basically that he is not beholden to any kind of standard in which he needs to answer for anything that he does. He doesn't have anything to answer to. His own nature is going to be consistent with itself. So when he acts, he's just going to act in accordance with his nature, which, classically conceived of as being like, that he's omnipresent, omnibenevolent, omnipotent, omniscient, those kind of things. And part of omnibenevolence is the idea that he's going to be doing something that's loving. And then you have all these characteristics, these qualities like he's just, merciful, long suffering. So he's employing all of these. Is all I'm saying. I'm saying he employs all of these in accordance with his nature. But it's not as though he has to deliberate, and it's not as though he has the ability to do something evil. Yeah.
Okay. So and I don't want to derail if Walker wants to to circle back. Then I'll keep this brief so he can continue. But the question I have about this is that it seems like even if, let's just say my theology is that God isn't held to any standard, nothing God does can be judged. But let's just say only look at the things that God commands humans to do and only talk about good in terms of what his commands are, right? And one of his commands is for Jacob to sacrifice Isaac. And so it seems important to examine the content, the moral content of that command. And it seems like there's an element that most of us think is consequential when you deal with ethical matters in a court situation or any kind of blame assignment, which is the intent of the individual matters, and the consequence of the intent matters, irrespective of what the person believes about the consequence. We're going to prohibit intents to commit acts, even if the person's confused about what the consequences might be. So just to, like 3 counterexamples or sort of like hypotheticals. Okay, let's just say Jacob believes that it is good to kill Isaac, right? But for the normal law, it's not good to kill Isaac because that's murder, because Isaac is blameless and has done nothing wrong. Let's just leave the God part out. Okay, if Jacob wants to kill Isaac, that's bad. That's murder, right? Now, number 2, if Jacob believes that it's good to kill Isaac because God wants it, that's his belief, or because any other thing that he's made up, we still convict him of murder. Murder is the act of killing without justification in the eyes of the law. So Jacob is still a murderer in the eyes of the law, even if he believes that God commands him to do it or something like that, right? And so murder is not just a matter of whether a person has religious conviction or not, and then it's not murder. Jacob is still an intentional murderer right up until the moment where God stops him from committing a murder. That's his intent. That's the consequence. And in an ex machina intervention or a religious belief that it's good to do murder doesn't make it not murder. So in the eyes of the law, God commanding people to murder is good?
Yeah. So when you say it's good, yeah. I mean, I think God commanding, and I think you mean Abraham, not Jacob, but that's okay. I know
Sorry,
what you meant.
I
So,
keep confusing the two, but I know what you're talking about. It's Jacob and Isaac.
yeah,
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 yeah.
for sure, for sure, for sure. Or Abraham and Isaac. Yeah. So Abraham is
Sorry.
he is, yeah, it's all good. So Abraham is learning to do something that is by faith. It is something that is going to affect him tremendously well in the long run. And we could talk about that. And that's why I think it can be loving. But what I wanted to say is this: it wouldn't be murder, because murder is the unjustified taking of a human life. Now, if it is murder, if you want to say that it is, I want to know, why is it unjustified in this case? Like, if you were to take him to court, in what way is it unjustified? Because obviously, if somebody kills somebody in self-defense, that's not murder. If you stop somebody from like killing your family, that's not murder. If you're in war, that's not murder. I mean, it can be, a war crime, but depending on the context, it's justified. So these are some examples. Police stopping people from doing certain things. This can be not murder, right? So if God does it, what is it about what He's doing that makes it unjustified? Because you would have to litigate it
We're not even
and
talking
make
about God.
sense of that.
I just granted the
Yeah.
beginning. I just granted. Let's just say you let God off the hook. God could literally commit everyone to a 10 million years of like brutal like rule by the Nazis or something, and then that would be okay. But we're only talking about the intent that that Abraham holds to sacrifice Isaac. Okay, so while Abraham holds the intent to kill his blameless son, Abraham is intentioning to murder. Right, that's his belief. He's going to do a murder, and the murder is going to have a good result because of his religious convictions, right? Now, the murder in the eyes of the law is being committed because his religious convictions tell him that God wants it, right? So this is supposed to be good because God wants it. But certainly the law doesn't grant an exception that just says, oh, it's okay to murder people because God wants it, right? It is still a murder. And by society standards, we would still hold him blameworthy regardless of what he says God told him to do. In fact, this happens all the time. Christians get into court and they say that God told them to kill their children, and these parents are convicted of murder, right? Now, if they say enough religious stuff about why they did it, sometimes they go to the loony bin instead of straight to the normal prosecution, because we conclude they're so crazy that they really did believe God commanded them, and they still think God's talking to them, and we conclude that they're like a paranoid schizophrenic. So there are cases where we don't treat them exactly the same because they seem to be so crazy they really think God is talking to them. But in this case, it seems like by everyone else's standards, Abraham is doing an immoral act. He's committing a murder. And the only justification he has is that he thinks God is telling him to do it. So how does that get Abraham off the hook just because he thinks God told him? How does that make him blameless?
Yeah. So, so I understand you're saying Abraham, not God. I guess God would be complicit in it. So we could say that, the same thing could apply to him if we could show that Abraham is guilty of murder. Now, the question here is going to be, for me, is going to be what are we talking about when we say murder? You're saying that it's a law that's on the books, quote unquote. Let's just say that there is a law on the books that prohibits Abraham from doing what he's doing there. I want to question the nature of this. If you're going to say that this law is somehow objective and not some convention, which, that's where I need to kind of get you to parse that out for me. Because if you're saying that it is a law that's, what's that?
You've already conceded this, so we don't really need to go over it again, because you did mention about the fact that you understood that the law, if it's to be just, is to apply to everyone equally, correct? You've already discussed this.
Oh, I think that so when we talked about the just applying or the law applying equally, I do think that there should be law that is applied justly. Yes, and it should be consistent if it's done by a perfect judge, certainly. But when we're talking about because he talked about the legal code, when he's talking about the legal code,
you didn't really mean what you said before then.
No, I did. I didn't.
Everyone.
No, I didn't. I did mean what I said. We got to understand something though. We're talking about the law of man versus the law of God.
No,
I think there's
if a mother kills her child. If a mother kills her child and says that God told them to do it, do you think the mother should not be convicted of murder?
If a woman kills her child and says God told her to do it, and then she did, if she didn't kill the child and God commanded her to do it, then she'd be in violation of disobeying God. If God did command it, then no, she wouldn't be guilty of murder. Now she would be guilty of murder. She'd probably be guilty of murder by our standard natural law.
I have a better example.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump in, but this
No, it's good.
Yeah. So on my YouTube, I actually posted a video of this at Real Breakfast Tacos. Feel free to check it out, Andrew. This video is a real video that happened. But basically, somebody was telling one Christian was telling another Christian that what they were hearing from God. So the first, I'll start from the beginning. The first Christian was saying that they were having messages from God or whatever. God was talking to them saying that he needed to kill his family. And so the other Christian jumps in and was saying that this is that they should have done it. This is what God was telling them to do. Blah 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 blah. Right? But he went to a mental institution and got his brain sorted out, and everything's good now. Right? But do you feel like that guy that was saying he got messages from God, he did the test that you're supposed to do to the spirits to make, I don't know what the wording is, but there's a test you're supposed to do with spirits to make sure that they're good spirits, and he did that test and it said that Jesus was Lord or whatever? Like, should that guy have killed his family?
Well, that's a really tough. It's a tough thing, Taco, because let me just be completely
The real
forthright.
person.
Yeah, no, for sure, I got you. So let me put all my cards on the table. If God commands me to do something, I ought to do it. It doesn't matter what it is, and that's just because of the definition of God that I subscribe to. So if he is to say something to me, then I should do it. Now, will I do it? That depends on my psychology and my willingness to obey, and if I'm not tempted away from it or whatever. If I'm not a coward, there could be all kinds of things.
How do you know it's God?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be kind of an experiential thing. I mean, obviously Christians purport, and I'd be one of them, that we have like a relation with this God, with Christ. And it is something that's going to be as it happens type deal. It's kind of hard to, it would be hard to demarcate like what the litmus test would be and how that would look.
Parasocial. It's not difficult at all. Is it a social relationship or a parasocial?
Well, the question was, do you feel like that guy should have killed his family or should not have killed his family? What do you think the appropriate course of action would have been?
If God commanded him to do it, he should have killed his family. Now, the question is did God tell him? Now, from my perspective, if I heard somebody say that, hey, God told me to do this, I would be concerned, and I would definitely be like,
what's the test that you would tell them to tell the spirit to make sure it was a spirit from God?
Right. Sure. I mean, I would definitely.
He did that. He did that test, and he said that he was convinced it was a spirit from God, and the other Christian was convinced in the conversation that this was a spirit from God.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I think people can be deceived, and he very well could have been deceived. But it also could be legitimate. So it's kind of
can a demonic spirit praise God and do all that?
I typically don't think that Satan heals or does things that are good in that way. So I mean, typically I don't believe so. No, I don't take a super hard stance on that, but I don't think that the devil, and I think that's like a house divided against itself cannot stand. And I don't think that doing works under the name of the devil or something like that could be attributed to God, I don't think that's something that really occurs. But as far as like doing something like a healing or bringing somebody back from the dead, I don't think that they're capable of doing that. That's just my position now. That could change, but that's kind of where I'm at now.
So the answer was yes.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
Do you not see how we view that type of view as abhorrent?
Yeah, I do, and I'm not trying to pretend like you wouldn't. I mean, I can see why that might be the case. I mean, I have intuitions too on a lot of this stuff. I mean, like particularly when God tells people to go in and slice open the man, women, children, sucklings, and all the animals. That's not like that sits quite right with me. That it does feel like that's intuitively there's like some kind of moral conflict there.
Why?
But so I take God to be a just God, And it's very hard. Now, I know there's a lot of things that I don't understand, and I perfectly think that that's going to be, again, another kind of a categorical, it's going to be a category difference. And so it's just kind of understandable. I think it would be expected, given our finitude and lack of awareness like he has, that we won't understand all of the things that he does and why he, what the reasoning is. Well, we desire to understand. I think it's just kind of, we're
Why
naturally
would you need
curious.
to? In your deliberations, you're including that particular component.
Yeah, I'm saying that when we're talking about something, when you say look at these kind of actions in the Old Testament and why did it bother me? Well, it's because I don't, when God says slice open a suckling, okay, I take it to be, I mean, given my theology, that the babies are not born guilty. They don't inherit guilt. So God is just and does not pass guilt on via Adam and Eve, but that we are guilty for our own sin. But the kids that are, we're talking sucklings, nursing babies, they're not guilty. They didn't do anything morally right or wrong. So I don't take that to be something that makes a lot of sense. Just on the face of it, Well, it does. It doesn't make a lot of.
You have to be aware of divine command theory. You were
Sure.
aware of the subject matter, I trust.
Yeah.
And if you're subscribing to the idea that whatever God asks is good, why would you have a possible problem with it? Because anything he asks would be good. Why would it cause you any moral consternation at all?
Yeah, very good. So I take it to be that our intuitions they're useful. They're not impeccable or infallible, but they are good. They're good to have. And the more in tune or the more we acquiesce to the original impressions from them, I think the more we keep our conscience pure and convicting us appropriately. But I think we can distort that, and we can start get convicted on things that don't really matter, or not get convicted on things that do matter. So I think we can warp our conscience is the point there. And so what I'm saying here is that when I see something like the idea that God tells people to slice open sucklings, that bothers me in the sense that it seems like there's something unjust about that, to slice open an innocent baby. Now, there's that seeming, but I don't think that seeming, is infallible. Again, I think it can have some issues. And because normally, when I see issues with a story and it makes God look a certain way, I usually find something that is soothing to the concern, right? It assuages the concern. But with this particular one, I'm like, yeah, something seems unjust about that, because you're slicing open a suckling. Now it's going to take some understanding and trying to figure out what the reason is that God gives for even telling these people to do this. I want to analyze all of that, because I think it matters that God, that I'm not being deceived, and that the representation of God is consistent with what justice actually is, even though I can be wrong on my intuitions. So I don't think I'm so radically off on my intuitions that if I see something like, just say I stumble across a passage in the Bible that I've never read before, and it said, God decapitated 100,000 babies for fun. And then it says, God is good. Well, that would strike me as being something very problematic intuitively. And I would want to find some kind of way to reconcile that. Either say that that's not authentic scripture, it's not literal, some kind of parable, or God's not as good as I think he is. He's not perfect. Maybe he's got some kind of wild side. He does something that's not right at times. There's that, right? Or there's just some information I don't quite understand. If I understood it, if I knew God's moral reasons, then I would understand the justification for him to say something like that. So all I'm saying is when I first see the sucklings getting sliced open, I intuit that there's something wrong with that to some degree. But then I have to reason through it and say, what am I even picking out in the the conceiving of this issue? What am I even picking out that is a moral conflict? What is morality? What am I even saying when I say that there's an issue for God to tell people to slice open sucklings? So that's what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Hopefully that makes some sense.
I got a question. How would you establish if it was actually immoral? If God did something that was immoral?
Well, yeah, and that's good. So I do think that the intuitions, and it's good to talk to you again, Tom. I mean, yeah, it's always cordial, man. It's good to talk to you. But I mean, I just take it to be like that. I'm kind of like of the Michael Humor type kind of thing. If I have an intuition, a seeming, for me, it's compelling. And I don't know how you feel about that kind of framework, Tom, but for me, it's pretty compelling, right? That if I have like an intuition that I'm warranted in just holding to it until I encounter some kind of defeat or some kind of, overriding evidence, it's going to counter that commitment. And so like I have these intuitions about God existing. I have intuitions about him being a good being. But I know that they're fallible. And I think that's just evident because I can look at other Christians and other people in the moral arena, and we take mutually exclusive views, right? We have mutually exclusive commitments. So it makes me realize that, look, unless I think contradictions can obtain, these moral conflicts are indicative of somebody being wrong. Somebody's intuition is wrong when it comes to like abortion, for example, right? Whether abortion is, you'll hear people say it's murder, right? And I'm more like in that camp, or people that'll say, hey, it's a woman's choice and her autonomy should be prized more. I think that, we have different intuitions there, but we both cannot be correct about which one takes priority. Giving autonomy to the woman or saying that the fetus should be protected as a human life. I think those are competing intuitions, and they're mutually exclusive as far as being the number one, so to speak. So I say that to say this, to know that my intuitions are fallible, but they're useful. They can help me approximate something. They are picking out something in reality. So if I see something that God does and it is radically off, that's going to bother me. There's other things that I've intuited as being good, like his sacrifice on the cross, that kind of thing, or, just creating us, giving us life. All of these things, I just kind of intuit those things as being good. But when I look at it, when I look at some of the things that he's done as far as judgment, punishment, I can make sense of them. But when I get to certain ones, some of them are kind of like, okay, well, I need to have some kind of explanation, which is the one I was just talking about, slicing the babies open. So that could be something where I might say, yeah, that's immoral. Like I might say that if I couldn't find any reasonable answer, given enough time of wrestling with it. But right now I'm not there yet. Like I haven't committed to saying, yeah, God's immoral.
Well, my question was more specific than that. So let's say we got Hitler, Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot. They all killed millions of people. God killed millions of people. And you want to say, you listed a bunch of things that you're looking for to establish maybe there's some good reason God did this or something. So God drowned the world, killed millions of people, including babies. And Hitler killed millions of people, including babies. And any justification you could use for God seems like it could also apply to Hitler. Let's say there's some unknown good reason that like saved even more lives. So God drowned millions of babies because they were all bad, or the world was going to be bad if they were left alive or something, which ended up saving more lives in the future. Let's say we could build a massive supercomputer and predicted that if Hitler won the war, it would turn into some massive utopia where everyone was happy or something. Would that mean that Hitler was moral for doing what he did?
I mean, I take it to be the intent, because to me, it's going to be intention is going to be huge. So if someone has the intent to do something that is like dehumanizing or reducing the value of another human, and it's like done in such a way as like Hitler did, I mean, I take that to be inherently, that's what I mean when I'm saying that somebody is being immoral. They're intending on something that would be
than what God did.
So I think because of, and I don't know, so we don't know all of his motivations because it doesn't say what everything is, right? So it's because I don't know, it's kind of going to be like a skeptical theism type deal, right? I just don't know.
Isn't it possible that if you're forced to just say that, God does things for apparently amoral reasons, in other words, everything God does is just because it's part of his plan, isn't that bordering on a personification of just deism, or a God that has no intervention whatsoever? Because if God behaves identically to a God that doesn't intervene, or a God that like intervenes capriciously, then there isn't really a coherent idea of God being moral, or saying God is moral, other than to say that the universe has some morality in it, and you assume God must have put it there because God wants us to find it, and therefore God is the source of the morality.
Yeah, I get. Well, okay, so this is interesting. So this opens up the idea that So when I intuit like what I take, so I pretty much my whole life I've believed God exists. I'm 40 years old now. I've never really not believed God exists, right? And when I remember having a real clear intuition when I was young that God existed, and I've just had that ever since. It really has not shaken. And now I've had some mild concerns about Jesus after I learned about who Jesus was and kind of accepted the whole Christian narrative. I have had mild concerns about that, but for the most part, it's been pretty solid, pretty much, since I've adopted the view. But what I would say is when I looked at the narrative of him dying on the cross for humanity, the sins of humanity, and the moral teachings that, I take them to be pretty powerful and kind of central, like central moral, like a central moral framework for humanity. I take them to be like really important, like monumentous type teachings. When I take that and then couple it with what he allegedly did, right, which I do believe he did do, which is to take the sin of humanity on himself, being lowly, the lowest like form of something, like to the point he's washing his dirty disciples' feet, as being God. I find that to be an unbelievably exceptional representation of humility and love, and an act of submission, and just lowering yourself way below your status to condescend to people and to engage with them in a very loving way. That is so impactful for me that one thing whatever's going on with these other narratives, one thing that it doesn't lead me to do is say he's not loving, because he was willing to take on flesh and suffer the way that he did, which I take all that. And I know, I understand how it can be characterized, but I take it to be a loving act that the world has never seen before and won't be replicated again. It's just an unbelievably single one-time loving act that changed the world. And so when I look at that, it moves me deeply. And I realize that, look, if there's anything that I don't understand about any of these narratives about cutting babies open or about the flood and things like that, it's not going to be, whatever the answer is, it's not going to be that God isn't love, that he isn't good. So there's something about that. That's kind of my intuition now. That's where I'm at. And it's a strongly held intuition. But there are things that do bother me, and I have to figure out which bin to put them in. Are they just not historical texts? Is there something I don't understand about the story that would bring more further clarification? It wouldn't look as egregious as it does at first blush or even upon studying it. Is it the case that God is actually less than perfect? He's got, like I said, he's got a little malevolent streak of something like that. These are the things that I'm kind of contemplating. But again, the loving aspect of God has been so clearly impressioned or emblazoned on me that anything contrary to that is really it's hard for me to accept.
So what you're saying is that you take it from Jesus' narrative, that if Jesus' narrative is true, then God is loving because God sending Jesus to suffer is evidence of God being loving. That's your main point.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I have a few questions about this, but one of them is that, I mean, we're still getting back to the whole original issue of the idea of sacrifice being a good thing or praiseworthy or something like that. Because Jesus being sacrificed and that being like a central foundational moral teaching for all of us is very connected to the idea of Abraham being commanded to sacrifice Isaac, which is very connected to the general practice of sacrifice. Like when the Moabites are fighting the Israelites, and the Israelites have a prophecy of victory that God says they're going to win according to a true prophet, they then lose because the king of the Moabites sacrifices his son to Chemosh, and the sacrifice of Chemosh causes the Israelites to lose the battle and run away in terror from the power of the Moabites because they're willing to sacrifice their king's firstborn son. So there's stuff like this all throughout the Bible saying sacrifice is good, it's powerful. It's like, did we lose Andrew? He got disconnected. Oh, yeah, let's get him back up. I think he got disconnected by accident.
I invited him back up.
Okay. Were you able to?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I hit the wrong button. Yes, yeah, I did. Okay. I apologize about that. I hit the wrong button.
Okay, so all throughout the biblical tradition, both Old Testament and New Testament, we have these stories about sacrifice being a great thing and being a morally profound act of like somehow devotion to your belief and your sincerity and your belief in all this stuff. So much so that it even defeats the Israelites. But the problem is that we're questioning the ethics of that at the base, right? So if our concern is that it seems like being willing to murder a person because you believe God is talking to you is immoral, and that it's irrational and dangerous to believe that you know so surely that it must be God that you're willing to do this thing that everyone else considers to be murder, saying that Jesus is sacrificed is just affirming the sacrifice narrative. You just seem to be a strong believer that sacrifice is like the most profound, most fundamental moral act a person can do or something. We think it's immoral to sacrifice or to command people to sacrifice. But you think it's good to sacrifice and that God demonstrates he's good by sacrificing, and that the reason we should think that him commanding Abraham to kill Isaac is good is because Jesus is evidence that he was willing to sacrifice part of himself, even though that part of himself was still part of himself and was immune to all of the slings and arrows of being a human ultimately, and is just going to go back to being a divine being afterwards. How is that a real sacrifice if God's knowing the whole time where Jesus is going to end up? Whereas Isaac did not know that his father wasn't going to sacrifice him. Abraham did not know that he wasn't going to actually sacrifice his son. They both were actually carrying out the act as though it was good because they believed it was commanded by God. And everyone who reads this book is supposed to believe that sacrifice is good because they're supposed to believe that if God commands it, it's good. You've doubled down and said that you would sacrifice, or you would praise someone for sacrificing their family if God commanded it. And you think the evidence that God is good is that God sacrificed his son. It sounds like everything you believe just bottoms out in the belief that sacrifice is like the most high moral act, which makes Christianity the truest and authoritative source of morality.
Yeah, so I mean, I take self-sacrifice to be extremely important, extremely kind of a fundamental representation or an idea or concept notion that is going to be kind of rooted in this expression of concern for others and care for others. So broadly saying it's like an expression of love on a very deep level. Now, I take that to be from a self-sacrificial point of view. Now, if we're talking about sacrificing other people or animals or things like that, that opens up different elements of it, but it's still the same. There's the same principle. If you're sacrificing animals or something that's close to you, if it really is under your, if it's under your jurisdiction, so to speak, or if you have the authority, the right to even do that with that, with that object, or if it's an animal, if you have if you have the ownership of it, then you have, and so you have the right to do it, in that sense, a moral right to do it, then yeah, sacrificing something like that is a sacrifice. You worked for these animals, they cost money, whatever the case may be. You worked for the possessions. Yeah.
Children are not your animals, right? So it's murder, right? So the original question is like, so like Walker brought up, the coherency of saying that God is good, while God also commands you to murder as long as he orders it, right? And so if sacrifice is just murder ordered by God, and the claim is that because God ordered it, it's good. And the question is, why is this consistent with what we call good for humans, when it appears that there's no justification for other people accepting the claim that God orders it? Seems like God, by human standards, commands immoral things of people, regardless of whether God is moral or amoral or immoral. It doesn't really matter, because he would still be an evil God by our standards if he just commands people to murder each other. By our standards, he is an orderer of evil things. Let's just say God has no morality, but what God orders appears to be evil, right? And the belief that sacrifice is like praiseworthy and profound appears to be an outmoded way of thinking that comes from a lot of old honor-based traditions where honor killings and sacrifice go hand in hand. If we can show evidence, and we talked about mimesis before, that this isn't even the original. You claimed that this was unique, but it's not unique. The original Abrahamite belief in sacrificing your firstborn son and then commanding people to circumcise afterwards to keep a covenant with you, that actually comes from a Phoenician belief, a Canaanite belief that the Greeks recorded and have texts from, which say that El, king of the gods, of the Canaanite pantheon of the gods, sacrificed his firstborn son, and then told the people of the Canaanites to circumcise themselves, to hold a covenant with him. If that is recorded prior to the invention of Christianity or the story of Jacob and Isaac, how is it some unique original idea and not just part of a long outmoded tradition of sacrificial obsession by the Canaanite family of religions, of which Abrahamism is one?
I think I missed the last 10 seconds. Can you, I hate to ask you to repeat it.
Abrahamism is an offshoot of Canaanitism. Canaanitism
Okay.
already held the belief that El sacrificed his firstborn son and commanded his people to hold a covenant with him of circumcision to observe and be respectful of his sacrifice of his firstborn son. The Greeks recorded that the Canaanites believed this about El, king of the gods, long before the Abraham and Isaac story and long before the Jesus story. So what we have is just a long tradition of irrational and superstitious beliefs that if you sacrifice your son, you will get something good from God because God did the same thing. El did it, therefore we should do it. It's a way of showing our covenant with him. If it's just a part of this long outmoded set of beliefs, what is there to bottom out the origin of your beliefs if you put your faith in the Bible that it actually happened? But there are all these earlier sacrifice beliefs, of which this is just one of a very common string. And we've talked about mimesis stuff. You know that there are dozens of examples of many of these stories having analogs in Greek, in Canaanite, in Akkadian, and other traditions. There's nothing unique about it, and it's just evidence for it being part of a long tradition of abominable sacrifice worshipping traditions.
Well, I mean, as you know, and yeah, you're right, Ix. I mean, we've talked about this stuff before, and I think this is your wheelhouse, and so I very much appreciate like the kind of the depth that you've kind of explored this whole kind of area that you're talking about of these kind of parallels and predating Christian and Judaism, predating them, like any kind of works and activities by others and kind of concepts and stories, all these different things that being drawn on according to some, and and is the kind of the case that you're putting forward. I mean, I've heard you have some excellent dialogue on that with others, and I've appreciated what you've said. I've looked at it to some degree. I just feel like the parallels to me are missing some of the crucial elements. And let me just back up real quick. When I said the thing about the sacrifice, I said that it's the single greatest act of love that I think the world has ever seen. And that element that's the unique part, the part where it's like he's taking on the sins of humanity. And I think, Jesus mythicism typically is, not accepted among most biblical scholars and whatnot. And I'm not saying that makes it therefore false, but it is the position I hold that he existed. And so I think there's good reason to believe that he died. And I do take it that he rose from the dead. Because of that, I do take him to be as like a unique figure, because there's some historical data on it. And I think that there's testimony, and I think that it is compelling. So it's moved me. So I do think that he is a real individual. These things really occurred. He's a historical figure, that the resurrection occurred, all of that. And so I don't take it to be something that's just run of the mill as far as his example of sacrifice. But sacrifice in general, broadly speaking, I do think that has been around prior to even Judaism. I'm sure I haven't done like a deep dive on that, but I have no issue. I would be fine with finding out that there's, mucho sacrifice taking place prior to, the Israelites coming on the scene.
Just in case you want to check it out, I sent you a deep dive. So Myth Vision.
Okay, please, thank you.
Years.
Yeah,
they've
I appreciate that.
A dozen or more scholars on the subject. So it'd be interesting to hear your take after you.
I would like to. Yeah. I would like to, very much so. Yeah, I mean, and I guess, can I ask you, Ike's going to kick it back on you? And I very much appreciate this dialogue, you guys. And I hope we can pursue more. Tom, I'd definitely like to get you to meet a few people. I know you're pretty busy these days, and I think there needs to be some incentive for you to want to participate at times. I get that, but maybe we could set some stuff up. But I just wanted to ask you, Ike, like
T Jump needs to be paid because he's a professional, and this is his
copy.
Business.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
don't have time. Yeah.
Like, okay, fair enough.
But you should pay T-Jump for sure.
Oh, no. I think I've helped facilitate funds towards T-Jump, so I'm all
Awesome.
I'm not opposed. I think he's contributed some things. I one of my favorite interviews, by the way, Tom, that you've ever done is the one with Dr. James Anderson. I just absolutely, I appreciated that very much. There's a lot of depth to that whole dialogue there. It's very fun to watch.
Cool.
But yeah, you bet, man. Thank you. And I do support that. And I've actually referred a lot of people to your page just to even specifically for that exchange. I think the one you did with Trent Doherty was pretty funny. Obviously, Rasmussen was good. Around Rouser, I think you've cited him as your favorite Christian apologist, or at least one that you found to be a pretty, a formidable interlocutor. And I like Randall Rouser. We're trying to get him to come on sometime soon, but maybe we could have like a group of us on. You come on, Tom. We could have some people. And we could work out like honorariums or whatever financial stuff we have to do.
Sure.
Maybe to have a big bash, man. That'd be cool.
Sure.
But yeah, that's awesome, man. But I was just gonna say, what do you take? Yeah. The question for you would be like, what do you take love to be? Like, what would you define love as? Like, how do you understand it?
Well, I would say love. There's an intuition, like my inside-out experience of love, my sort of literary understanding of love, and then there's like a scientific understanding of love, of its origins and its function. I think we all probably have a similar internal experience of love to various degrees. Love is what we experience as like a deep, profound affection for someone, and in its most intense forms, a selfless love, perhaps some would call it. Selfless love is one where you wish something good for someone else, even if nothing benefits you yourself. Like doing something for someone who will never know you did it, or doing something for someone who will never reciprocate or in any way benefit you just for the sake of knowing that they benefit, might be in some sense the purest kind of love. Not that there's anything wrong with benefiting people that you're close to or that will reciprocate, but in its purest form, a selfless kind of love is just genuine compersion, wishing for the well-being of another who you value, their well-being highly enough that you would do that even if no benefit arises to yourself, other than the happiness that they are well.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. And then I guess a couple follows quickly. Would you can you picture some scenarios in where it would be a loving thing to kill someone? It'd be loving to them.
As a mercy, sometimes I'll just cite the example of the exemplary android Bishop, because I hold some of the androids in science fiction to have been moral exemplars. I think Lieutenant Commander Data, Bishop, and a few others are great android role models for human behavior. And in the movie Aliens, right after the alien queen surprise attacks Bishop and rips him in half, after he almost saves the whole crew and enables them to escape, after Ripley defeats the alien queen, sorry about the spoilers, Bishop and Alien and Ripley have a touching moment where he says, do me a favor, disconnect me. I could be reworked, but I'd never be top of the line again. I'd rather be nothing. And so in Bishop's own words, he's asking for oblivion. He's asking to be killed by his own choice, because he feels that the existence where he is not a top of the line android would not be worth living for him. And so if that's his will, then doing him that favor, Ripley kind of owes it to him, right?
So yes, there can be loving cases where you can kill someone, like when they consent or ask for it.
Yeah. And if it seems that their suffering is a genuine one that cannot be alleviated, like Ripley doesn't know how to fix Bishop such that he would be top of the line. And so she can't just dismiss him as being impulsive and say, wait a second. Let's not kill you. We can rework you. We can make you top of the line. Since she can't do that, she honors his request.
I think that brings
Same
up
as we do with crazy.
a good point. So like, I think you can say it's pretty much always immoral to do something that causes excess suffering. So like if you have two ways to solve a problem, say you're a doctor, A doctor in the 1800s, if you get shot in the leg, would be justified in cutting your leg off because you could get an infection and die. And there's nothing the doctor can do about it. Doesn't have much technology. That's the best he can do to save your life. A doctor today, if a doctor today cuts your leg off, you would sue them for malpractice because they have access to antibiotics. Antibiotics can be used to save your leg without cutting it off. And so if a doctor today decided to do the treatment that was used in the 1800s, they would be immoral because they have more power to do something that has less gratuitous suffering involved, less unnecessary harm. And so if you have the options to solve a problem and you choose to solve it with a way that causes gratuitous harm or suffering, that would always be immoral. So I think pretty much all of the cases where God does something bad is a case like that. Because, he's infinitely powerful, all powerful or whatever. He can do anything that's logically possible. So anything that he does to drown millions of people, command suffering, destroy cities, whatever, there was a better way. He's infinitely powerful. It's pretty easy to imagine a better way. Teleport them to their own planet individually, and they can all be safe and do whatever they want. Problem solved. You don't need to kill them all. But he didn't do that. He killed them all. And so in any of the cases where he does that, that's going to be an example like the modern day doctor, cutting somebody's leg off because they got an infection, when he could have used a much simpler way that would not cause as much suffering, and meaning that any of the actions God did are going to be immoral because he didn't use the way that was more efficient and caused less suffering.
Yeah, and if he's omnipotent, all the options are on God's table. So God could make Earth heaven, but God chooses not to make Earth heaven for some reason. And so we have reason to doubt God's morality since God has not maximized our morality.
Did Andrew leave?
He
No.
may be muted. I think maybe he's talking. You're still muted, Andrew.
He might just be thinking that's possible.
He had a glitch earlier where he pushed the wrong button, so he may have pushed the wrong button again. Well, maybe he'll come back.
He dropped. Is he back?
Well,
No.
while waiting, we can move on to the next guest.
Sure.
Let's do it. I think
Reverse has
Camus
been
been waiting for a while. Hey, Camus.
Yo, what's up?
Are we going to reverse ski something? What's reverse Camus got for us today?
I don't know, just in general, I was talking with Randolph like a month ago, and he said something very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
he said his regrets. He wanted to be here today, by the way, but he had another commitment. He'll be back.
Oh.
It's Mother's Day.
Oh, that's sweet. But basically, he said that atheism does not necessarily preclude belief in the supernatural.
Absolutely.
It's just one belief of many, yeah.
So actually, there was a poll done on atheists. The vast majority of atheists believe in the supernatural.
Like ghosts or...
Yep, ghosts, spirits, magic, astrology, magic, crystals, Reiki, voodoo.
Who doesn't want Dungeons and Dragons to be real, right? Don't you wish you could cast spells? It's very appealing.
Yes.
I have never heard of a Reiki believing atheist.
Are you kidding me? They're like all of the women I've dated, pretty much.
What?
Yep.
I've literally been told that I should study it because I have good hands.
By a woman? That's funny.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
an
actually
extremely common position.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's
Interesting.
depressing, but it's true.
That's just weird that
Are you familiar with Vedic
people...
thought?
Huh?
Are you familiar with like the different spectrums of Vedic thought within India? So India has a bunch of different schools of thought, and Hinduism is a very rough term for this like broad spectrum. And a lot of those are actually atheistic. So there's Carvaka schools of thought within the history of Hinduism. There's versions of Vedantism which are atheistic. So they hold to something like a pantheistic view instead of a theistic view. It's much like everything from pantheism to deism to theism exists within the Indian schools of thought as well. And there are many which are supernatural about reincarnation. They hold that reincarnation is the case, but they do not
Yeah.
hold that there's any God. That's a very
Oh,
common combination.
wow. What? That you just blew my mind.
They believe in being. Consciousness
Like,
arises from being, and beingness is like it's an omni-unitary thing that has
yeah,
no mind.
yeah, Advaita Vedanta. Like
Yeah.
everything is all one. We all return to the same source.
Yeah.
And I kind of believe that, but in more of a theist lens.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. My idea is like lost my train of thought. Like when people believe in God throughout history, they act in a certain way that confirms the God, and
kind of
that
have to
becomes a
forgive them for
religion.
it. That does
Yeah.
not make any sense.
Can you explain?
Wait,
That doesn't
what?
make sense to me either. They act as though what?
They act as an agent through God throughout history, for the good or the bad.
You're saying a believer is an agent of the God they believe in, and the fact that they are an agent of that God is evidence that the God is believed in, or that the God actually exists as they think it does.
Let's go with neutral terminology here and say that the religion is caused by the person who believes in it, whether or not it exists. Like, just say Abraham, like the whole child sacrifice switcheroo that God did on him, like that happened maybe, but there was definitely at least a historical analog to Abraham. And he caused a religion, so let's at least go that far. Like,
Who, Abraham caused the religion? So you're saying Abraham believing this and then being like religiously convinced caused the religion of Abrahamism and its offshoots to sprout?
yeah.
But you're not making any claim about the truth of the religious beliefs themselves. You're just saying there's a natural history of religion, and in that natural history of religion, God is just the force that believers have on the world.
Yeah. Like, personally, of course, my belief goes further, but every time I say something like that, I cash a check that my mouth can't pay, so to say. Like, but that is very much a way that I like to look at religion in a very sociological way.
Yeah.
That it's the causes and effects of this religion, like whether or not there's a God. Like there are certain morals that are upheld that as long as you're willing to look past like the child sacrifice of like a bronze age religion. But
and the continued child sacrifice of modern day believers who read the book and think that it is still praiseworthy to do as Abraham did. Yeah, it continues. It didn't end. It's just like it's less common now. The Bronze Age practices are being repeated by people. There are people who think because of the thing that says you can be poisoned with snakes and not die because of your faith, there are people who still poison themselves with snakes and still die on an annual basis because that belief continues to be preached and believed.
Oh,
so
yeah, fucking Palestine. Yeah, that's just a fucking nightmare.
So is it still good to believe these things if there's some subset of the moral teachings that happens to agree with our own independently arrivable moral conclusions? Why arrive at the moral conclusions from the book that tells you to poison yourself with snakes and that sacrificing children is good and so on? Why is that a necessary component of just having good moral beliefs? I don't think you're not claiming that it is, but I don't know. I just wonder why. Are you just saying that the reason that people believe in it is because it says some things that are agreeable and seem true?
I believe that there is a source to it that
Okay.
you can find. Like, I don't know. When I hear people believing in Reiki, you say that there's like an atheistic way to look at it, but I don't know. I even heard people talking about demons, but they call them servitors. Like someone mentioned that, and like it's just weird the people or the extent that people would go to not believe in a god when they've experienced stuff like that. Like maybe
Well,
they would even jump to aliens rather than God. That's an
there's an
interesting
interesting
phenomena.
yeah,
Or
there's an interesting
even
example. Have you ever heard of the
simulation
Piraha?
theory. The
Have you ever
what?
heard of the? There's a tribe called the Piraha. I recommend everyone look up a book called "Don't Sleep Outside. There Are Snakes," and this is a book about a tribe in the Amazon rainforest that was contacted by a missionary, a Mormon missionary, who came to teach them about Jesus. And so before he could teach them about Jesus, he had to translate the Bible into the Piraha language, which he attempted to do. He was a linguist who studied religion specifically so that he could preach in new religions to obscure tribes just like this. That's why he studied religion and linguistics. What ended up happening is that they deconverted him. The opposite happened. He abandoned his Mormonism. And
Whoa!
the reason they deconverted him has to do with this, like, believing in the supernatural but not believing in a god. They
Uh-huh.
had they had stories amongst themselves of seeing spirits, right? So people would say, "Oh, I saw a thing like a spirit or whatever, and it was doing X." They would describe their experience with the spirit, and everyone else would go like, "Oh, well, let us know when more than you can see it." Basically, in other words, they were freely telling stories about spirits. They even did dances about spirits, but their dances weren't praising the spirits or attributing any authority to the spirits. They were just about spirits, more or less because they thought spirits were kind of cool, right? But
Hmm.
their belief that spirits existed just because some people saw them never extended to any rules or any authoritative decision making because they have an epistemological language where a sentence to be authoritative has to have a source, and a source of only one person saw it is considered insufficient for any conclusions. And so if you say X happened, it's not grammatical in their language. If you say I saw X, then it is. And if you say I and Bob both saw X, then it's authoritative. And if you don't have the more than one source, then you don't have an authoritative claim, essentially. And so in their belief, anyone can tell a story and they'll nod and smile and like thank the person for telling the story. But until there's like an actual um, body of evidence that it's true and attribution to who specifically can attest to it, they just don't believe in it. And so they just
Uh-huh.
laughed at him and said, "Well, why do you believe in Jesus if you've never met him? And the people that you're attributing this to can't really trace the source of the stories very well." And so then he deconverted instead.
Oh, that is the craziest thing I've ever heard. You are really smart. Nine
Well, the Piraha are really smart,
IX.
even though they live in the Amazon. They have a language where making up false or baseless claims doesn't like immediately make you a celebrity and cause thousands of people to follow you and proclaim you to be a prophet.
Huh. That is really, really cool. I had no clue about that. Like, to me, it just gives credence. Like, I don't know. I guess you may be more sympathetic to Buddhism, but like, I had a friend telling me he's completely an atheist, but he told me stories about how like Zen monks would starve themselves and basically go into a dream state, which I guess would be like the astral realm, and like they'd commune with spirits.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I was talking to a Buddhist on one of the channels here, and he was like, one of the spirits that they found totally endorsed necromancy. So like they had a whole bunch of necromancers around, uh, I guess, according to him. But then the Christian missionaries came, and he was actually thankful because Christianity Like they're like, no, don't do necromancy, and they're like, oh, you have all these guns. I guess we shouldn't do necromancy, and just an interesting example of like religious syncretism. Like the dude's still a Buddhist, but like I don't know, like shit be strange in this world, even without the Trump stuff, which may be related. Who knows?
Did you want to say what your specific belief is? Because that's kind of the heart of this. Is we can talk about other people's beliefs. It's an interesting topic, but what is your core belief about God or the supernatural?
Well, what comes to mind is a quote from Ram Dass. Sorry for quoting a person who's not me, but he said that if God is a source of wisdom and compassion that exists within the universe, then yeah, that's what I believe in. But officially, I'm a Baha'i. But yeah, but like I believe in what I'd call people of further revelation. Like I don't know.
Is Baha'i? I'm just curious.
Go.
Is Baha'i still open to new prophets, or did they make a cutoff at some point as well?
They said if there's a prophet who declares himself within 1,000 years of 1844, 1,000 years after that, like in that period, like it's a false prophet. Like
So if someone declared themselves to be a prophet 1,001 years later, then they could be a true prophet.
Not a prophet, manifestation of God.
Okay, that's like a very strange exclusionary period.
Mm-hmm.
Seems arbitrary.
Well, there's a verse in the Bible that like once Jesus comes back on Earth,
1,000 years, yeah,
1,000 years. That's why that prophecy is there.
Yeah, I mean that's equally arbitrary. They're both arbitrary exclusionary periods, right? Seems like you'd want to have like a test for a true prophet that was better than how many years have passed, because otherwise you're just open to any schmuck who says he's a prophet after that many years go by, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a danger. Having like someone who says that they speak for God, like that wouldn't stop like Waco, Texas happening again. Like it's funny because like the Waco people, they were like Seventh-day Adventists or an offshoot of that.
Yeah,
and
they
like
believe the world is ending very soon, and they believe the same thing that the Millerites believed, and that the other group is the Jehovah's Witnesses. They're the remnants of the Millerites, and Miller said the world's ending like at this exact time. Everyone got rid of all their worldly possessions. Everyone was ready for the end, and it didn't happen. And then he presented a different date, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen 4 or 5 times. Almost everyone abandoned him, except for the Jehovah's Witnesses and the Seventh-day Adventists, who kept on believing. And the Koresh people were an offshoot of that, because that apocalyptic thinking that the end is nigh has been rife throughout the history of Christianity. It is the whole idea of Christianity started with the belief that the end is nigh, which existed before Christianity. If you're familiar with the Sibylists or the Essenes, the belief in the teacher of righteousness.
Oh yeah, the Essenes. I haven't heard of the Siblants.
Sibylists, yeah.
Sibylists.
They believed in something called the Sibylline oracles. There were about a dozen Sibylline oracle texts that were all considered, a canon of holy words, and they syncretized Judaic, Christian, and not Judaic and Christian, Judaic and Abrahamic and Canaanite beliefs into a mishmash, and they taught that the teacher of a holy spiritual kingdom would come, and that the end of the world would follow. And the Essenes believed something similar. They had a teacher of righteousness who is a suffering Messiah figure, and so on.
Yeah.
All this stuff prefigures Jesus by a lot.
how do you know this? I read a book on the New Testament, like the Essenes. They were like mentioned as a sect, and
They're
I
pretty
know
important.
that even John the Baptist, maybe,
He was
or
probably
even
the main.
Jesus was one.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like John the Baptist wasn't he wasn't a member of the Essenes, but he was an offshoot in the same region, so he was likely just connected with them, but not a member. If he were a member, he would have been at Qumran, and he did some things that would preclude him from being a member because they had really strict rules about who could and couldn't be a member. But yeah, he was definitely similar to the Essenes.
Do you want to take an
Wow.
audience question real quick?
Me? Sure.
Ix?
Oh, Ix.
Sure, yeah. Do they want to come up?
No, they just DM me a question. But
Sure.
from your view, independent. So they were talking about the why appeal to book when you can appeal to your own independent moral positions. And so, from your view, independent moral position is still derived from an external world evaluation. So, what's the meaningful distinction between a book and the rest of the external world?
Sure. I think you have to do jurisprudence, which is to say comparing and weighing lots of evidence and lots of considerations to arrive at the best conclusions about oughts in the world. And that jurisprudence kind of process is what we expect of things like Supreme Court judges to justify their decisions for the law of the entire land going forward. They have to justify it in terms of everything we know about the previous law of the land, everything we know about present circumstances and likely future circumstances. They essentially need to account for all previous and future data the same way that a scientific theory does. That's what we expect of a Supreme Court decision. And so we're not all Supreme Court judges thinking that deeply, but it seems to me like a book is just one piece of evidence, and it's insufficient to say that this book got everything right and we should just follow the book. It counts as a type of evidence and it's part of your data set, but there's going to be a lot of new data. There's going to be a lot of data prior to that book about its origins and the motives of its authors and the precedent for the beliefs that it holds and its similarity to other beliefs, and the morality of all those beliefs is up for question. The total data is what's required. No one book is the total data. So looking at the total data of the world is always going to be better than looking at just one book in isolation without understanding the context of its authorship or its meaning.
This is a fun one, but I think he was saying more along the lines of what separates a book from a tree. How do you make a meaningful distinction?
How what?
Are we
A book
talking
is
about
not a
Mariology?
tree.
Like Mariology, like how is like A different from B, or is the universe gunky? Or I don't think he's going that deep.
Yeah, what's the meaningful distinction? I think he is going that far.
The distinction
Mariology.
between
Wow.
yeah,
That's
Mariology
a nice
is a
word.
it's a pretty deep cut in philosophy. You don't go to Mariology. It is madness. There's
I
such a thing
want
as
to do it just to mess with
yeah.
the people who are like, how do you know things?
Yeah, just say you're a Mariological nihilist and there are no things. That'll solve any conversation.
That's funny.
So if we want to say that a part of the data is going to be authoritative, we have to say, why wouldn't you admit all of the data of which that part is just a piece of the whole? And for morality, we have to consider all of the data, not just a single book. That's my answer.
Yeah. Personally, I'd say that there is a divine value to these values that has been put forward, whether whether or not it's like this force or like this autonomous being that controls it. Like I think there is a coming together of morals as the world goes along. Like what I was trying to get to with the Baha'i and what was it? The Waco sect. Do you know what started that?
Other than Janet Reno encircling them with tanks and
Oh
flamethrowers.
no, I mean from the very beginning, what caused the schism with the Seventh Day Adventists?
No, I don't.
Not going back that far. It's the Great Disappointment, like in 1840.
Miller. I already explained that. The Great Disappointment of Miller. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Okay, I think I remember you mentioning it in passing.
But how
But
did they
yeah,
differ with the other Adventists? What was the Koresh disagreement with the other Seventh Day Adventists?
I think he just wanted to fuck other people's wives, to be honest.
Well, I think the
Like,
accusation.
I think the dude was a sociopath. I watched a documentary on him, and it was like they literally were trying to get this guy to stop it, and he was like, if you put my sermon up, like I'll stop. And then he didn't stop, and then they literally had to bring in the tanks. But yeah, I was talking about the 1844 because the thing that really got me when I first heard about Baha'i was that was the year that the Bab declared that the manifestation of God was on Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if they use the same year, like every year is 1,000 years logic that the Christians used, but for whatever reason, that those dates just coincide, and like I don't know that it didn't convince me at first. Like,
Okay, but what's your belief about the supernatural or God? We kind of got off topic.
oh, yeah, I believe in the supernatural. I believe in God. Like, I believe in the
You said
right hand
morality.
path.
Yeah.
Huh?
You said morality was a big reason or something like that, but I didn't quite understand it.
Oh, yeah. There's definitely a moral aspect to it. Baha'is believe in racial justice, economic justice, unity of humanity,
Oh, right.
like
No,
unity of
actually,
all
I lost the thought. You
religions.
did tell us about being a Baha'i. I'm sorry, I just got confused because some people are peppering us with messages at the same time, and someone is saying someone's doxing someone, and I'm trying to mod it. And I got lost. Thank you. You explained your Baha'i. The reason I asked about the future prophet thing is I actually think Baha'i is like a big improvement over Christianity because at least they're willing to talk about further revelation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if a tradition is able to evolve, as many traditions have, we get things like humanistic Judaism, and we get things like naturalistic pantheism, and we get things like cultural Christianity, where people are able to revel in the literary and moral and spiritual tradition without necessarily holding an orthodoxy of supernatural belief or an orthodoxy of either you believe in this creed or you're a heretic type thinking. And if you go to a
Uh-huh.
humanistic Judaistic community, you might consider many of them to be atheists by what beliefs they say they hold, but they're very enthusiastic Jews at the same time, in the same way that they're enthusiastic cultural Christians. And
Interesting. Yeah.
that might not be the way you go with it, but just the idea that Baha'i is open to evolving. It's a bummer about the 1,000 years thing. Like, if only Baha'i could evolve like every 100 years or 10 years instead of every 1,000 years, then it could really get somewhere.
I guess. Like, it's plenty of time to grow. Like, they like to tout the fact that they're the biggest growing religion in terms of like countries. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, they have the most people growing the religion in different countries at the same time. Like, they're actually getting bigger in India than anything.
Nice. Well,
Yeah.
I think we have some other people to talk to, but thanks for sharing your Baha'i beliefs, and it was an interesting discussion.
Oh yeah. Thanks for having me on. Yeah. Sorry if I didn't answer your question directly.
No, it was me who lost the plot because I got distracted. I apologize. You
Oh.
totally did answer it. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
The person who was asking the questions actually raised their hand. So thank you so much for coming up, Reverse. You are awesome as always. We love having you up there and having conversations with you. That was actually made by Jim Bob asking those questions. Ix.
Oh, great. Awesome.
I invited him up. He raised his hand there.
Cool.
He might not want to come up. He might have done that by accident. Oh, hey.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hey, thanks for having me up. Yeah, that was an interesting question. I was asking about a single book is a part of the external world in a sense. And so I was asking for this distinction. And without going into mereology, hypothetically speaking, let's say we had a book that gave you very basic prescriptives. Didn't give you explanations about the world at all. It just said, let's take like the golden rule or something like this. And there was another database out the world, but gave no prescriptives. It was all about nature and maybe taxonomy and all of these things. Isn't it hypothetically possible that the book itself could serve as a better tool as far as informing behavior than the whole database about the natural world?
Well, the book is part of it. So when I said the whole data, I didn't exclude the book. I'd never said
right.
books
No, I
are off the
understand.
table. We love books, right? Books are part of the tradition of how we share knowledge.
I understand. I'm just saying the hypothetical. Is it possible that the book as a singular source could hypothetically be more valuable than the whole if the rest of the whole was only descriptions about nature?
Well, if the descriptions about nature are only incompletely known, since we're not talking about omniscient agents, we're talking about limited agents, it's entirely possible that at one particular time, a particular set of beliefs or knowledge about the world could be so insufficient that a particular book, which arbitrarily says some stuff, let's say it was handed down by an advanced civilization of aliens that had 10,000 years to perfect morality and perfect philosophy and all of it. If we found an encyclopedia left by aliens, fragmented as though it were, let's say we only got the morality chapter and all the other chapters that proved that they knew what they were talking about were missing. We could still say that that was enough data that worked well enough that we had tested it, that every time we used it, it was flawless and a perfect text. That was a great book, and we're gonna assume it's right because everything they say checks out, right? Now, we don't know for sure because there's no like demonstrations of fusion drives or faster than light travel. We don't know that they really are the powerful aliens that they say. It could be a science fiction novel, but let's just say it's called Scientology, right? Conclude that it's correct. Now, what happens if one day we discover something like it turns out that all the things in this book are common knowledge and are believed by people from all over the world who have other different aliens that they believe in. And it turns out that these so-called like amazing facts in this book are actually widely held and were held by people prior to any of these books in the form of law codes and other systems that predated them. And it turns out that there are glaring flaws in this book that we were blind to because we were so excited about how well it worked for us and how happy it made us. And that some of the other books in the world don't have these flaws. And each book has slightly different flaws than the others. They get some things right and some things wrong, but they're all imperfect books. So now we're left in this position where we could look at all the books and we could say these books are a great source to start with, but we have to rule out the idea that they're infallible, and we have to just take what works from them and take what doesn't work and not treat them as infallible authorities.
Okay. All right. So the question when you say what works or what's flawed, is that synonymous with saying something said that's untrue?
That's part of it. So if the source lies, then we have reason to doubt the source's veracity. And if the source makes claims about the world that we can test, and we test those claims, those are also ways which we could cast doubt on the authoritativeness of the source. So there's many ways that we could put the source in perspective as a fallible source rather than an infallible source. And we'd probably conclude that no claim of privileged space aliens leaving magic books is the superior one, and that they're all a source of some inspiration, but great skepticism.
Yeah, the reason I asked is I was wondering, is it possible that something could be false and believing something false can actually produce a moral good?
It can in the short run, right? Like you believing that you should run away from a certain noise in the jungle can prevent you from being eaten by tigers when the noise is produced by tigers, right? But let's say that the noise that you're afraid of is like any sound whatsoever, and you never leave your house. Well, in that case, it might prevent you from getting eaten by tigers, but it means that you're never going to go hunting, and you're never going to produce any food for the tribe. And if you have a big group of people, like 1,000 of them, who refuse to go hunting and get food, and everyone else is carrying them, eventually the tribe starves, right? So they're in practically dangerously useless beliefs, which happen to produce some good, which we have to cast doubt on because of their pragmatic problems, right?
Okay, what about a belief? Because that's a belief about nature, right? There's a use for it short term and maybe not long term, or vice versa. Both are possible.
Eventually the tribe's got to eat, and people have to outgrow.
I'm talking
their
about
outmoded
beliefs. I'm talking about more metaphysical or supernatural beliefs. Let's say, hypothetically, someone held a belief that wasn't something as described, a tiger or fear for a tiger or this kind of thing. It wasn't practical in the sense in the real world like that. It was more like a belief about the value of human beings in general, let's say. And
Is that
what
a
if?
unique belief?
What's that?
Is that a unique belief in the value of human beings? Because remember, one of the parts of my hypothetical is that there are lots of other people making lots of similar claims. Right?
I'm not talking about how unique it is. I'm saying, what if it wasn't unique? What if humans developed a not unique belief that was actually false or couldn't be proven? If that's the case, right? I'm asking, is it possible to hold a belief that's potentially false or impossible to prove, and it produces a moral good?
Yes, always.
Absolutely.
There is no connection between the belief or truths of beliefs and the consequences of the belief. Any belief can have any random consequence. So you can believe something that's false, and it can lead to actions that lead to life, or moral actions or immoral actions. There's no connection between the truth and falsity of a belief and the consequences of the belief.
Right. So I'm saying, if that's the case, then when we look at sources or across religions, across time, the ridicule of it not being true, in so far as it producing a good, is not necessarily a consistent position, because it is possible to hold a false belief and produce a good. So then it moves the ethical value over to, well, are we valuing truth and obtaining truth above all things? And if that's the case, then we'd have to adhere to truth, even if it produced a moral bad in the world. And so it's just an interesting question, because it seems like most, let's say, anti-theists, in my experience, reject religions and myths based on the fact that they value truth, and it's in a sense a moral good to pursue the truth. But then you ask why, and then they go to a practical reason, and then I ask, well, okay, is it possible to believe something false or something that you can't prove, and it produces a practically good outcome? And the answer is always yes. And so then I ask the same question again. Okay, what is it we're ultimately valuing? Outcomes in the world, or the pursuit of truth, regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad?
Well, most people value truth. So the reason the atheists bring up truth is because the theists think their God is true. If they were simply believing because belief caused them to do good actions, and they didn't care if it was true, atheists wouldn't bring up critiques about the truth of the claims. The reason the atheists bring up the critiques is because theists think it's true, and they care about it being true.
I understand, but the question is, why do you value truth? For what reason?
Why do you value truth?
Yeah, why does the atheist in your position that you're taking value truth? Why should we value truth is the question.
Those are two different questions.
Well, it's not. The reason someone will bring up a counter argument to somebody else is they're going to use something that's compelling to the other person. So if you value God, and I say God drawn babies, it's trying to bring up a contradiction in things you believe. Your belief in God, your belief in morality. It's not that I don't care about God. I don't believe he exists. I don't believe he drawn
But
babies.
you care about contradictions, though.
No. You care about contradictions. That's the point.
No. For you to do an internal critique, right? You care to produce a contradiction in the view, right?
Because you care about contradictions. If you didn't care about
no, that doesn't follow. Someone countering, right? Someone coming to the table and arguing, right? Regardless of what the opponent values, right? Both people coming to the table in an argument in pursuit of truth, by acting out in a debate or in an
No.
argument, they value that they acknowledge contradictions, right?
No. So in an
They don't?
argument, the individual beliefs of the one making the argument is completely irrelevant. Like I could be a computer, like an AI, like I don't know, GPT or whatever. And the argument I'm making is trying to create beliefs in you. So what I believe is irrelevant. I could believe nothing. I could be a space alien who doesn't believe any of this stuff on Earth, and I'm still making arguments
You have
because
to
the
believe in
goal.
no, you have to believe in logic, dude. You
No,
have to adhere. Of course you do.
no.
To do a critique or a positive argument, you have to first assume logic, consistency, because that is literally the lens through which you're doing a cross
No,
examination.
again, you don't have to assume anything. Like all I have to do is try to create a sentence that is coherent in your worldview. Doesn't what my
That's
beliefs are
assuming
irrelevant.
meaning. No, that's assuming meaning
No,
and everything else.
no.
Yes, it is.
I
You
can
can't make a
use I can
sentence
use
without
non
assuming
I
logic and
can
meaning.
reject all meaning like Wittgenstein and still create a sentence. I can reject all logic like a not like I don't know, a many valued logician or whatever and still create a sentence that makes sense in your logic. My assumptions are irrelevant. The assumptions of the person making the argument are irrelevant. The point of the argument is to convince the hearer, not the person making the argument. Wittgenstein's
Yeah,
problem
why?
anything.
I'm asking a bigger question here, Tom. Why convince the hearer? I'm asking why.
Well, that's an emotional appeal.
What's the point?
I think your beliefs are
No,
stupid.
what's the point? What's the? Oh, come on.
No,
Okay?
I was
You're
answering.
out
I
of
was
the
answering.
conversation
I
now.
was answering your question. Why try to convince somebody? Because you
Yep.
don't like. You think their beliefs are silly, so you want to
That's
convince
it?
them. It's an emotional appeal.
Okay. So all debates are emotional appeal?
Yes, literally.
Okay. Literally.
Yes, humans' motivations are
Okay.
all emotions.
So the only purpose of debating and doing any sort of critique in philosophy is because people are appealing to their own emotion?
Are motivated by their own emotion. Yes.
Didn't you say that a machine could do debate?
Yes, they don't though.
Do machines have emotions?
Nope.
So that's a contradiction.
No. So when I say all debates that currently happen by debaters that currently exist. So
Can we debate a chat GPT?
possibly yes, but ChatGPT can't do a debate on its own because it needs a prompt. So
So
ChatGPT
the
isn't
prompt.
doing debates. Humans are doing debates.
Okay.
Humans start debates.
So when people teach math, when a teacher teaches a class math, you're saying they're teaching the consistency and the consequences of math because they're because of an emotional appeal?
Yes.
That when someone says
getting
2 plus
paid.
2 equals 4, you're saying that's an appeal to emotion?
No, again, they're guided, motivated by their emotion. So the reason they're teaching
How
math,
do you know that?
because that's how the brain works. Like the reason they're teaching math is because they want to get paid. The reason they're teaching a specific type of
Really?
math is
Are there
because
people who teach math without getting paid?
You're interrupting a lot, Jim Bob. Why don't you
Yeah.
I'm
let
sorry,
T-Jumps
but he's making a
respond?
lot of assertions
So
here.
T-Jump's being very
You're
calm
not
and
sorry.
very patient and trying to
Okay,
explain things.
fair
You keep
enough.
jumping in mid-sentence, so he
There's
never
just a
gets
lot of
done.
false statements. That's all.
no, none of these are false.
Okay.
These are all basic knowledge of basic human nature that are pretty much the consensus in every academic field. And then theists just say they're false because their whole worldview goes against reality. So yes, people do anything, it's because of emotion. Emotion motivates all action in all humans. That's how emotion works. It's literally evolved to motivate us to do anything. So anything we do, if we're teaching, it's because we want money or recognition or to pursue some kind of ideological goal. All of those are things that give you a dopamine rush. Dopamine gives you an emotion, gratification, happiness, whatever. And that's why you're doing it. For all of the actions you ever do, that's why you do it.
Okay, so when someone says, I believe X is true, even if it's mathematical, are you saying that it's only true because they emotionally believe it to be
No, how
true?
could you possibly interpret anything I just said to in any way equivalent to what you just said? Makes no sense.
Well, I'm trying to distinguish between two things here, whether
I
or
can
not.
clarify. So
Okay,
Jim
go
Bob, just because you guys are, you're kind of talking past what T-Jump is saying.
Sure.
You're reading something that he's not saying. When
Okay.
T-Jump says that there's an emotional component that drives every decision we make, he's saying it's a component. He's not saying it's the only part of the process, right?
Okay.
And then when you respond by, are you saying that you only believe math because of your emotions? And then he says, no, I'm not saying that. Think about what he said and about what you're saying. He never said emotion is all there is to why people do things. He said that it is what drives and is part of why people do things, right? So if you do something good in math, you feel good about yourself. If you make a mistake in math, you feel bad about your mistake. There's an emotional component, right?
Okay. I understand, but it sounded like he was leading with that. I asked, why do people pursue truth? And he said, because of emotional reasons,
Yes,
right?
that is correct. 100%. That's why.
Okay. Okay. So is it possible that someone pursues the truth and they actually don't get a positive emotional response?
Yes.
So why would they keep? So why would someone pursue truth if it kept hurting them?
Because they
Emotionally.
believed it would give them happiness.
You're familiar with epistemic norms, Jim Bob? So the idea of epistemic norms is that in epistemology, we have some norms that we're inferring, or not inferring, they're implicit norms. So if someone talks about truth and the importance of truth, they are holding to a norm that truth is important, etc.
Sure.
Right?
Mhm.
You can't fully separate epistemology from normativity.
I understand. Yeah. So if we agree we're pursuing truth, to me it seems irrelevant to what emotional experiences we have if we're saying, well, we descriptively true that we just pursue truth. But if I ask why, I understand Tom is adding a variable that why we believe truth includes some sort of, I guess, in your view, a mental state or an emotional state and an attitude towards certain things.
Yeah. So why we believe
Right.
truth is because it makes us happy. 100%.
Right, but I'm saying if people believe in truth and it doesn't make them happy, then that doesn't fit the description.
Sure. So
In fact, there are some studies that say that people who gain a lot of knowledge may be synonymous with truth. I don't hold them to be identical, but let's say their pursuit of truth produced a plethora of knowledge. A lot of people who have a lot of knowledge end up being a little bit more depressed.
yes, and the reason they pursued truth was because in their brain, pursuing truth gives them dopamine. Now that could lead to less dopamine overall, which is totally fine. Like your pursuit of some kinds of happiness or whatever can lead to greater unhappiness. Like drugs give you dopamine, but then they can deteriorate your body and give you lots of undopamine, cortisol or whatever. So the fact that you can take smaller actions that give you dopamine. So pursuing truth and knowledge gives them dopamine when they learn something, when they gain knowledge, when they can flout that knowledge over other people. Those are all giving them dopamine. The reason they're doing the studies to learn things is for dopamine. And then that can lead to consequences where they get less dopamine, but that wasn't the intent. They were still doing it because of the dopamine.
Interesting. So if you inhibited dopamine and someone kept learning, what would
We
the
actually
reason?
find that they don't. What we actually find is that when you inhibit dopamine, they literally stop doing anything. That's what a number of the symptoms of certain types of ADHD are based on. And until you restore the flow of dopamine, they will say, I know that I should do X. My life will be ruined if I don't do X, like their homework or reading a book or whatever. I just can't make myself do it. Like I just don't want to. I don't want to do anything. And they'll just sit there bored for hours on end, unable to move. And once you give them the drug and the dopamine is restored to their system, they're like, wow, my life has changed. Now I can do stuff. I can figure out what I want to do and actually do it. It is a chemical fact.
That you're saying that the dopamine is like both
part
a
of action.
carrot and the battery.
Yeah, it's part of our motivation system of our brain.
So if they don't, do they need dopamine to pursue it, or do they get a reward of dopamine if they pursue it?
Both.
It's both.
Okay. And so if you're saying that that's a part of it, I would just agree. But as far as making a value judgment, we couldn't really base an ethical system on the pursuit of truth merely by what it makes us feel, right?
Sure.
So then a question is, if there's a meta-ethical position on pursuit of truth, aside from or in addition to, receiving dopamines, because you could code a human being to trigger dopamine from false beliefs, right?
Yes,
You could.
literally. That's literally why religion exists. Yes.
No, I'm saying, well, if that's the value, then there's something that has to be argued beyond feelings as far as why we pursue truth. Otherwise, a religious person who gets dopamines, and if dopamines is more valuable practically for human beings, and you guys would agree like we should get people dopamines, then the pursuit of someone believing a false belief, if you believe all religions are false, then should you not argue against theism if it does in fact produce more dopamines?
I don't understand that question.
If it's the case that people who are religious are, let's say, mentally better off, they receive more dopamines by living a life that they, from your view, they're foundationally basing on a false belief. The question is, if it was the case that religious people receive and produce more dopamines from doing so, on what basis would you argue that they should stop?
Because it gives me dopamine to make them stop.
But what does their belief have to?
Is not plural.
It doesn't matter.
Sorry.
It doesn't matter. He said dopamines isn't plural, but it doesn't make a difference.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Thanks a lot for that.
So yeah, the reason I'm making arguments against theism isn't for their benefit, it's for mine. I get dopamine by doing it.
You get dopamine from taking dopamine from people?
Sort of. So yes, I get dopamine by proving me right and them wrong. Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So if you're taking one more question. If there's a group of people who, let's say they take up like 2/3 of the world, who produce dopamine, and you say you hold the position that it's best that the most amount of people we have on Earth produce dopamines, and they didn't produce dopamines by removing yours, but you got your dopamines from removing theirs. Whose system would be better off for all of humanity?
Well, that would be a different conversation. So the better off for all humanity would be like which outcome would have the best consequences, not specifically for dopamine, but for like survival, well-being, which would include dopamine and a bunch of other criteria. So that would be a different conversation. What motivates people isn't that. What motivates people is their dopamine. And if their goal or why they get dopamine is trying to better the world or whatever, they're going to have some set of criteria of what bettering the world is, and they're going to try to maximize that criteria. So if their criteria is not believing false beliefs, and they are under the apprehension that believing false beliefs leads to more bad things, then they're going to try to reduce the number of false beliefs in the world, which would then entail reducing the number of religious people.
Okay. So then if are you linking dopamine increases with your ethical stance?
No. So my ethical stance is a truth statement. I think it's objectively true that certain things are moral. What motivates people is completely irrelevant. Does not make a difference.
I understand, but do you think it would be, from your system, would it be morally good to increase the general dopamine of the population or not?
No. So my moral stance is based off of imposition of will, and so it's not based on dopamine.
Okay, but wouldn't your argument against the imposition of will be based on how people feel?
Yeah, so if people wanted more dopamine, I would say we should give them more dopamine. If they don't want more dopamine, they should be able to turn off dopamine. And if they wanted some other measurement of happiness, if they wanted to like not be bound by dopamine, they should be released from dopamine and put on whatever other standard that makes them happy. So my standard is irrelevant to dopamine. Dopamine is just how our current biological brains function.
Okay, but your position against theism is merely that it gives you dopamine.
No, the reason I argue against theism is that it gives me dopamine.
Okay. But you value dopamine though.
Well, I value
or
the
do you have no
feeling.
control?
Yeah, sure. I value the feeling dopamine gives me.
Okay, but would you say you have a will in the matter of pursuing dopamine?
I don't know how. I don't understand that question.
So if you said, which you did say, you get your dopamine from getting other people away from their dopamine, basically.
Sure.
And I said, well, why do you do that? And you say, well, why do you do that? And you say, well, that's what causes it, is that I'm seeking my dopamine. But if you have a say in the matter, then you can hold a position that, well, you're going to restrict your dopamine for maybe a greater good or something like this. So I'm asking you, why do you value your dopamine over the dopamine of many more people?
Well, all people typically value their own dopamine over anyone else's dopamine. That's just how brains work.
Okay.
But it sounds like what you're asking is, why would I prioritize my dopamine over the dopamine of millions of others or something?
Mm.
Welcome to rich people. That's how humans work. Like
Did you say
billionaires.
rich people?
Yeah, like billionaires
Oh, okay.
prioritize their own dopamine, which they get from wealth, rather than giving their dopamine to their dopamine source, their money, to other people who could drastically increase the rate of dopamine to people who needed food, especially. But they don't, because they like their dopamine. That's just how brains work. Brains prioritize your own dopamine.
Well, what if I mean, wouldn't you argue that some people, like a Bill Gates, would get their dopamine from helping other people?
Absolutely not. But because his
well, then why would they do that if they're led by their dopamine? Why would they do such a thing?
Tax evasion.
If you're saying it's not the case.
Tax write-off.
Yep. So there's
Yeah, but that would
actually
give
there
them
is a
dopamine.
great
That would give them dopamine.
correct. So they
Yeah,
don't.
so the answer is yes.
They actually genuinely wanted to help people, and if genuinely helping people raise their dopamine level, then there are much more efficient ways to help people than what they're doing. So the reason they're doing less efficient ways to help people is likely because there is some other benefit to the actions that they're taking that isn't helping people, and that in combination with the helping people is a greater dopamine release for themselves than they would get from simply helping the people.
Right, but basically, if it's possible that people get their dopamine from not only not helping people, but causing some sort of problem logistically in their life, then it seems like it wouldn't matter which behaviors they're doing, because you're kind of saying like, well, they are helping, but that's not for their dopamine. It's for some other reason, because obviously they could be helping better. Well, if it's the case that not helping could produce dopamine, then it seems like both examples could either be seeking dopamine, and it doesn't matter what they're doing. Like Dahmer, you could argue, got shots of dopamine, potentially.
All humans are motivated by dopamine for all actions, whether they are moral or immoral, because motivations are completely independent of morality, completely independent.
Well,
it seems like
what do you
you're
mean?
commenting, Jim Bob? Like you're attacking a windmill here, because T-Jump is not talking about what's moral or immoral. He's just talking about descriptively how brains work and how motivation works. And he's saying, if people are doing X, there's a myriad of reasons they could be doing X other than the moral claim that they make, right?
I understand.
And so
I understand. So the question I asked, the reason I asked the question is because the beginning of the question was, why ought we pursue truth, which is a moral claim? So if it's the case that
How is that a moral claim? Go back.
That we ought to pursue truth?
Yeah. So that's not, I wouldn't say that. I don't see how that's a moral claim. I don't get it.
You don't get that? That's would you accept that as a meta-ethical position?
That's the same thing. I don't understand how it's a meta-ethical position. So like,
okay, what if you said it's morally good to pursue truth?
Yeah, that part I wouldn't understand. That part makes no sense to me, because I don't think it would be moral or immoral to pursue truth, and I don't think it's moral or immoral to pursue falsity. I don't think there's any moral connection.
Isn't that true even in your own system?
What?
Your moral system, it's true for your moral system.
No, in my moral system, it never says it's moral to pursue truth.
Well, you would have to pursue and value truth before you came to your secondary descriptions about imposition of will.
No, so I just have to have truth would exist. So if truth exists in the universe, then I can write a model of morality. Whether or not I care about truth is irrelevant. Whether or not any of the occupants of the universe care about truth is irrelevant. The definition of what morality is would be an existing thing, independent of what anybody cares about. So whether you care about truth is irrelevant. Though you would need truth to write a system, caring about truth is a completely different, unrelated topic. Like you need math to write or understand mathematical equations. Doesn't mean you care. Like you can have mathematicians who understand mathematically buying a lottery ticket is a complete waste of money, but they still buy a lottery ticket because they like the dopamine. So caring and motivations are completely separate from logical entailments of things that you would need to build a model.
Well, I'm saying that you'd have to value logic and consistency to do math and to engage with other people in doing math and logic. And so if your moral position on the imposition of will is descriptively true, let's say, then if you're going to share it with people, they have to value truth if they're going to value your description. And so, isn't the purpose of your moral position and starting a church and everything is to persuade and talk to other people and get them on board with your description of reality?
Sure.
So wouldn't it be a precondition that they value truth if we granted your description of reality was true?
Sure.
Okay, so then people do have to value truth. So if valuing truth is a precondition to your moral system.
No. So it's not valuing truth as moral. That statement doesn't exist. In order to accept my model, you would presumably have to accept logic and morality and a bunch of things. But that doesn't mean it's moral to do those things. Like that, it's not moral in the model to accept logic. It's not moral to pursue truth. Do I want people to accept my model? Sure. Does that make it moral for them to do so? No, it isn't moral to accept my model. It's not moral to use logic. Those are just things that would be required to accept my model.
So you start your moral system after your use of logic. So you're saying if morality is true in your system, you're assuming it is, right?
Well, no, that's the conclusion of the evidence. I'm not assuming it is.
But you do hold that your system morality is
true,
consistent, right?
Yes, true.
Okay, it's true. Okay, so then I'm just not sure how you get out of it. If you say my morality system is true, which the truth is a part of it, right? How is the truth not a part of the moral system?
So all roses are flowers, but not all flowers are roses. So if I say there's some selection of moral facts that is, or some selection of facts that are morally true, that means there can also be lots of other facts that are just not moral. The sky is blue. Is that a moral fact? No. And so logic in math entails a much bigger spectrum of things that have a greater depth than just moral statements. There's lots of many factually true statements that are not moral statements. And so it is not the case that pursuing truth is moral, because not all facts are moral facts. If all facts were moral facts, then it would be true that anytime you're pursuing truth, you would be pursuing morality. But it's not the case, because not all facts are moral.
So I see. In your system, the imposition of will, I think if I remember correctly, that there's a moral field. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that moral field, does it affect everything?
No.
It doesn't?
No, it permeates the
universe.
It
only affects some things?
Yeah. So it doesn't affect rocks. Not all fields affect all things.
Okay. And then so the moral field acts on some things and not others?
Yeah, like consciousness, conscious agents, brains.
Okay. And then your statement is your position that immorality is the imposition of will, involuntary?
Yep.
Okay. So does the moral field influence human consciousness without their voluntary will?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
So there's a moral field that's equivalent to kind of like gravity in your case, right?
Yep.
And it acts on consciousness.
No, it acts on brains, and brains act on.
And it acts on brains. Okay, if the moral field acts on brains, how do you know which brains it's not acting on?
Well, presumably it would act on all of them, but I would guess there are definitely some where it might not affect them, kind of like blind people can't see light. Sure.
Okay, so I'm asking, in the instance where the moral field is affecting a brain, does it affect them regardless of their wants and desires and will?
Yeah, sure.
So the moral field in your position is an involuntary imposition of the will on those brains.
Yeah, everything in this universe is an involuntary imposition. We can't choose to be here.
Okay, so in your moral system, morality is a field that involuntarily imposes on will. And in your system, what is immoral is the involuntary imposition of will.
Sort of. So I think what you're getting at is, since we are trapped in this universe, the universe is immoral. Like, yes, that is the case. The universe, us being trapped under gravity and all the forces without our consent, is immoral. Sure. And if the
Okay,
moral
so if
force
we can't
was,
escape him,
if the moral force was the most powerful force and overrode every other force, then you would essentially get your own universe. Then you
I
would
got it,
not be imposed upon.
but it seems to be the case that your definition of morality, the very nature of morality, is immoral.
No. So because we're trapped in the universe that's like guided by evolution or whatever, and if evolution or brains are affected by a law and we didn't get to design our own brains, then that operation of the universe is immoral. So I agree. Yes, like aging, death, hunger, exactly the same as all those other things. But if that law was maximized, then it would not be imposing on us. There wouldn't be evolution. There wouldn't be the developmental operations of this universe for it to affect us, and so it wouldn't be immoral. So it's not intrinsically immoral. The definition isn't immoral. It is pragmatically affecting us in this universe, which is immoral because the universe is immoral.
Is okay. Well, if the universe itself and its parts are affected by the moral field, which is an imposition on will,
It is not. So like,
okay, it's not, but our brains are.
yeah, parts of the universe are affected.
Okay, because it sounds like your definition of what you determine to be moral is a field.
Yep.
That impacts on things.
Yep.
Right, on certain things and not others.
Yep.
And if your definition of immoral is the involuntary imposition of will,
yep,
it sounds like morality, the field itself, is a contradiction to itself because it itself is immoral.
No. So the consequences of how the field interacts can be immoral without the field being immoral. So no. The way our universe is immoral. Duh. Like, lots of people die. That's against my morality. Any involuntary imposition of will is immoral. Dying without your consent is immoral. So there's tons of immoral stuff in this universe that we are constrained by, that we have no control over. And that's all immoral. Now, if the law was maximized, this would not happen. None of those would be the case. So
wouldn't maximizing it do an involuntary imposition of will on the world?
No, it would remove all of them.
But so if you imposed a maximization of the voluntary will,
then you would get
without
your own
people's
and
consent.
you wouldn't have any restrictions. So you would literally be
you'd just be your own god, basically.
No, again, so that's wrong, because God presumably has control over other agents, and in this universe no being would ever have any control over any other agent.
Oh, okay. So your ideal world is an agent that's not subject to anything in the world.
Yeah, it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing,
including being born.
They would already exist, so no.
Okay. And okay, well, it sounds like if you define someone's actions as immoral by the very fact that they're imposing on someone's will, would you agree with that? That even if I stop someone from deleting themselves, I'm actually doing an immoral act?
Yeah, so if someone wants to delete themselves, but you stop them, yes, that would be immoral. As long as they are fully consenting adults with no mental handicaps and they want to end their life, stopping them would be immoral,
Right.
yes.
Okay, and it's immoral because I'm violating or imposing their will, right?
Yep.
That's the reason why it's immoral.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And so if it's immoral because I'm imposing will, I'm still wondering why the moral field itself is not categorized as immoral.
Because it wouldn't be imposing on your will. Like, the moral field existing doesn't impose on your will.
But you said it did before. If certain brains are affected by the moral field,
with evolution, in this immoral universe, the way the law interacts with the universe, just like every other law, is immoral because we don't have any consent of anything in this universe. But if the law existed on its own, that would not happen. So the law, as it applies with the other laws of physics, as we are trapped in this universe, is a lot of immoral stuff. But the law itself
Well, I'm
doesn't
saying
do any
if
of this.
okay, so you said the moral field acts on brains, right?
Yes, via the interaction with other laws of physics. So if those other laws of physics didn't exist and we weren't limited by those, it would not do that.
So what's the distinction between your moral law and the laws of physics then? How do
There's
you know the moral
different
field is
ones
independent of the laws of physics?
because there's different laws. There's like separate ones. They don't all do the same thing.
I asked you, how do you know the moral field is distinct?
That's a part of the
What method did you use?
hypothesis.
What's that?
That's a part of the hypothesis.
So you don't have a method. It's just a
Well, if I had
hunch,
a method, I'd have a Nobel Prize for discovering right now. It's literally a hypothesis. So, like, do you have a method for discovering God? No. So then this is a moot point that's kind of silly and hypocritical for theists to bring up. Like, I don't need a method. This is a hypothesis.
Well, then I'm asking you from your view, without anything else. What's your best guess from your view? What distinguishes the moral field from the laws of physics?
So each law of physics is a different field. Space and time is a field. It's the gravity curvature space-time field. There are other fields like quantum fields. Those are literally just different fields. And morality could be just a different field. So they would be separate things.
I got it. Do you think that there's any fields in your theory that are counter forces to your moral field?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, because we can counter some fields or laws, right? We can't like upend them, but we could work against like gravity. Through another
I've never
force.
heard of a counter field. I don't know what a counter field would be in physics.
Well, I'm trying to distinguish what's in your view. What's this distinction between a field and the laws of physics as far as
They're just
motion
different
and
fields.
force and things?
Oh, those aren't laws of physics.
Okay.
The fields are different. There are multiple fields. Gravity is one field, and there are other
Gotcha.
quantum fields that are not space-time.
Yeah.
It's
Right. I'm just saying, like, if gravity as a field translates into physical laws that interact with objects, I'm wondering, does the moral field, from your view, from your theory, does the moral field transpose onto hard reality the same way gravity
that's why it
does?
affects evolutionary beings. Yes.
It affects evolutionary beings?
Yes. That's why we have the moral progress that we see. Yes.
Now, does evolution go against the moral field or go with it?
Neither. So evolution is a thing that's occurring, and as evolution happens, the effects of the field can be greater. So, like, as our intelligence grows and our resources grow, we can be more affected by the moral field to feel more of those moral intuitions.
But in your view, evolution is also immoral because it's an imposition of will on beings.
Yep. Kills lots of
Okay,
people.
so then the evolution as an evil in the world, from your view, can produce the good that you're pursuing.
Yeah, like anything can produce with outcomes something completely separate. So, like, literally, it's just a reverse appeal to consequences. Yes, anything, good or bad, can have a result that is opposite of the action itself. No problem.
Including drowning babies?
Yeah. So, like, drowning babies can produce a moral outcome. So, like, let's say you drown baby Hitler, that could end up saving billions of lives. It's still an immoral action. It will never stop being immoral, but that one immoral action can produce many moral actions. Yes.
So all immoral actions from your model, you wouldn't really know in the moment they could actually be so all imposition of will. So it's hypothetically possible, from your view, that every single imposition of will can be producing the greatest moral outcome.
Yep, but they'd still be immoral. So any involuntary act of will, any one immoral thing you do, could have some hypothetical positive consequences, like the Holocaust. Hitler's Holocaust could have saved hundreds of trillions of magical fairies in a parallel universe. Like, we don't. But that doesn't make what he did moral, because all of the things he did were still impositions of will, and every imposition of will is an immoral action. They don't go away. They don't stop being immoral, no matter how many moral actions you do in addition to those.
Gotcha. So my last hypothetical question is, T-Jump, if you could hit a button and you would hitting that button would impose on every single human being's will, right, involuntarily. But the result would be that only your best possible world, T jump, would be the result, but no one else existed. Would you hit the button?
You mean to kill everyone else and get my own BPW? Yes, 100%. Always.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Ix, Taco. You guys got to go. I'm getting my world. Peace out.
Oh, Ix had to go. I'm here.
Sorry, Taco. You're going to get deleted for the benefit of my BPW.
All right. But thanks for the exchange, T jump. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Are you heading out, T Jump?
No, that was a joke in reference to Jim Bob's question.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, multitasking with the kids, though.
So I think we have some other speakers who are.
Yeah, I can jump down. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming up, Jim Bob. We
Yeah, no
appreciate your time.
All right, thanks, man.
Have a great one.
Any idea who is next?
We got Bob.
Sure.
Yeah, Bob's been in queue for a while.
Yeah, I think Shinra was before me.
Cool. Sounds good. I'll invite
It's
up.
fine.
While waiting, you can ask your question and we can.
Okay, yeah. I guess I was wondering if I could try to steel man T Jump's moral views with an analogy.
Sure.
I guess the analogy would be like morality to spiciness. Like spiciness is a subjective experience, kind of like a person's moral experience is a subjective thing. Yet we can measure spiciness with the Scoville scale. And it seems like you're saying that we could measure morality, like a unit would correlate to non-consensual removal of free will.
Involuntary imposition of will. Yeah.
Okay. And then like if we look at like spiciness, it seems like, or I guess the Scoville scale, it kind of refers to capsaicin, or I guess technically it's capsaicinoids, I guess.
Sure.
So I think that like what we're saying is like this, it can exist independent, like capsaicin can exist like with or without people. It's there, but spiciness isn't actually like experienced unless there's like a conscious person to experience it. Is all that pretty similar, or?
I don't understand that part.
Because in order for it to be objective, it has to be able to exist outside of something about it must exist outside of humans or consciousness.
Well, so my view is that morality, there's an actual physical field like gravity, and that is the moral field, and it affects us. And so the way it affects us gets translated into those feelings that are like spiciness or whatever. But the field is what morality fundamentally is, and that exists independent of whether or not any conscious agents exist.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're talking about the same thing. I guess I wasn't expecting a field. I'm trying to digest just that. But yeah, I guess like when other people seem to disagree with you with like your view of morality, it seems like they're adding in it's because like what they view morality is includes other experiences or other things that you don't include in what you believe morality is.
What? Typically, most
Like-
objections are ontological. I don't think morality can exist as a physical object. That's typically what the objections are. Pretty much nobody objects to my definition of like which actions are moral and which actions are immoral. Pretty much everybody agrees with those for the most part.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess for one, it's been really fascinating and interesting to learn. Like, understand it. It's taking a long time to understand your perspective, but I feel like I'm finally beginning to grasp it. It seems like when someone disagrees with you, it's not so much a disagreement as much as more like a miscommunication, or like you guys are kind of talking past each other, assigning different meanings to different words. But as far as like the actual disagreement, I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around that.
Sure, yeah. Most people define morality as having oughts and normativity, and that oughtness is like an entailed property in what morality is. I think it's not. I think it's purely descriptive. There's a descriptive facts of what morality is, and then we apply the oughts as like a hypothetical imperative onto what the facts are. And that's where the major disagreement is. People think morality has these oughts as like categorical norms that actually must exist for something to be moral, and I think that's stupid.
Okay. And I guess could you say? I know like one thing a lot of people say is the I guess in your view of morality, it's there's only like moral being like permissible, or um immoral being in the negative. But is there any kind of like morally virtuous um things within your perspective?
How would that be different from moral?
Well, one is like a positive good thing, the other one is just a neutral or
Amoral? Like
passive.
there's lots of amoral things, like scratching your nose. It's amoral.
Okay.
So like moral is any voluntary assistance of will, helping people. Immoral is involuntary impositions of will, preventing people from hurting people or whatever. And everything else is amoral.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. So anything that is moral is just a reduction of the negative.
Is moral?
Yeah, like if you're saying that's a moral act, all that you're doing is removing the removal of something that's immoral.
No. So like I could be in my universe and place artificial constraints where like I'm playing a video game, really hard difficulty. None of that's immoral. It's there are constraints there. And I want friends to play with who can help me beat the video game. It would be moral for you to join my universe and to help me play a video game, but you haven't removed any immoral impositions because I've voluntarily chosen to add those. They're not involuntary. And so you can do moral things without any kind of removal of immoral things.
Okay. I guess what would be moral about that, like joining someone to play video games?
Voluntary assistance of will. If I would like help in my video game and you voluntarily assist me, that's moral.
Oh, okay. Okay, I kind of see that. That makes sense. Because you said just because you can't do something doesn't necessarily mean that you have a restriction of will.
Right, yeah, because it are involuntary restrictions. So you can have voluntary restrictions. And with those voluntary restrictions, you can have people who can help you. Like video games. Like I can turn on God mode and just one hit the boss, but I don't want to do that. I want to learn how to beat the combos or whatever. And if somebody teaches me the combos, they're doing something moral.
Okay. Yeah, I know that like sometimes you'll point out that like I guess would you view like if my will is to jump really really high, like gravity like keeps me from doing that, would you describe gravity as being immoral?
Yes.
Or,
that is an involuntary
okay.
imposition of your will, and that would not be possible in the BPW unless you design the world that way specifically to make you so you couldn't jump.
Okay. And then if someone gave me a pair of moon boots that actually worked, that let me jump really high, that would be considered moral because they're helping me achieve my will.
Sure.
Okay. I guess couldn't you view that as what they're doing is they're removing this restriction from you.
Yes, so that would be an
from
example of the
the
first
thing.
thing you asked about of removing restriction. So if there is a restriction, like you can't do something, and somebody helps you, that would be removing an involuntary or removing an immoral thing and doing a moral thing. Sure. But the examples I
Okay.
gave would not be examples of those. It would be alternative examples. So like if I imposed a voluntary restriction, like playing a video game, and then you helped me, you would not be removing an immoral action. There's no immoral action with me voluntarily limiting my own power. Or if say I designed a universe where you can't fly, but I want someone to help me to fly or whatever, and you gave me moon boots, then that wouldn't be removing an immoral thing because I put the restriction there myself consensually. And so it would not be the case that you have removed an immoral action, but you could still do a moral action.
Okay, so if you chose to be under certain restrictions,
Yep.
and someone helped you overcome those restrictions, that would be an example of a
Moral action that is not
Pos-
removing an immoral
positive.
action. Right.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. I'll probably have to chew on that a little bit to fully understand, digest it. But okay. Yeah. I don't know. Did you have any, as far as the analogy? I guess that's the way that I kind of that's something that's made the most sense to me, but it sounds like it didn't make a whole lot of sense to you.
Yeah, I'd probably have to think about it more.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's the big thing for me was understanding, like, okay, like how does like morality exist outside of consciousness if you need like if the only time that like something that morality like exists in a certain sense is when when something happens to a conscious person. But I think like kind of like spiciness, like can some spiciness exist without someone to experience the spiciness? And then in that I would say, well, we've reduced it down to capsaicin.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that part I
and
think makes
that
sense. So
exists.
like the spiciness in and of itself is a sensation in human brains, but spiciness is directly caused by capsaicin. And so ontologically, spiciness is just I don't know, emergent property of capsaicin or something. And so fundamentally, you could say capsaicin is the true spiciness, and the sensation of spiciness is just a subjective inclination from that ontological core. So yeah, that would be similar, sure.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the main stuff that I had.
Cool.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yep.
Thank you for coming up.
I'm gonna get some food. Be right back.
What's going on, Carlos? Pulling you up.
Hey, what's going on? You hear me?
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Yeah. I'm an atheist wanting to ask question about T-Jump's moral theory, but he's gone away. So I don't know if you want to grab a
I'll be
theist
back
stuff.
soon.
Yeah, I'll hang about. That's cool. I don't know if there's a theist or wants to come up and ask a question in the meantime.
They're invited up, but I just don't see any hands right now.
Cool.
That seems to be a common topic people have questions about.
Yeah. I actually like his model. I think it has a lot of it facilitates a lot of philosophical discussion, let's put it that way. Like there's a lot of objections that I hear to the model that I don't actually think go through. Like one of the main ones is the normativity one. But yeah, Tom's responses to them I think are adequate. But like even though I do like the model, I'm a anti-realist when it comes to morals. So I don't think there's any objective morality. I don't think there's any reason to think that there's like objective. Well, I kind of think of morals in normative sense anyway, so I know that Tom thinks of it in a
Can I
descriptive
ask
sense.
you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Do you accept the idea of there being emergent properties to the universe?
Sure. I think everything is emergent.
Do you accept then that there are, say, first order fundamentals and second order fundamentals, things that are emergent from first orders?
Sure. Why not?
So if at some point in the universe we realize that energy, being naturally dynamic, collapses into the many forms that we see in our universe, and this is all that we see, just energy in various forms, in ever increasing levels of complexity if you happen to be in the environment that allows for that, like on a planet, then energy is just going to keep doing what it's doing. It's going to keep getting more and more complex. And at some point, minds will develop. Would you then say, or would you be able to say that minds are an emergent property of the universe?
Yeah. Yeah,
And if,
I'm a physicalist, so yeah.
all right, so would then be able to say that, say, a mind, which is a natural value creation machine, is an emergent property of the universe, and therefore even morality to some extent is an emergent property of the universe because it's what the end result of this energy has done.
Yeah, I think well, I'm an anti-realist, so I think that morality is emergent, but I think it's mind dependent. So I think until you get minds, you can't get morality. Like it would be like having an apple before an apple tree.
Would you also be able to claim that the mind is energy dependent?
The mind is energy dependent. Yeah, sure. I think everything is energy dependent.
Same. And I think since energy is fundamental, that you can make the argument that at the very least, morality is an emergent property as well of fundamental properties of the universe. T-Jump, as far as I understand it, thinks it's a primary foundational component, whereas I kind of conceive of it as being something that's a secondary or tertiary point, but it's also an emergent property of the universe. It's still foundational. It's still objective.
Right. Oh, you take it to be objective?
I take it to be an emergent property. Yeah.
Right.
It is a thing that energy will do or can do. You know.
And do you take like morality in a normative sense or in a descriptive sense?
I think that we all have the same starting point in that discussion, is the fact that if you are a mind, you are engaged in value judgment. So we're all engaged in the same activity, this moral consideration.
Mm-hmm. But I mean,
that part is normative.
So it's like, I don't know, killing babies is wrong morally. Is that normative or is that descriptive for you? Can you hear me?
No, I didn't follow. Say it again.
Yeah, so do you take like a statement like, I don't know, killing babies is morally wrong? Do you take that to be a descriptive or normative? Because you take morality to be objective.
Well, like I said, I think the fact that we're engaged in moral evaluations is an inescapable fact of existence. So if you're thinking the analysis is objective, I think, yeah, it's not a subjective thing that's occurring. We're each and every one of us doing it, but we don't really have a choice.
So so are you taking it to be objective? Sorry, are you taking it to be normative or descriptive?
I think I'm finding it both, depending on what your question is based off, because you're already engaged in the moral deliberation just by being alive. So that's the normative component. The analysis is the normative part. The conclusion would be subjective.
Right. Do you need to have normativity to have morality?
I'm not sure what you mean by needing to have normativity.
Can killing babies is wrong be immoral, like objectively?
There are numerous moral systems where killing babies, even for fun, is considered moral. Like divine command theory, Abraham was rewarded for his willingness to kill his child, and so this was considered a moral thing. We actually had a theist up here before that was talking in great length about how it was one of the most moral things you could do.
Very disheartening.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know that Tom takes morality to be descriptive. Normativity is not required. Like, you can apply normativity to his model, but it's not required for, some moral proposition to be true, objectively. But whereas I think that morality is mind dependent, like if there are no
I don't think
minds.
you can separate it, if that's what you're saying. I think because it's to my perception, you're doing moral analysis constantly. So there's always a subjective component to it because you can't remove the person from it. But the second you and I both acknowledge to each other that we're both asking the same question at the same time and coming up with the same answer, then much like chess, we have established that we're both playing the same game. And so there are now a set of rules that apply to the game. That's objective. But it came from a subjective foundation of you and I both agreeing that we're doing exactly the same sort of a moral analysis.
Yeah, I suppose it's going to be what's down to it's going to be down to what causes us to feel this way. Like, because obviously we can't escape our subjective perspective. So it's always going to seem like, when I say that killing babies is wrong, it's going to seem like that's mind dependent. But Tom points out that if there's a moral law that causes us to feel a certain way, and causes us to have these moral feelings, then morality could be objective in that sense, and that could work in a descriptive sense, and then we can just apply norms to those feelings, and then we get to where we are now, where we feel like everything's subjective.
Yeah, and
So
that's
I was just trying to establish if your second order objective morality works in the same way or not.
I think it does, in the fact that if you and I are both able to recognize that we are the end result of something not under our control, like we are the end result of objectively separate forces from ourselves, then at some point we have to admit we have a common denominator in the discussion. And if we're going to use that as the basis and call it objective, then fine. I think that qualifies as objective.
What if it's like totally evolutionary? So our
Even better,
morality,
requires less work.
yeah, I mean, if it's emergent through some evolutionary process, wouldn't that be subjective?
No, not really. You'd still be dealing with something that you didn't choose, right? It's mind independent. It occurred, and it's sort of being imposed upon you by the universe in a weird way. You didn't choose it. It's just the natural consequence of this particular rock rolling down this particular hill. Like you were born with empathy circuits. You didn't choose that. You will feel empathy in your life because you don't have a choice in it. You have the hardware that's going to generate those feelings. So you could decide whether or not empathy is objective or not, because you didn't have a choice. It's mind independent. It's there. And it seems to be the same description amongst moral agents, what empathy really is. Like the ability to put yourself in someone else's position, the knowledge of being able to fabricate an understanding from things from someone else's shoes.
I'd have to think about it some more. It feels like if morality was caused by just evolutionary process, like in terms of survivability, feels like I don't know. I don't know if that would make morality objective. Feels like it would be
Is
subjective.
it mind independent?
Well, evolution is mind independent, sure.
And And
But
if
what?
evolution gave you an empathy circuit that you have no control over, wouldn't that also be mind independent?
Probably, yeah, yeah.
So at some level, there's some subjectivity, and at some level, there's some objectivity, depending on how you view it and at what level you are doing your analysis. Like there are several levels of moral analysis. There was a guy who actually developed a pyramid of higher and higher and higher levels of moral complexity in the argumentation. So at some level, you're talking about something base, and at some level, you're not. You're talking higher order principles of like if you believe that something is right and you have a system by which you can apply this rightness to as much as possible, this ever expanding influence is what you consider good because you've got this good principle and you're trying to apply it as across a broad spectrum as you can.
Mm. Yeah, I'd have to think about that some more. I think, yeah, evolution is obviously mind independent, and if that's what causes us to feel a certain way when we see some moral dilemma happening, like you mentioned, the empathy circuit or whatever, that we don't have any control over, to some extent, that would be mind independent. But does that cause us to say that murdering babies is wrong? Maybe. I'd have to
Sure.
think about it some more.
I mean, if you understand that empathy is about you having at least hopefully some knowledge of what is in your own best interests, or you can't really engage in a discussion about what is good or bad. If you have no idea of what's even good or bad for yourself, you're kind of extracted from the discussion. But if you and I can sit down and we both agree that the concept of something like well-being or is for all living things seemingly attached to the idea of homeostasis, then we could say that anytime we're out of balance with our environment, we are going contrary to life, going contrary to how the universe is flowing with regards to ever increasing levels of complexity. And if you're wanting to make moral judgments, sure, why not? You are being given some tools to do so. So would you and I be
Intuition.
able? Well, yeah. We have an understanding of the self. Altruistic egoism is the idea that you have to recognize you're dependent on your reality. You're dependent on your social environment. You have a large number of dependencies. You can't escape them. No man is an island, as they say. And so you are doing what is in your best interest by making sure that your community that you are dependent on is as strong as possible, because that is ultimately an educated position of what is in your best interest. Doing as much as you can for as long as you can, both of them together. Because what's the point in making a quick and dirty buck if you could make more by just doing less for longer? Like the proper investment scheme that everybody wants to get involved with.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like morality, I'm still kind of fleshing out my view. It kind of changes, but I ground my morality, like principled morality, in the golden rule, or a version of the golden rule, to treat others how they wish to be treated. Right? That's
Yeah,
like
the
my
ethos of reciprocity.
yeah. So that's my moral principle.
Do you
And,
like both the positive and the negative arcs of that, or is it just the one?
it was an example of the negative.
The ethos of reciprocity has two arcs. There's the positive arc and the negative arc, where the positive can be defined as leading by example, and the negative can be defined as like doing no harm. So you have the idea of being in a reciprocal relationship where you're trying to teach somebody what it is the good thing to do, and you're trying to potentially defend yourself from doing harm to others, even unintentionally. You're at all times trying to conduct yourself so that you're doing no harm.
Mm. Yeah, I'd have to think about that some more. I mean, to be honest, like it's kind of why I like Tom's model, because my model kind of aligns with Tom's model in the sense that treating others how they wish to be treated is meaning that they have to give consent, right? If someone consents,
Yes.
then you're treating them how they wish to be treated. If they don't consent, then you need to also treat them how they wish to be treated. So I think that's why I kind of like Tom's model. But I suppose my only issue with the model is that, like, whilst it applies to consciousness, and obviously will involuntary impositions of will is only something that applies to conscious beings. Like, when I think of conscious beings, I also think of like intentions and emotions, and those are parts of a consciousness too. So I think that those things have moral assessment, but it seems like under Tom's model, because it only deals with will and impositions of will, any kind of like intention won't have any kind of moral assessment in under his model. And that's probably my only issue with it, because when we talk about intentions, like, normally we want to say that if someone has the intention to do something bad, like, even if they didn't carry it out, like we have like attempted murder, attempted armed robbery, like, you didn't actually impose on anyone's will, but you intended to, you just didn't have the means to carry it out. But we would still find you, like,
Well, you wouldn't
still
be
hold you
charged with
accountable.
attempted murder unless you at least attempted it.
No, but we'd still hold them accountable. We'd still consider them blameworthy.
Well, yeah, because you can identify the fallacious reasoning that was involved. I mean, if you go with the Enlightenment idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness being equal amongst all living things, then you you have to understand why that's the case. Why did they establish it that way? They established it that way because we don't have a metric to measure one person's life against another, to say that this person's life has more or less value than any others. We can value our own, yes, sure. That just means that to our perception, our life is priceless, because we also have to acknowledge we don't have a scale or a metric or a weight or of some way of saying what the quantitative value of life is. It's there. You can't deny it. It seems infinite. It's priceless by definition. And so we extend that logical conclusion to anyone who's engaged in the moral debate, that you clearly have a priceless life, the same as mine, because the math exists for both of us. Neither one of us has a scale. If someone comes along and has a scale for how to measure the value of life, then sure, that could end the conversation. But we're forced to accept that life must be regarded as equal, liberty must be regarded as equal, and the pursuit of happiness must be regarded as equal, or else what does ethic mean?
Yeah, I mean, obviously empathy is a huge thing, but like, what I'm sort of pointing at is like the intentions of people, and when we hold them to be blameworthy or not. Like, if someone kills someone but didn't actually intend to, like, we have a term for that, manslaughter, right? Because we don't hold them as accountable as if they intended to do it. So it seems like intentions have a lot of moral assessment, right?
Well, they
And
have some, but not always. There are some crimes that it doesn't matter what your intent was, you committed it, and that's it. End of story.
sure, yeah, but I mean, like, if we're trying to come up with a model of morality that applies to conscious beings, I think, like, we're only going to talk about interactions between conscious beings, or like Tom says, that actions that happen to conscious beings, because he's not just talking about an interaction between me and you as conscious beings. If something happens to me or happens to you, then he wants to say that that's also has moral assessment. Yeah, that's fine. I like that, but what I'm saying is, like, if it's just about restrictions of will or impositions of will, it doesn't account for like people's intuitions, and like those are interactions that conscious beings have too, right? So in the best of all possible worlds, where it's impossible to impose on someone's will, there's still going to be intentions and emotions, and those are still going to be interactions that people will have in the best of all possible worlds. And it seems like
But you've
to me
already
that,
acknowledged they don't necessarily matter, because there are times when these decisions, the mere fact that you committed the act is why you're being punished. It doesn't matter your why, just the mere fact it happened.
yeah, I mean, that's in this world, but we don't live in the most moral world. I'm talking about the
Sure,
best
yeah.
of possible
There are
worlds.
pragmatic positions that have to be taken because we don't have the ideal that we can envision, but that doesn't invalidate the ideal that we are envisioning any more than it would invalidate any ideal form.
Mm.
Wait, so what was the argument about emotional interactions or whatever?
So, like in the best of all possible worlds, where it's impossible to impose on anyone's will, presumably people are still going to interact. And they're still going to have intentions towards each other.
Sure.
They're still going to have emotions towards each other.
Sure.
You know, and I think that those things would have moral assessment.
Why? So,
So
like,
I could,
let's say I had the intention of like murdering you or whatever, but I literally physically couldn't do it. Like in the universe, it's just physically impossible to murder you.
Mhm.
Would that be immoral?
I think in terms of the best of all possible worlds, if I was to compare a best of all possible worlds where everyone had immoral intentions but couldn't actually carry them out because it's impossible to impose on anyone's will. If we compare that world to a world where nobody had any immoral intentions, I think that that would be a better world.
Why?
Because we have to interact with each other. Like I said, like even if it's impossible for you to impose on my will, right? I might still want to have a relationship with you. I might want to build a universe with you. I might want to have certain, you know, some kind of interaction with you on an emotional level, and obviously my intentions, like towards you, matter.
Well, why couldn't you just be with the people who feel that way and have the people who hate you? They could just be in their own universe. And why wouldn't that be better than
Yeah, well,
constraining
emotions
all
change over time, right?
conscious agents to make them not
Yeah,
be like that?
yeah, emotions change over time. So
So
I could go in with all good intentions, and then I might try and snake you down the line, right? So I said what I'm saying is it would be a better world if that couldn't happen.
why would that be better? Because that sounds like a very boring video game to me. Like I'm totally fine with people hating you and people trying to destroy you. I think like having opposing teams in video games makes it more fun. So I don't understand why it would be better to have all people have the same psychological mindset, especially if they didn't choose it. Like if they don't want to feel that way, then I don't see why it would be better to force or to limit all creation to only be able to have those kinds of feelings. That doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, I'm just saying that like when it comes to the best of all possible worlds, your best of all possible worlds, like we're still going to have interactions that,
No,
you
I
know,
agreed with that part.
emotions.
You claimed it would be better if nobody hated you. Why? I think it's perfectly fine if people. I think it's better that people have the option to hate you as much as they want.
If we agreed to like enter into some kind of, you know, build a universe together or something like that, and then for some reason down the line you changed your attitude towards me, your intentions towards me, like I think that that wouldn't be a good thing.
Sure. So you should probably include
So what
that in the rules of the universe, that whatever rules you set up entail certain contingencies. So like you can't stab me in the back. That would be a good one to have in your world.
What you mean, like when you set the universe up, you set these rules up to start off with? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that would normally be the correct thing to do.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just still fleshing out the view, but like the idea is that when it comes to morality applying to conscious beings, it has to account, for me, it has to account for people's intentions and emotions, because those are interactions that we have and would have moral assessment, right? And like I said, like we do consider people to be blameworthy even if they haven't carried out an immoral act. They had the intention to do it. Like a husband wanting to kill his wife when she's sleeping, you know, and you know, unloads a clip on the bed, but finds out that there was pillows underneath the blanket. You know, he hasn't actually imposed on his wife's will, but he surely had the intention to kill her and end her life, right? So that we would consider that person to be blameworthy. So it seems like
Wait. Go
intuition
back.
is a
So
fact.
if he didn't actually do anything, what is he blameworthy of?
he had the intention of involuntary imposing on someone's will.
But he didn't actually do it, so he didn't do anything immoral.
Sure, but it would be, what I'm saying is it would be a better world if people didn't have those intentions towards people.
No, it wouldn't. Why?
Because we have to interact with people.
No, again, the interactions are all limited by the universe. The laws make it impossible for anyone to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. So it doesn't make a difference how you feel about anybody. You'll never be able to smother your wife with a pillow. Therefore, it doesn't matter how you feel. Like, if no immoral action can take place, it doesn't matter how you feel. The only relevance of why people put in restrictions on how you should feel is because there's pragmatic limitations of your freedoms in the world to harm other people. If it was impossible for you to harm other people, or everybody got their own universe and you couldn't be harmed, it doesn't matter. You think whatever you want. Literally, Hitler could have his own universe and just want to massacre all the Jews, but perfectly fine because he couldn't do it. And it wouldn't be better because just by eliminating Hitler or preventing Hitler from being able to feel those things, or making it impossible for humans to feel what Hitler feels. Like, no, that would be involuntary impositions on the individuals that are unnecessary. I said, like, why would we make it impossible for people to feel that way if they wanted to choose to feel that way? That would seem immoral to me.
Yeah, I agree. If we force people to feel a way that they didn't want to, that would be wrong.
But isn't that what you're doing when you're saying we stop all humans from being able to feel hate, essentially?
No, I'm not making that claim. I'm not saying that we stop people from hating each other. What I'm saying is it would be a better world if people didn't feel that way, or didn't.
So like they all just voluntarily chose to stop hating or something?
No, because my moral principle is based on the golden rule. So treat others how they wish to be treated. So, if we entered into a universe together, my moral principle, I would treat you how you wish to be treated, which is to take into account your emotions, how you would feel about certain things.
Well, sure. So, but if we're looking at a universe, and if we don't put restrictions on what people can feel, just allow them to feel whatever, that's going to include hate. So the free will argument from God. Like, if you're allowed to feel whatever you want to feel, then that's going to include the possibility of feeling hate. Some people are going to feel hate. And so if you think it's an important value to give people the freedom to feel what they want to feel, then that's going to entail a universe with hate possibilities. And so if you say a universe would be better than this would be a universe where nobody ever hated. Well, the only way to achieve that would be to make it impossible for anybody to hate. So you take away that freedom, or just by chance, everybody just chooses not to hate. But that seems kind of silly. And so it seems like the best way to set up a universe is to give people the freedom to choose to hate or not hate. Because if you set it so they can't hate, that's bad. And obviously it would be better if you gave them the options to hate, but nobody choose to hate. That's fine too. But since we don't have that as an option, we have to just give them the options to hate or not hate. And whether or not they choose to hate or not is an independent variable. It doesn't make a difference, because the way we set up the universe is what's important. And we can't make the restriction that nobody's allowed to hate, because that would make the universe bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get your point about forcing people to feel a certain way. Like, I think that would be taking away from your best of all possible worlds in that sense, because you would have one less freedom in a sense. So yeah, I don't think it could cash out that way. I guess I'm just looking at it like, if like you compare two worlds, compare one world where every conscious being has intentions that to stab people in the back or whatever, right? They can't actually do it, but they have the intention. And then we compare that to a world where people just want to do the best for everyone because they want to treat everyone how they wish to be treated. It just seems that would be a better world, in terms of best of all possible worlds.
Yeah, I still don't understand that, because for me, I want the freedom to be able to go to lots of different worlds where there are bad people and there are good people, and I want to experience them both. And if I'm only limited to the good ones, I would be bored out of my mind. I think that would be dumb. I want all of them. I think that's a better world where you have all the options.
Do you think it'd be a lonely world where, you're always worried about people having, you're in a relationship with someone, right? and then they have intentions towards someone else, right? That's going to affect your emotions.
So
But
don't
it
be
seems like
find a different human. Like there's going to be a spectrum of people, some who will occasionally have hatred feelings for you and some who won't. And if you want someone who will never feel that way, you can find that relationship, or you can find a relationship that changes, or you can find multiple relationships and go to multiple worlds and then change to new relationships after time. So maybe you're with one person and their personality changes and then you switch to a different person. You dump them, find a new relationship. Like it seems strange to think that you're so constrained in this universe that it would be better if people just never hated you or something. That seems like a very strange thing to want.
But it's not necessarily about freedom though. This is about morality, isn't it? This is about like the interactions between conscious beings. So it's not about like absolute freedom. It's about how we want, behaviors between conscious beings.
Right.
Right.
And so
Well,
I'm
that's
saying if we compare the two universes and we set up a universe where it's not possible for people to hate, and we set up a universe where it's possible for people to hate, I would choose the second one because I can still get all of the things in the first one and only be with people who don't hate me, but I can do more and also experience the other things. And everyone else who wants to experience a mix can also experience the other things. So it seems ridiculous to say like hate and love are like flavors, chocolate and vanilla. And you're saying, I only want vanilla. A universe with only vanilla is the best. And I'm like, that's silly. I want mixed flavors because there's more stuff I can experience. Why would I be limited to this one? It makes no sense. Like if you want vanilla, you can just eat vanilla. That's totally fine. You can eat vanilla on your own in the best of all possible worlds. But why would we limit that to everybody else who doesn't want vanilla?
Would that be more moral though? That's what I'm struggling
no,
with.
the more moral would be
Because it seems
both. Both is the more moral. Give people both of the options. That's the more moral option.
Yeah. Okay. I might have to think this one through a bit more. Another angle I was thinking of is that, like, when it comes to our intuitions, that a model of morality that closely aligns with our intuitions is going to be more accepted, right? Because your model of morality is just a hypothesis, right? You don't claim that there's any actual evidence for it. You're not.
Sure.
It's just by your lights. It's just imaginary, right?
Sure.
So could I not just come up with a model of morality that
sure
is also, based on a different principle? Maybe it entails all of your like outcomes, in terms of how you assess morality, but it also does all of that, but it also accounts for people's intuitions.
Sure, you could do that. I just think that people are probably going to disagree and want to go to my version more.
But it seems like if yours is just if yours is only focused on will but not focused on like emotions and intentions, in the same way that we hold people accountable now if they have bad intentions, or if they had no intention to do something and still have, and it still
we don't
happened,
ever
like,
hold people accountable based on their intentions. It's only based off of the consequences of their actions, and then we add in intentions. But intentions are never ever prosecuted, ever.
What, attempted murder is intention?
No, that's
you're
the
talking
action.
about mens rea and actus reus. You're talking about the illegal act.
But there's no act in an attempted murder.
No, there is. They attempted to murder someone. They took an action. Like if they just thought about it and they had the intention, no one would be prosecuted. There'd be zero prosecution. They have to take an action that was intended to lead to the actual thing taking place. That's attempted murder. So like they pushed a car down a hill trying to hit the person. The car may have missed, like it maybe dodged to the edge or whatever, but that's attempted murder. Now, if they just thought about pushing the car, there is no crime. No crime has been committed. They will never be prosecuted. Attempted murder is only when they've done something with the intention of causing an action that could actually occur. If it just thinking about it, no crime.
Yeah, no, okay, I agree with that. What about like if you have someone that intends, they're driving a car and intend to kill someone with the car, versus someone that's driving a car and kills someone that they didn't intend to
Same
kill
thing.
him with
So
the
you've
car?
done an action, like you're driving the car towards a person. The action has already taken place. It's not just you thought about it. You thought about it and then did an action to lead to the action occurring.
You had both the criminal act and the criminal mind.
Right, but in the unintentional case, there's no crime there, right?
No, the action still
There's
takes
no
place.
mens rea, there's no criminal mind.
So if you accidentally run someone over, the car thing took place. Or if you were driving down the road and you didn't intend to hit them and you accidentally swerved and hit like a tree or something and didn't hit them, neither the action took place nor the crime nor the intention took place. And so it's only the case when you have an action with bad intentions that is punished. And again, and these are only pragmatic things. We don't do that because the intention is immoral. We do that because the intention could lead to further crimes down the road, and we want to prevent those. But if the intention could never lead to further crimes down the road, we do not care. Like literally, there are, I forget how many threats to the president's life every day, but the vast majority of them are non-credible. The people just lack the ability to do it. So even if they have the intention, they genuinely want to kill the president, if they lack the ability to do it, we ignore them because it's non-credible.
Well, I wouldn't ignore them. I'd still call them immoral. That's the thing. Even if they didn't have the ability to carry out the action, I'd still want to say that person's an immoral person. We should watch out for that guy. I wouldn't just ignore him.
If they're physically impossible from harming anyone ever, like, no, we just ignore them. Like, why would we ever consider that an issue?
Because they have bad intentions, right?
Again,
That seems to
intentions
have
don't
some sort
matter
of
if they
moral
literally
assessment.
can never hurt anyone. If they can literally never hurt anyone, there's no bad. The intentions just don't matter anymore. So take like a paraplegic who wanted to punch someone in the face. They have no arms. They literally can't do it. So we never have to worry about that. They're not immoral.
I just feel like if even if I had a paraplegic that wanted to do something like that, right, versus another paraplegic that didn't want to do that thing, even if the person that wanted to do it couldn't carry it out, it just feels like the person that didn't have the intention of doing it is a more moral person just by virtue of them not having the intention.
Well,
and that has moral assessment for me.
They may be a better person. That's fine, but we don't care about that. When we're designing a universe, whether the universe is moral is contingent on the abilities that we allow within the universe, the freedoms that the universe allows. Now, whether or not the people who are in the universe choose to act one way or the other isn't something we can legislate. We cannot legislate that. You cannot make restrictions and say it would be better if they were all just forced to do good. So that's off the table. You don't even get to assess that anymore. It's irrelevant. You can just set the rules of the system, and whether or not the people choose to go one way in the system or the other way in the system isn't something you get to dictate.
Yeah, no, I concede on the forcing someone to not hate. Yeah, I don't think that doesn't seem intuitively a good thing to do. But you did say that someone that didn't have the intention versus someone that did have the intention, they are a better person. Well, in what way are they better? Are they better morally or in some other way?
Well, that would be like a social construction kind of morally. I think like your social perception.
But I think all morals is social construction.
Right. So I'm saying that there's a difference there. There's the objective morality of like setting the universe up, and then there's the subjective morality of what you like best. You like people not to want to murder you. That's your subjective preference. That's what you would want. It's not what I want. It's not what other people want. It's probably not what that person wants, but that's what you like. So you think of that as better, but we don't care. If we want an objective morality, we want something that is accommodating to all of the different individual values equally and not trying to impose your subjective preferences onto them. That's why objectively, if objective morality is true, it would be better to allow that person to hate you.
Interesting. No, thanks for that. I mean, the idea, you have this idea where whoever makes a novel testable predictions wins.
Yep.
In terms of their hypothesis, right?
Yep.
So if you have a hypothesis and I have a hypothesis about morality, like you're not actually going out to test your hypothesis, right? You're not doing any actual science with your hypothesis, and neither would I. But maybe over the course of 10,000 years, the data would point towards one of our models.
Sure.
Right. And whoever's that points towards would be like
The one that has
wins,
more
right?
evidence, yeah, for sure.
But if we see like intentionality is something in a, I know you're saying it's one of these contingent types of things that will change in the future in terms of our intuitions, but for now, that's how we see morality. Like we do help hold people accountable depending on their intentions, or we consider them to be better people if they don't have intentions. So that's just how we see things now. If that continues for 10,000 years, and all, because my model of morality is very similar to yours in a sense, but it might be that just because mine takes into account like people's emotions and intuitions, because I want to treat people how they wish to be treated, I'm not just concerned about impositions of will. Then maybe, you know, in 10,000 years, or maybe for 9,999 years, it all points to mine, and maybe in 10,000 years it points to yours, some other data point, right? But you're going to have to concede that my hypothesis wins, right?
Yeah. So if you have a prediction that includes this, intuitions are relevant to what objective morality is, and mine entails that it's not relevant to what morality is, then if 10,000 years or whatever passes, or whatever time period, and it doesn't shift towards my model, then that would be evidence against my model. Now you would have to make your own novel prediction. You couldn't just say things will remain the same, because that's not a novel prediction. But if you made your own novel prediction, like maybe they become more important or something, and that happened, then yes, that would be evidence of your model and evidence against my model.
Yeah, because they're just competing hypotheses, kind of like, you know, like string theory versus many worlds or something like that. Everyone has a hypothesis, but you know, no one has like a novel testable prediction. But if mine is just all of what yours does plus something else, like I'm just mirror your argument and just added another property to it. So
Well,
I'm
that
taking
wouldn't
into
work.
account
You'd have to be a
emotions.
counter property. So the first example you used would work. So like if intuitions were a valuable metric for morality, that would be counter to my model. And so that would be evidence against my model. If you just take my model and add a fact or something, that doesn't do anything. So like if I took general and special relativity and added, I don't know, mushrooms, that wouldn't be evidence my model replaces general and special relativity. It'd have to contradict it in some way, and that way would have to be right.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah, your teacher, I have a question.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm done. Thanks for the chat.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
So, T-Jump, you grant like what's it called, philosophical zombies being possible, right?
Sure. It's a computer.
Yeah, and do you think that that isn't a defeat? And you also grant like mental states and like physical states are identical, no?
Yep.
Okay, so I fail to understand how you can like hold that position, because if it is possible as to like these two things are not identical, right? Then trying to say that, oh yeah, in this scenario, then they would be identical would just be a breach of the law of identity. I don't understand how something a circle can possibly also be not a circle at the same time.
Because philosophical zombies only entail that the physical constraints within the brain are the same, but you can change the physical constraints of the universe such that the interactions between the cells or the neurons in the brain don't produce consciousness, and would still produce the actions of consciousness or something. So there could be like another law of physics out there, and that's like the consciousness law or something. And so if you have a brain plus the consciousness law, it produces a conscious experience. But if you have the brain without the consciousness law, it produces no conscious experience.
Yeah, so do you not grant the thesis where it is possible for the universe to be exactly identical, however there are no mental states, or however there are like no qualia? Do you not grant that?
No, I can still grant
You
that. So
think
like
it's
we can
possible?
have, say we froze
Mhm.
time. We froze time in one whatever figment of time we have, and it just froze and stopped. I think
Yep.
there would be essentially no consciousness. Consciousness would stop existing, because to have consciousness, you need to have a transition of time. But all of
Yeah,
the
no,
laws
no,
of
no.
physics
I'm
would
not.
be the same. You'd still have all of the physics would be the exact same.
Yeah, no, no, no. I'm saying like the universe is exactly as our own, so it isn't like time isn't frozen, right? All that's happening is just like time is progressing linearly in the same way that ours is. All that's going on is just there's no mental states, but every single physical fact about us is the same. So there's a being which time is progressing like normally.
Wait. So
However, it just
I
has no
already answered
quality.
this. The answer is yes. It is logically
Okay.
possible for there to be another law like a magic law.
So, and you also think that like in this world, at least, brain states and like mental states are identical, right?
Yes. In
Just
this
to
world, I
clarify.
think that, yes, consciousness is a physical
Okay.
process. And so if we
So,
changed any of the physical
do
states,
you think it is possible? Yeah, do you think it is possible for like just to ask another clarifying question? Do you think it's possible for a circle not to represent 360 degrees?
yes, literally non-Euclidean geometry exists.
What'd you say?
Non-Euclidean geometry exists.
Okay, do you think it's possible for a circle to like not be a circle at the same time? Let me phrase it that way.
He just answered your question.
No, he's changing it to a logical question. Those
Yeah.
are different questions. So one, your question of philosophical zombies does not entail a logical contradiction with the physical universe. Just doesn't. It's just a stupid question. The circle question does entail a logical contradiction, but it is not analogous to the philosophical zombie question.
I mean, I think it would be analogous because if you're trying
It's
to say
not.
that
I
within this
already
world,
proved that wrong. I already proved that wrong. So if all of the
What was your
physical
justification?
stop talking. If all of the physical facts of the universe are the same, but there's an additional supernatural magical consciousness fact that guides consciousness. All of the physical facts are exactly the same in both universes, but one has consciousness, one does not.
So would the other like thing that is granting us consciousness not be like physical? So spatial tape
In a
spatial and temporal.
hypothetical universe, yes, you can have a hypothetical universe where consciousness is actually a supernatural thing, in which case the physical facts of the universe would be exactly the same as this universe, but no consciousness existed.
Yeah, so then I wouldn't understand like how how in some worlds consciousness can have the property of being a spatial and a temporal. However, within this world, they have the property of being spatial and temporal.
Because
right?
in the
Without
other
there actually
hypothetical
being any
universe,
communication.
consciousness is governed by the supernatural law, and in this one, it's not governed by the supernatural law. This is not hard. This is very, very simple.
So what would be the basis as to why it's like governed by the natural law?
Because Sky Daddy God made it that way. Because Sky Daddy God
mean,
made it that way.
not-
This is not hard. Like if you have a universe where consciousness in universe
No.
A,
That's
consciousness
what
is
I'm
governed by
asking.
the
I'm asking like
supernatural.
in this current universe. Yeah, in this current universe, why do you think it's like governed by some physical law?
Because it is. Again, that's just a stupid question.
Because it is. Is there any other form of justification? Like, can you give me any
No,
sort of
I don't need any
evidence?
justification because it's irrelevant to the argument. So the argument is it logically possible to have a universe with exactly the same physical states and no consciousness? The answer is yes. Do we live in that universe? I don't
Okay.
think so. Is it possible? Sure. Why is our universe not like that? Who gives a shit? It's irrelevant. The question has been answered. Is it logically possible? Yes.
Okay, so if it's logically possible, right, and you're trying to like assign these two things to be identical, so the brain and brain and mental state, you're trying to assign these two things being identical, then I don't think that can actually obtain.
No,
It'd
it
be like
obtains
trying to
just
say
fine.
that the circle is identical to
It obtains
itself.
just fine. It just means it's not infallible. So it's not an infallible absolute truth that physical states necessarily translate to mental states. It's the most
Repeat what
likely
you
thing
said?
is what the evidence says. Is it logically necessary? No.
Wait, I'm sorry. Someone was talking in the background. Can you repeat yourself?
Yes. So the fact that it's logically possible for there to be a philosophical zombie does not mean the statement physical states and mental states are the same is wrong or has less evidence. It just means it's not infallible knowledge. So the fact that there is a possibility for it to be wrong does not entail it is less, like it is 0% likely or 50% likely. It could still be 99.99999% likely that physical states and mental states are synonymous, even though there's a possibility that there's a different kind of universe out there.
Yeah, so I'd say that that wouldn't really make any sense because you'd be like trying to say, oh yeah, it's possible in some world that A does not equal A, but clearly A equals A in
No,
every
I already
single
debunked
possible.
that. I already debunked that. So again,
You were trying to say that in the other
I
world
already
there'll be
debunked that. I already debunked that. So hypothetical universe A, there is a physical universe with exactly the same physical states in every way, plus supernatural laws. There's these supernatural laws, and these supernatural laws govern consciousness in this universe. And so they overwrite any consciousness that exists in physical states. They're like, nope, this is gone because the supernatural laws overwrite all that stuff. And so in this universe, exact same physical states, no consciousness.
Yeah, so that doesn't really seem to answer the question that I'm trying to ask you, because the question I'm trying to ask right now is, okay, even if that's true and that's like a solid objection to the philosophical zombie question, is there any real reason or any real evidence as to why our consciousness in this current universe is actually governed by physical states, rather than there just being a correlation
because of the
between the
novel
two?
testable predictions made in the field of neurology. That's what indicates it's governed by physical states. Has nothing to do with the philosophical
Can you
zombie argument. The philosophical zombie argument has nothing to do with the reason we're naturalists and physicalists. The reason we're naturalists and physicalists is because that's the only model that's ever made novel predictions about how the brain works and been correct.
Okay, so can you like give me any I'm not gonna ask you to send me a specific link because
Yes, the
nobody
prediction
needs
about free
time.
will, about how we can look
All
at
right.
your brain and know what you're thinking before you do, and know what decisions you're going to make before you do. That's a great example of a novel prediction that was made by the physicalist hypothesis that was not predicted by the supernatural hypothesis, which is why the vast majority of neurologists, psychologists,
I mean,
mental scientists are all physicalists and think dualism is stupid and dumb as shit, and it's a complete waste of time.
yeah, so like I don't think
I
what's
don't
it called, the
care. I
supernatural.
don't care what you think.
Okay. But why would like what's it called, them being able to make any form of predictions about like what the brain can do actually be a weaken like the supernatural hypothesis in this case? If the
Because
supernatural
that's how
hypothesis
evidence
is trying
works.
to say that,
Evidence
like
is novel
Hmm?
testable predictions. If you have a hypothesis and you can accurately predict the future when others can't, that's
yeah,
evidence of your hypothesis. That's just what evidence is.
yeah. So shouldn't like what's it called, the thesis of like the mind being immaterial also be able to predict the fact that like our qualia and like secondary states
Nope.
seem to like just not be things that you can assign to
Nope.
actual like regular matter?
Nope. Never happened. So
Um,
once the people who believe in substance dualism or whatever can make successful predictions at a higher rate than the naturalists can, then that would be evidence. They just haven't ever done that.
so like I mean, you've read up on about all of this stuff on the neurology, right? So
Yep.
are you able to like name me the specific part of the brain that like derives people having subjective tastes, subjective like views on
What
like
does that have
what
to
they
do with
believe
what
is right
evidence is?
or
Like
wrong?
whether or not I can answer every question about the brain doesn't mean that you can. So you have to give an example of something you can do with novel predictions that the natural world has never done. I can give tons of natural examples of physical predictions that have been made and
Yeah,
confirmed that are my hypothesis, which is all evidence of my hypothesis. Whether or not we can answer every question just doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. What matters is
I
can you
mean, I
give us
think
any of those on your hypothesis? The answer is no.
I think it would be like solid ground to actually believe in my
No,
hypothesis
it's an
because if
argument
my
from ignorance. It's
hypothesis,
literally an argument from ignorance.
I mean, I disagree because if my hypothesis simply just seems to posit that, okay, if the physical world does not seem to explain this fact, but we know that this fact actually does exist, right? Therefore, the more likely explanation would be that there's a
It's
non-physical
literally
fact
an
that's
argument
explaining
from
this thing.
ignorance. It's literally an argument from ignorance.
No, argument from ignorance at least just only seem to like posit like or affect claims of certainty. I don't see
No. It
the
has
like reason as to
nothing to do with certainty.
no,
It's you don't know.
the,
Your hypothesis
mhm.
can't explain X. Therefore, that's evidence of my hypothesis. That's what an argument from ignorance is. So whether or not
I just
what do you mean? You don't get to disagree. It's a fact. It's literally described in every single philosophical textbook ever written. This is what an argument from ignorance
every
is.
single definition I seem to read it just seems to say that like if you try and deny the existence of something based off of a lack of evidence for it. But I'm not trying to deny its existence as a whole. I'm simply saying that one hypothesis would be more probable than the other. I'm not
That's
simply ruling it
literally
out
the same
completely.
thing. Literally the same thing.
Uh,
An argument from ignorance is an argument that a lack of contrary evidence is evidence for an alternative hypothesis. That's what it is. This is the definition. Just Google it. Natural Institute of
that
Health.
yeah, you want me to Google it right now and send you like where I'm getting my definition from? Because we just seem to have
Wiki.
opposing
A
definitions.
proposition is true because another. What is it? We lost it. Proposition
Repeat what you said.
is true because it has
you
not yet
cut
been
out.
proven false, or a proposition is false because it has not yet been proven true.
Yeah, so I'm not
So
trying
the
to assert that
proposition
my
here is:
proposition
can
is
you explain X? You
well,
can't
okay, so
explain.
I'm not trying.
Stop talking.
Okay.
You gave the argument. Can
Mhm.
you explain the exact part of the brain where something happens? I say no.
Yes.
That's therefore you're saying this is evidence of an alternative thing. So the proposition here is this: the physical hypothesis explains what is doing this.
Mhm.
And you're saying that's false because it has not yet been proven true. That's literally what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying
It's
it's
literally
false.
what you're
No, I'm
saying.
not saying it's
This
false.
is an argument from
I'm
ignorance. You're wasting my time. If you don't understand this is an argument from ignorance, go take a class in logic. I don't care. All of your
Yeah,
argument
no.
is saying naturalism can't explain X, therefore supernaturalism. That isn't evidence of supernaturalism ever. You need your own novel predictions.
So if naturalism just seems to posit that everything within the world can be explained by natural facts, however, there's like some natural facts
It doesn't say
or
that.
there's
It
some form
doesn't
of
say
fact.
that.
Okay.
It doesn't say
What do you
that.
think naturalism posits? Because I might be like mistaken. What do you think naturalism posits?
Naturalism posits that
Is it
everything in
not?
the world is natural.
Yeah. So
It
if
doesn't say
everything in the
we
world
can
is
explain
natural,
everything. There's lots of things we can't
yeah.
explain. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, so if everything in the world is natural, but I'm able to name you something within the world, right? For example, these subjective experiences that
can't
we have
explain.
that does not seem to actually.
No.
Yeah,
That we can't explain. We can't explain it yet.
So how would you actually be able to hold true to naturalism if
Because
there are
there's
just multiple
infinitely
things
many things
outside
we
of your
can't explain. Whether or not we can't explain
Yeah.
something is not evidence of an alternative theory.
So
Literally, that's
if
an
there's
argument from
okay,
ignorance, you moron.
if you do not if you do not have the amount of evidence needed to actually make this broad claim that everything in the world is natural, then I don't understand how you can hold to the view.
Because you're an idiot. So again, this is how it works. If things that are natural make successful predictions, and things that are not natural never make successful predictions, we have evidence of naturalism, no evidence of anything else. Rational conclusion is naturalism is everything. So for any unknown,
Okay.
anything we don't know what it is, there's two options. We can go with something that has past evidence or make up shit, make shit up. We can make shit up that has no evidence.
Okay.
Using things that have
So
past evidence is more rational than making shit up. What you're doing is saying, hey, these things that have past evidence don't fully explain the unknown yet. Great job. Making shit up is not a good explanation of the thing we don't know yet.
Yeah, so almost a code. To respond to that, simply like just because like in certain instances, like the natural facts seem to explain certain parts of the world, which obviously I think most people would agree with. Nobody like disagrees that like in some facts or in some cases like what's it called? Things can be reduced down to like natural like truths, right? Or natural facts. That doesn't true. Trying to apply that to every single part or every single part of reality would just be absurd, seeing as there are multiple parts of reality.
Nope.
Then naturalism
Again,
seems to just have
stop.
no
I
does not take
already
into
covered this.
account
I already
at all.
covered this. If we're
Yeah,
trying to
you're trying to
explain,
say
stop
there can be
talking.
predictions.
So if we're trying to explain,
Okay, no
there's
problem.
any unknown about reality. There's any unknown about reality. The only rational thing to think that caused it was prior things we've already discovered in reality. If you want to make up a new thing, just make shit up. That is never going to be evidence of the made up shit. If we discover something, we have no idea what it is, and you're going to make shit up to explain it. This is called post hoc rationalization. You see the evidence, make up some bullshit to try to explain the evidence. We don't give a damn. What you need is to take your made up shit and then predict something we haven't discovered yet and get that right. That's what evidence is. You don't get to say, hey, here's something that we can't explain under naturalism, therefore my made up shit. That's an argument from ignorance, literally an argument from ignorance. What you need to do is say, okay, here's something we can't explain. I'm going to make shit up that can possibly explain it. It's a great hypothesis. And then from that hypothesis, I'm going to predict something we don't know yet. And if you get that right, that's evidence. It is never evidence to take something we don't know and then make up a shitty explanation for it. Never is that evidence. That's a hypothesis. That's how every hypothesis has ever worked. Here's something we don't understand, make shit up. But then to make it confirmed, you need to predict something about the future we don't know yet and get it right. And idealists, supernaturalists, substance dualists have never, ever done that. Ever. Naturalists do that all the time and get it right all the time. That's why they win. And your hypothesis is stupid.
You believe what's the code? You believe that like non-naturalism is false, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you believe non-naturalism is false, and your basis would be, oh well, one of them seems to be able to make predictions. However, this other one does not seem to be able to make predictions. Therefore, one of them would be false, right?
Say that again.
So one of them seems to be able to make predictions about the future. The other one does not seem to be able to. Therefore, one would be true, the other would be false.
one would have evidence, one would not have evidence.
Yeah, so you think, okay, so you also think that non-naturalism would be false, and I'm asking you, like, the reason being would just be because one of them doesn't have evidence, right?
Yes, so if it doesn't have evidence, you shouldn't believe it. Like Santa Claus, leprechauns, fairies. If it has no
Yeah,
evidence,
so
you
like,
shouldn't believe it. Correct.
yeah, you think, yeah, so you think it just is false, right? But wouldn't that also just fall under an argument from ignorance?
No.
Because then you just be trying to deny its existence based
No.
off of a lack of evidence.
No.
I
Which I
don't
don't
have to
even think
deny
is
the
one.
existence of something not proven to exist.
If
No,
you say you
wait.
deny
So the
the
argument
existence
is,
of something based
if
off a lack of evidence, that's an argument
no,
from
the
ignorance.
argument is that humans make shit up all the time. We have lots and lots of evidence humans make shit up. And of all the made up shit, the way we epistemically start is we need some way to differentiate imagination from reality. The way we differentiate imagination from reality is novel testable predictions. Therefore, anything that does not have novel testable predictions is rational to conclude it's made up, imaginary. So we were rational to conclude that all the things we think of that don't have evidence don't exist because we make shit up all the time. That's the argument. It's not
Yeah,
something we
so
don't
that's
know. It's that there's a good reason to conclude because we make shit up, that's a made up thing.
yeah. So okay, that just sounds exactly like the response I gave earlier. But
No, it does not.
wouldn't
It
it be
sounds
a
nothing
perfect
like it.
rational like? Yeah, so wouldn't a perfect like novel testable prediction in this case? Wouldn't it just be, well, there seems to be this unexplained thing via like naturalism, which would be the existence of qualia, right?
How is
And
that a
then my
novel
way of like
so novel testable prediction means something we've never seen before that we
yeah,
expect to
and
see and we discover. So if you're saying something
yeah,
you
the
already have
expect
seen, that's not novel. Literally not what novel means.
so the expectation of like the things, okay, so you're more realist, so you also believe in like certain like, unless you believe like what's it called, morals are also physical things.
Yes, I do.
Like there's okay, and then you also like have no actual evidence to deduce the fact that like these quote unquote intuitions actually grasped by a physical thing. There's no physical thing we have
Right, that's
access
just
to
a
that's called
hypothesis,
morals.
right? That's just a hypothesis.
Yeah, so it just seems to be a hypothesis without any evidence.
Correct.
Like, sure, you can make a prediction about the future, right? However, this prediction just seems to have no evidence. In the same way, how I can predict the future.
The prediction evidence if it's confirmed. So if I make a prediction about the future based on my hypothesis, morality is physical, and the prediction comes true, that's evidence that morality is physical.
So what would be the prediction be whenever you're speaking of morals then?
That will discover a quantum field that does morals.
Okay, so what would be like what's it called? What would be the justification as to why this thing will become true?
Become
Like,
true. It literally exists. So the argument is there is a quantum field. We just haven't discovered it yet, and we will discover it in the future. That's the argument.
Yeah, so we haven't discovered it yet, but we will discover in the future. But what would be the basis as to why we would be able to discover this thing in the future?
I can
I'm
make
confused.
up any basis. The basis doesn't matter. It's just a prediction based off of a hypothesis. If I get it right, it's evidence.
Okay. So then it just sounds like if you do not know whether or not you've gotten it right or not, seeing as there's no actual reason to believe that we will understand or we will discover this quantum field in future.
Yeah, that's right. If we
then
don't
there
have
just
any
seems to be
evidence
no
yet, we don't
for
have any
hypothesis.
evidence yet. So the fact that we don't have any predictions yet means you have no evidence. Congratulations.
Okay, so then did you just also just seem to be agreeing to the view that moral realism has no evidence?
Correct.
For?
Moral realism has no evidence. Duh.
Okay, so if moral realism has no evidence for it, that doesn't seem to be consistent with all of the debates you've had to actually
No,
defend
I've
moral
literally
realism.
said that many, many times. So that's exactly consistent.
So if you said many, many times that moral realism just has no evidence behind it, then what would be the reason as to why you believe it?
Because I like
Wouldn't it just be as empty and as vacuous as like people who are theists believing it without any evidence at all?
No.
Wouldn't
So
you
the
deem that as
reason
irrational?
theism is vacuous is because they claim to have evidence but don't. But if you claim to believe something because you like it, that's perfectly fine. None of this relates to your silly consciousness position, but it's totally fine to believe something because you like it. That's not a problem. Though it's vacuous if you
Okay,
claim
but
you have evidence when you don't. That's vacuous.
Mm-hmm. So don't you think that would also be irrational to try and like affirm that, oh yeah, I believe this thing, but I also don't have any evidence for it,
No,
right?
you can believe
And then
whatever you
try.
want. You can believe whatever you want without evidence as long as you don't claim to have evidence. Perfectly
Yeah,
fine.
most people would seem okay. Yeah, but most people would seem to agree. Like you always found your belief of moral realism based off of your intuitions. Most people would seem to believe that, like at least intuitively, you would be more rational to believe the claim with evidence than the one without it.
Obviously.
So it just sounds as if you're defeating your own moral realist position.
No, again, not not at all, because of literally what I just said. You can believe whatever you want for whatever reason you want. It's more rational to believe with evidence, sure, but this list has literally nothing to do with your dumbass idea of consciousness existing. Literally nothing.
Okay, the reason as to why would we relate to like my view of consciousness existing would be due to the fact that, like, what's it called? Even if you say, oh well, consciousness has no evidence behind it, the evidence would be due to the fact that there's some unexplained fact.
That's an argument from ignorance. I already debunked that dumb
naturalism.
shit. I already debunked
Okay,
that dumb
yeah.
shit. That's an argument from ignorance.
That just how okay, yeah. So it's just contingent on what we argued beforehand. You also believe like group contingencies can exist too. If you want to talk about that as well.
No,
because I
that
don't
has
see it.
literally nothing to do with the conversation. So I debunked your entire argument about silly consciousness stuff, and now you're moving to a whole bunch of other topics for some reason.
Yeah, I don't think you really refuted it.
I completely
but
100% refuted it. You made an argument from ignorance. I proved it was an argument from ignorance, and then I said the standard for evidence is novel testable predictions. You have none.
Yeah, you also have no like novel testable predictions on the stance of like
I never claimed to. I never
say...
claimed to. So I'm claiming I have no evidence for this position, and that's fine. So if you claim you have no evidence for your garbage consciousness position, that's fine too. You can grant.
But then what would be the... Okay, so do you actually have any form of evidence as to why, like, for example, all of these beliefs that naturalism is founded on, for example, the fact that you aren't being fooled by a Cartesian
novel
demon,
testable predictions. Yeah, novel predictions are what form all of the naturalist hypothesis.
So what would be the novel testable prediction that actually deduces the fact that you aren't being fooled by a Cartesian demon?
I have hands.
Right now?
Problem solved. That one was covered. That was covered on the wiki.
You have okay, dude. You seeming to have hands doesn't actually justify the fact
again,
that like
this is again you're deflating to a different topic, a different philosophical problem to get away from the fact I've completely dunked on your consciousness belief. So going back to the actual topic, your consciousness belief, you have an argument from ignorance. Naturalism can't explain S, can't explain X. I made shit up to explain X. Therefore, that's evidence of my made up shit. That doesn't work. If evidence is novel predictions. Novel predictions are here's something I would expect to see if my hypothesis is true that we haven't seen yet. So let's say Einstein made a prediction that we're not in the matrix, and the world is physical, and general relativity is true. Therefore, we're going to see this curvature of light around the sun. I accurately see the curvature of light around the sun. Therefore, that's evidence of we're not in the matrix. General relativity is true, and consciousness is physical. Problem solved.
Yeah. All of that just seems to be contingent off of the fact that you can rely on like your sense experience. But even then, right?
It doesn't matter what it's contingent on. Doesn't make a difference. What matters is you have a hypothesis that can predict the future and gets it right. That's it. That's
but the prediction, that just relies on the claim that
I don't care. It doesn't matter what it relies on. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what it relies on. Have a prediction. Have a belief. Make a prediction. Get it right. That's all you need. That's all you need.
Because you don't actually have an argument.
That is no. I gave you the shut up. I gave you the argument. The argument is this: the only contingent things that you've been muted. The only things that matter here: you have a hypothesis. You make a prediction based off that hypothesis. You get the prediction right. How? I don't give a shit how. I don't give a shit about the contingencies. I don't give a shit about the entailments. You have a hypothesis, which is just made up. You made shit up. And you say, if my made shit up is true, here's what I expect to see in the future. You get the prediction right. That's evidence. So if you predict we're not in the matrix and you make a prediction about the curvature of light around the sun and you get it right, that's evidence you're not in the matrix. It's that simple. You need no other explanations. You need no other entailments. That's evidence you're not in the matrix. You're done.
You done?
Do you think his difficulty in understanding you may stem from the idea of like he doesn't seem to be grasping the existential versus essentialist component?
I mean, I'm unmuted now, but T-Jump, I don't understand why every single form of evidence would have to be like in the form of novel testable predictions. I do think, like, for example, your simple sense of observation seems to be good evidence as to like external truths about the world. I don't understand why you have to predict anything with your specific sense experience that actually to count as good evidence.
So because you need a way to differentiate imagination from reality. Other methods don't. This method does. Therefore, you need to use this method.
The way for you to be able to distinguish, like, what's it called? The way for you to be able to distinguish imagination from reality would be whether or not this thing actually has sufficient rationale behind it, and also whether or not whether or not it actually seems to like follow along with your like sense experience.
No, so things that go along with your sense experience are imaginary, made up shit goes along with your sense experience all the time.
Like
God,
I don't understand what
Delusions?
would be the basis. Okay, I don't understand what would be the basis as to why like God would like go along with your sense experience.
Because
But the
people have
illusion thing,
delusions and illusions all the time. Obviously.
yeah,
There's this thing called
I
bereavement
disagree.
delusions. Bereavement delusions are when you see people who are
Mhm.
dead. And so you can have this idea that there is a soul because you see dead people. It's stupid.
Yeah.
But it
So
doesn't go against your sense experience. The other thing you said was rationality. Rationality just means it has no contradictions, and that's it. All magic has no contradictions. Santa existing has no contradictions. Leprechauns existing has no contradictions. Contradictions and rationality are irrelevant. They don't tell you what's imaginary or real. They just tell you what can be coherently imagined. That's it.
yeah, no, I disagree, right? In the case of like the sense experience thing, of course, like what's it called? Some certain illusions can actually like misguide your sense experience, but generally these sense experiences that you seem to have actually are good
No,
basis for actually
wrong,
determining things in
wrong,
reality,
wrong.
right?
This is a
And then
theist.
after
This is a
further
common theist bullshit.
observations, which
So
okay, anyway,
no,
after
so this is a common dumb theist argument. Your sense experiences fail over and over again in everything that doesn't have an empirical basis. Miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs fails. Every single one of them. So testimony is only evidence for things that have an empirical basis. It is never evidence for things that don't have an empirical basis. So, yes, you are not allowed to use testimony or eyewitness testimony or experience for anything that lacks empirical basis. Miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs, those are all out. Can't use them as evidence. So, no, using personal experience testimony is not good evidence. It's garbage.
okay, am I muted?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So repeat the like last part of what you said because you cut off for me.
So, testimony is only evidence for things that have an empirical basis.
Testimony is only like evidence for things that have a empirical basis.
Yes.
And then you disagree with empirical basis because like you can be fooled by illusions.
No.
And
Empirical
certain
basis doesn't mean testimony. Empirical basis means
yeah.
confirmed in a lab.
Mhm. Yeah, and
That's
wouldn't that also
prediction.
just be based off of so wouldn't like those tests that you're running in a lab, for example, the science that you like to rely on all of the time,
No.
wouldn't that also just be based off of your own sense experience?
No, because it's based off of confirmation through lots of testable predictions, through machines, through verification all over the world. No, it's not based off personal experience. Personal experience is
Yes.
you saw something.
Yeah, so I said sense experience for one, but so all of the the experiments that you're running on all of these robots, right, and all of this stuff you're doing, these like these like things that you're trying to predict in future, how would you actually be able to verify their existence outside of your own sense experience?
They can be verified independent of any sense experience. Computers can do experiments and discover things on their own. They don't need sense experience at all. Sense experience is a garbage. Next.
So, question: how would you actually be able to verify like the
I
tests
don't need to
that
verify.
these
It can be verified in reality, independent of whether I can verify it at all. I don't need to verify anything.
So the question would then be, how do you actually know whether or not these like tests that the computers do is actually accurate, external to your own sense experience?
Because they can be tested. They make future predictions and get them right.
Okay, and then them getting them right would be, oh, well, this thing correlates with reality. But then I'm asking you, how would
next? Anybody else?
Do you want to talk to more?
Sure, we'll send more people up.
Okay.
Another hour-ish.
Okay.
Obamacare not working.
I remember this guy.
Hello. Yeah. Hello. Can I be heard? Hello.
Nope, we cannot hear you at all. No.
Okay. So I suppose, are you just looking for like arguments for the existence of a god?
Sure.
I mean, well, firstly, I think we need to talk about like things such as like the principle of sufficient reason. I think that's like one thing that's integral to mainly or to all arguments for the existence of God.
Well, that's a problem
would
because
you?
the consensus of philosophers is that the principle of sufficient reason is garbage.
I mean, why?
Why
I don't
would
really
you
care about the
bother?
consensus of philosophers, but why?
The experts in the field who've analyzed it as a philosophical argument realize it fails.
Why?
Because there are things that don't have a sufficient reason. Like quantum particles can pop in and out of existence without having any sufficient reason. So
Yeah, that's just false, right? So if what
no,
you're
it's
referring to
literally
is like
confirmed. Literally
no,
been
no, so
confirmed.
it's false, as I was saying before. So like
No,
virtual particles still have an explanation, right? Even if this explanation isn't going to be
nope,
yeah. So
nope.
when you say quantum particles pop in and out,
Muted.
anyway,
So, the consensus in physics is that random things actually occur. Random, uncaused, no explanation. They actually occur, and so it is false to say that they have an explanation. It's just wrong. Like, nope.
yeah. So you're actually the one that's wrong, right? So virtual
Nope.
particles. Well, when we say virtual
I
particles,
didn't say anything about virtual particles. In physics, the consensus is randomness exists. It is a fundamental, irreducible force in physics. Things happen randomly. I didn't mention virtual particles. Randomness happens. There are random things that randomly occur uncaused, which debunks the principle of sufficient reason.
yeah. Give an example of this. Go ahead.
Give an example. There are lots of examples in
Yeah.
quantum mechanics. Just Google random.
Can you give one?
Nope.
Can you give one?
Nope.
So wait. Here's what I'm seeing that's happening. You made a claim, right?
So you're this is a common knowledge. You just Google it. Phil Survey's paper is randomness fundamental and irreducible. You can find the examples on your own. I don't need to provide them. It's common knowledge in physics. So that debunks the principle of sufficient reason and gives you a reason why the consensus of experts rejects it. So I've answered your question fully. Do I need to give actual examples in the field? Nope, I don't, because they exist. You can find them on your own. Go for it.
It's
Okay. Well, I just
C-lining
searched
anyway.
up. I just searched up one example, right? It said
I don't-
quantum physics,
I don't care.
right? So I searched. Wait, hold on, because here's the thing, right? How do you expect me to respond to an argument if you haven't even presented an example of which this argument obtains?
At some
right? That
point,
just
you
seems a
have
bit
to be
silly.
intellectually
I don't.
honest enough to
I
No,
wasn't.
but
I didn't
I-
want
wait,
you to
wait.
respond to it. I don't want you to respond to it. You said you need to explain the
Oh.
principle of sufficient reason. That's rejected by the majority of all academics in philosophy, physics, in every academic field. So if your argument is contingent on that, you may as well
That's
be
just another
arguing the world
claim.
is flat.
That's just another claim. You're just making claims upon claims upon claims. First, you said that it's rejected by the consensus.
Yes, it's rejected by the consensus. You can Google both. So Phil Survey's paper, 2020, I believe, has an actual poll that asks specifically about the principle of sufficient reason, and you can see the majority of philosophers reject it. You can see the majority of physicists reject it in the poll Foundational Attitudes Towards Quantum Mechanics by Schlosshauser, which specifically asks about is randomness reducible, irreducible, fundamental, etc., and they conclude it's fundamental. So both of these are very well established consensuses in both philosophy and physics.
Do you think the truth of a claim is dependent on the consensus of that
No,
claim?
but the experts are more able to evaluate the truth of the claim than you are, and so they are able to evaluate that the principle of sufficient reason is stupid and perfectly fine with that.
Wait. So you didn't answer the question. So if the truth of the claim is not dependent on the consensus of that claim,
I literally just answered this. The consensus of experts are able to evaluate the evidence better than you are, better than I am. And so I don't need to give explanations for this. It's just a waste of my time. The experts have already done it. It's been done. So the experts say your flat earth garbage is garbage. Do I need to give evidence that the world isn't flat? No, I can just say it's garbage. There's the experts. Go bother them with your garbage. It doesn't bother me at all. So I don't want to waste my time with stupid arguments that have already been debunked. You can go bother somebody else with that. That's the only reason I'm not interacting with the POS bullshit.
Okay, well, if you don't want to respond to the PSL, if you want to run away from that, we can talk about something else. What's your view on
No,
more
I
realism?
debunked that. So I debunked that. Consensus of experts.
What's your view on
rejected that.
metaethics? What's your view on metaethics?
So PSR debunked. You agree? Consensus say that's debunked.
What's your view on metaethics?
So
I mean, you didn't debunk.
So you have two options here. You either admit the PSR is debunked, or the consensus of experts say it's debunked, and you can say, okay, you're in the minority and you have a minority position, and then we can move on. I'm happy with that. So do you agree you're in a minority position and the majority of
I haven't seen the evidence, so I wouldn't have to. I haven't seen the evidence.
Okay,
So, no.
so go check the Phil Survey's paper.
I'll check right now.
Sure.
I'll check right.
Phil Survey's paper 2020
So
results.
Phil Papers
PSR.
2020, correct?
Yes, Phil Survey's paper.
Phil Surveys 2020 results.
Read out loud. You can read inside.
Yeah, but I wanted to. So
what you want is irrelevant.
Okay. PSR survey results. Let's see. A power knowledge, abstract objects, aesthetic value. I think this is what you're talking about.
What? No.
Aim of
principle.
philosophy.
Literally, they asked about the principles.
Yeah, wait. No, I said that's in this website. Is what we're talking
Oh,
about.
yeah.
Free will, gender,
You all use
God,
Control F.
knowledge.
So Control F,
Wait, hold
principle
on. Give
of
me a
sufficient
second.
reason. Accept or lean towards false, 45%. Accept or lean towards true, 35%. Other, 18%. So the amount of people who reject it is 18 plus 45, 50, 60, 63%.
I don't think that the other category is pure rejection, right? I think the other category would be included things such as like the weak PSR.
No, this is for both the weak and the strong PSR.
Wait. So then when you said there were three categories, yes, I accept it, no, I reject it, and then another.
Yes, this is for all of the PSR. So the consensus in philosophy is that the weak PSR entails a strong PSR. There's no difference.
Yep. I agree. Okay. So then it seems to be the case then that if there's three categories, then the other category does not just simply mean rejection. It could be I don't know, or I don't have a view, or I'm agnostic, right? So I don't think you should add on that other category to the
No, they
category, but it seems to
reject
be
the
a disagreement.
PSR also. So if you're going to use the PSR as an argument for some argument conclusion,
Did you
or
hear what I
whatever,
said? Hello?
Shush. So if you're using the PSR as an argument for conclusion, 63% are going to say doesn't work.
No. You said that there's some that say it does work.
Okay, so this sounds like some dumb Muslim apologist logic here. So if there's a bunch of people who are agnostic on an issue, and you're going to use that issue as evidence, they're going to be like, doesn't work for me. This is not sufficient evidence. We don't count this. That's what agnostic means. It doesn't count as real evidence. So if you want to use the PSR as sufficient evidence for some conclusion, it's rejected by 63%, 4% of philosophers. It doesn't exist. So you're in the minority.
Yeah, so no, agnostic doesn't mean that you reject something.
Goodbye. Next. You're breaking up.
You are not audible at all.
Not
Hello?
Okay, try now.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to mention earlier, because I agree with your conclusion that like we need to, study what NASA has to say and all that kind of stuff. But I don't agree that we need to just by default defer to them, because I mean, like, you should at least understand a foundational way of knowing for yourself that it's not flat, which you can do within your own experience. A very simple way with the sun shining on the bottom of the clouds, right? Like, there's no way that the sun can do that at the angle that it on a flat Earth. If it's always above the clouds, it will never do that, right?
Sure, but that's not relevant to my claim. My claim was that the experts are more in a situation to know how to evaluate the evidence than you are.
No, but you're handing off that's never, that you should never be true for anybody, right? You're saying
that's literally true.
You're not.
How does the engine work in an airplane? Like, I don't know. Leave it to the experts.
You're not going to evaluate at all.
What?
You should try to evaluate from start to finish without having to have some
Absolutely
leap.
not. That's a dumb argument. Like, most of the things in your argument, you just appeal to authorities. Does your engine work? Does your carburetor work? Does your air conditioning work? Like, 99% of things in the world, you don't have the ability to assess your knowledge. You trust the experts because they can do all the other things you can't. 99% of scientists can't do what any other scientists do. Like, a biologist can't confirm what a physicist does. A physicist can't confirm what a biologist does. A chemist can't confirm what a physicist does. They all have their different expertise, and what the experts do is trust the other experts. That's the best way to do it, and it has a high level of reliability. You don't even need to know.
I understand what you're saying, but you are discounting the amount of territory that you can cover on your own. You don't need to know how an internal combustion engine works in the minute details. All you need to know is that cars move and then lights turn on, right? Like the little details in between are not relevant to whether or not you have verified that cars move and lights turn on, right? Like from the things that you have verified.
How is this relevant to any of my argument previously? So my argument previously is that's a stupid argument, and if you want to actually investigate it, go ask the experts because I think it's a waste of time. So if you want to like debate me on the workings of engines, I'm like, go ask the experts. I don't care. That is the correct response.
You are sacrificing principle for nothing.
No, I'm sacrificing principle for my time because I don't want to talk about stupid topics that have already been covered.
How much time do you think you're going to sacrifice? Because I mean, I feel like this conversation
that much. Boom! That much time. Amazing. Next.
That was quick. You got a niche.
I do.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Hi, TJM. How are you?
All right.
Why you guys are not conducting any debate for last 2 months
What?
in your channel?
Say that again. What was the question?
Why are you not conducting any debates recently for last 2 months?
Because I don't have time to set them up.
Okay. I thought you stopped having any debate.
No, I still have them occasionally. Like I've had one a week, I think.
Yeah, TJ, my question is actually you said to the previous speaker that anything that is novel testable, proven with novel testable prediction is the only truth, right?
The one that has evidence.
So, yeah. So that in itself is a philosophical claim, right? That's not a scientific claim.
Sure.
Because you can do anything with novel testable prediction in naturalism. You can test something and then you can predict it. It will work the same way in the future. That is an assumption first, which is the natural law is consistent and it will stay consistent.
No,
because
so the uniformity of nature is not an assumption scientists hold. They actually think it won't be the same, like gravity changes. They don't assume it's going to be the same. It's just not a requirement of science.
No, but prediction, the word novel testable prediction in itself is that it is only suitable for something which is consistent and functioning, which means consistent so that we can predict that it will work in a particular way in the future.
Nope. So novel
means,
testable predictions can still work in like a completely random universe. So if you have like a completely random universe and you think you can predict the future, that would work too. It doesn't make a difference if it's the same or not. As long as it's...
even if it changes, you can study the speed of the change and then you can predict, okay, the change will be this much after this many years. So the change, the speed of the change is consistent, so that the mathematical pattern you will study that and then you will predict the future. So there is a consistency in natural laws. So my question is, if
you can predict, say you can say there's no consistency in natural law, therefore I predict a pink elephant's going to pop into existence in the next 5 minutes, and that's perfectly fine. That's still science. Still science.
I'm not arguing about pink elephants because the existence of a god is a logical argument. I'm not saying just because I assume something.
So you're saying the uniformity of nature, things will remain the same, is an assumption of science. That's false. Science can say, I don't make that assumption. I think the universe is completely super duper randomness, epic randomness, like the multiverse level of randomness, where every random thing that can happen does happen and will happen. Therefore, because I believe the multiverse is true, and I think we're in multiverse version number 357 LB potato, I think that a magic pink elephant is going to pop into existence 10 feet that way in 5 seconds. And so you're just rejecting the entire view of the uniformity of nature and saying, nope, all of the laws are going to be suspended and a pink elephant that's magic is going to pop out because of multiverse stuff. And you could be right. And that's perfectly fine. That's all within the realm of science. Science doesn't presuppose the uniformity of nature. It just takes it for granted in some of the predictions.
No, actually, what you're doing is you are actually taking naturalism and then putting it in one box and then throwing logic away. And then you're putting everything that the atheists are climbing into one box of imagination. We are not talking about imagination. We are talking about logic coming to like you are because like there are so many things in black hole. You cannot directly prove black hole with some. You can only prove it with formulas logic, and
We've seen.
especially logic.
What does this have to do with the topic?
No, what I'm saying is, you're saying naturalism is the only way to. You can predict something. You can a novel. You can test it. You can predict it. Therefore, that's the only truth. But
The only one that
you told
works.
the previous. Yeah, it worked. So there's an if it's random, then how it's going to work in the future? How can you predict that how it's going to work if it's random?
You can predict it's
You
random.
can
I don't
only
care. I
predict
don't care if
something.
it's random or not. If you predict and it works, that's evidence. I don't care if it's random or not.
Yeah, you can only predict if it's going. If you know,
No,
if you
no,
if,
it can be
you can only
completely
predict if
random.
it's
It
going
can
to
be
work the same
completely
way.
random, and you can still make successful predictions.
No, so for example, you have any laws like where we have predicted something and then it suddenly worked. In mathematics, you cannot study something if you don't. You can study the previous pattern and then you will
Oh my
predict this
God,
is
it
going to
doesn't matter.
happen in the
It could
future.
be 100% random. All of the universe, every single second could be 100% random, and it's apparent. It's an apparent system, and you still make successful predictions. You don't need the uniformity of nature. You don't. It's just not required.
Okay, then even if you take in its entirety, everything that is random, that still has some kind of particular pattern, right?
No, you can just say literally everything is 100% random and there is no pattern. It just looks like a pattern because it happens to be random in the same way. Like you can randomly generate the number 1 5 million times in a row. That could be random. It is a random occurrence that could happen. So you can have a random occurrence that makes it seem like every second is a consistent following pattern of certain laws of physics, and it doesn't exist at all, and it's perfectly apparent, and that's fine.
Okay, you told the previous speaker that in naturalism we can do knowledge prediction. In supernaturalism we cannot do that.
What?
And therefore, the rational conclusion is naturalism is the only way to know whether something is true or not.
Naturalism makes
So it is a
successful
rational
predictions.
conclusion.
Supernaturalism does not make successful predictions. Therefore, naturalism is the rational one to believe. Yeah.
The rational. So that's a rational belief, which means you are using logic over there. So it's a rational conclusion,
Yeah,
which means
rationalism
logic
is
is
not the same as the uniformity of nature. You don't need the uniformity of nature. That was the whole topic. It's completely irrelevant.
no. What you're saying is even in naturalism, to come to a conclusion of something, you are using logic here. So I'm also using logic to
Clearly.
come to the conclusion of the existence of God.
Wait, yes. So clearly,
Yeah,
we're using rational logic to come to conclusions. So,
yeah. So I'm also saying, I'm also coming using logic to come to the conclusion of the existence of God.
okay, not all logic is the same. So we're using logic plus novel prediction. You're using logic and making shit up.
No, I'm also now. I have novel testable prediction because it's not a
That would be
novel
great.
testable
That would be great
prediction.
evidence.
You're
That's fine. If you can use novel testable predictions for
using
God, that
logic.
would be great evidence. Phenomenal.
Logically, it is impossible to have something from physical ontology as the ultimate necessity.
That's not a prediction.
Therefore, something
Next,
outside.
not a prediction. Prediction means predicting something. Means a expectation about something we don't know yet in the future. You're making a
No.
What?
The word prediction itself means you are talking about already existing, functioning law of the thing. We are talking about where did that law come from?
No,
So for that question, you cannot predict.
That's not a prediction. A prediction is a forecast of something we don't know yet. So saying it's impossible that X is not a prediction. A prediction is this will be discovered that we don't know yet.
No, so how can you predict the ultimate? How can you predict what is the ultimate necessity? We are not talking. We are not predicting. We are not talking
And you're
about
not making a
something that is
prediction,
going
and
to
you're
happen.
not doing science.
No, prediction means I'm not talking about the how part of something. I'm talking about the why part of
There is
something.
whys are
What?
not
Why
predictions.
and
Whys are
and
never
what? Not
predictions.
how.
You don't get a why. Whys aren't predictions.
No, I'm talking about why and what, not how. You are talking about the how aspect of something. I'm not talking about the how aspect. I'm talking
Okay,
about what.
I don't care about the
What
gibberish. Give me a prediction. Prediction.
No, prediction is for a functioning
Give me
something that you're
a
gonna.
prediction. If you don't have a prediction, you don't have evidence. What's the prediction?
No, okay. What is ultimate necessity in your worldview?
I don't know.
Ultimate necessity. No, how can you prove that? Look, there have
I don't
necessity.
make any predictions about the ultimate necessity. I don't care.
No, but you several times you told me in our previous speech that you believe in ultimate necessity, and that's the quantum field.
Yeah, that's called a stalking horse, where you mirror the opponent's argument to show that their own stupid argument can work for an alternative hypothesis. It's not because I actually believe it.
Okay, so what is your worldview like? Do you believe that to avoid infinite regress of dependent things
That's a possibility,
keep
but
on
what
depending
does
on
that have to do?
other
Give me a prediction for your hypothesis. Naturalism makes tons of predictions. We have tons of evidence of
Okay,
naturalism.
okay. Now my prediction is anything that has any kind of arbitrary limit is dependent on something to determine its limit,
This is not a
its
prediction.
specification.
This is not a prediction. How,
No,
how,
it's not a
how can we
prediction. It's a
discover
fact.
this?
It's a fact. No, prediction is how the prediction is for the aspect of how. I'm not talking about how. I'm not talking about the functioning of something, how it's going to work in the future. You are talking about the natural law. If I'm talking about natural law, I can say, okay, it's
You're
going to
not
work in this.
talking about how. You're talking about making shit up explanations. I'm going to make up a shitty explanation. I don't think things can work this way. I don't give a shit what you can think. You need to predict something we're going to discover in the future and how to discover it. I don't care what
No,
your explanation is. I don't care why. I don't care why you think it works this way or why or whether or not you think it
okay.
can work
So
this way. Don't
okay, when you're studying a murder case, you take the proof of like
murder cases are
some
things that are
evidence from the
mundane. That's not novel. Nothing is novel in a murder case. Next.
yeah, it's you're finding out whether someone has committed a murder
That's
or
not a
not,
novel
and when you
prediction.
put
We've
it
seen murders before. Give me something novel, something we've never seen before.
yeah, why are you asking for novel for something which is not at all natural? I'm not talking about you're talking about how aspect of something.
Because
So
in order to
if
be
you
evidence of
if you're
anything that doesn't have evidence, it's got to be novel. If you want evidence of a supernatural, you need a novel prediction.
predict the mere word prediction is, means you are predicting.
Nope. Next.
Hello.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Can I mute you? Did you ask me to mute you?
I'm just changing the output. Sorry.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Jump.
Hey.
How are you?
Okay.
So you're an atheist.
Yes.
Me
If
too.
if God himself came in front of you today and essentially the burden of proof that you needed to experience that God existed was the threshold had been passed, what would you actually do?
I would believe it existed.
I would say that thought experiment only works if it's the God that you and I are both agreeing to. Because if you think a different God and I think a different God, then that God would have to prove that it's your God that's being discussed.
Well, I think that's already entailed in his argument because he said if whatever threshold of evidence you've set has been met, you have a threshold of evidence, God meets that threshold. Would you believe it exists? Yes. Would I worship it? No.
So what can I just prod you on that threshold of evidence? What is your threshold of evidence in that scenario question
Novel
that I
testable
posed?
predictions.
Sorry?
Novel testable predictions. The same as my threshold for literally everything else.
What do you mean by novel threshold predictions? What does that mean?
Predicting something we've never seen before in the universe and getting it right consistently.
But why does that only have to be the only
Because it's
prediction?
the only way I can know of that can differentiate imagination from reality.
Right. That's the only way that you can determine whether something distinguish something that is real or imaginary.
Right. So until somebody else provides another method that can accurately distinguish imagination from reality, that's the one we have to go with because it's the only one we got.
Do you believe an electron exists?
Yes.
But there's no proof.
Yes, there is. There is tons of novel testable predictions related to electrons.
Absolutely not. If you can show me one right now, if you can show me that there is a proof of an
Novel
electron.
predictions from electrons. Electron forecasting using novel temporal attenuation. Right there. Science Direct, 2021 paper. There's one. Want another one?
That's not proof though.
That's a novel prediction. I don't care what your silly definition of proof is. That's a novel prediction that was confirmed in a lab that shows the evidence of electrons. There you go.
Yeah, but that again.
Evidence
the thing
is a
Jeff,
novel testable prediction. Predict something you don't expect to see, get it right. You've never seen before, don't expect to see, get it right. They did that. They said, we predict electrons exist. If they exist, we'll be able to manipulate them in this machine. That'll
That
get this
Science
result.
Direct link that you see probably deserves a Nobel Prize then, because
yes, the
there's
discovery
no
of
one who
electrons
can
did.
actually prove an electron exists. Yes, we can
Again,
measure
your
the
silly
effects of-
definitions of proof don't matter. There is no proof in science. We just have evidence. Novel predictions is evidence, never proof. We don't need proof. We don't care about proof. We just need evidence. Predictions are evidence.
More about probability.
Yes.
What do you mean by probability?
Evidence increases the probability that some proposition is true. It never proves it. You never get proof. You get increases of probability. That's what evidence is. It just increases the probability. So evidence of novel predictions increases the probability the proposition is true. You never prove it. Science can't prove things. It doesn't care.
Yeah. So the thing is, do you actually appreciate that your framework is limited by your scientific understanding about threshold of evidence?
It's limited by the ways we can differentiate imagination from reality. So if you have another one, present it.
Imagination
limited,
from
but it's the best we've got.
okay. Let me throw something else at you then. How about everybody who is living, right, has a heart, right?
Okay.
How do you know you have a heart as well? Have you seen your own heart?
Nope. Well, I mean, yeah, but
okay,
let's go with nope for the hypothetical.
Okay. How do you know you have a heart then?
Because there are novel predictions made about humans having hearts, and those predictions were confirmed with evidence.
Right. What predictions are those?
All of the predictions in physiology and surgery where they operate on hearts in every human every day.
But how do you know you have a heart?
Because there were successful predictions about all humans having hearts, and they got it right. So
you're just using the framework of induction.
Induction is fine. Induction is fine. Induction is evidence.
Induction is evidence.
You can feel your heart, and you can.
That's cheating.
cut
You're
into your
cheating.
chest.
You're cheating, Brody. You're not addressing his silly argument in its context. Making it too easy. Like I could
You
literally
can feel your heart.
Yeah.
I mean, duh.
You feel your heart
It's
beating.
interesting, isn't it? The thing is, I speak to a lot of atheists, right? And the realm of understanding is limited by science, right? Hypothesis,
empiricism,
testing, results, methodology, conclusion.
Yes, you need to differentiate
Right.
imagination from reality for something to count as evidence. So it's going to be
No, but
limited.
the same thing can be put forward by consciousness.
What?
Do you believe consciousness exists?
Yes.
How?
I'm not
Because
sure
of-
I would say believe.
I can
Kind of a
literally
nebulous
experience it.
What is the novel prediction of evidence that you have?
Well, I have direct experience of consciousness, so I don't really need novel predictions on that one because I can literally experience it right now.
Well, that's very subjective,
I'm
isn't it?
hesitant to say that we can claim to believe that we exist. I think we're required to say we know we exist.
How? I don't. This is the thing. How do you know your brain is not in a?
You're required
test
to.
tube?
If my brain
How do
was
you know
in a
your
test
brain is
tube,
not
I
in a?
would still have consciousness. Even if I'm in a test tube, I still have consciousness. What a silly question.
I don't. How is that? The thing is, how is that a silly question? How can
Because
you
you
prove
asked,
consciousness?
why do I believe in consciousness? And then you gave an example of a brain in a test tube that still had consciousness. And you're saying, well, maybe you're a brain in the test tube. It's like a
That's
counterexample,
the brain being stimulated. I'm just saying it's just chemicals.
which is still consciousness.
That wouldn't change anything.
How can you? The thing is, how can you believe that consciousness exists and you can't prove it?
Oh my God. Next.
By just
Brody,
saying-
what's up?
I love it when people try to bring up
How much?
300-year-old philosophical topics and think that it's profound.
Do you have a
Chilling like a
question,
villain.
comment, Brody? What's up?
Oh, I just wanted to say that I think the main difference between atheists and theists is that we have different epistemic bars.
That is probably
Like,
I think it's actually more than that. I think
like they're convinced of things with less a lower level of evidence.
I think that's partially true, but I don't think it's the core truth. I think that because they are religious and because they are trying to find ways to accommodate their faith, they necessarily have lower bars. But I don't think the difference is the lower bars. I think the lower bars are a result of the fundamental
Well,
difference, which is their belief system.
I'll give you example. Example is
Well, I've made the argument for years that I think theists are infinitists when it comes to epistemology. So they just use a different epistemology. As far as I can tell.
testimonials are like their highest form of evidence.
Yes.
Like word of mouth from other people. Oh, I experienced this. The Lord answered
I
my
don't
prayer.
agree.
This and that. That's convincing enough for them.
I think if you're a
that the
theist
faith
that
is
claims
real,
your God
you know?
interacts with reality, at some level you have to realize that there should be expected evidence of interaction.
It's all like third hand, you know.
Yeah, but the reason that it's third hand isn't because they have a lower bar. They have a lower bar because they don't have anything better. If they had something better, they wouldn't have such a low bar. So like if we could actually like meet God
Well,
at a
they're more
coffee
like
shop.
superstitious, more supernatural things.
But again, that's because they have the belief and they're trying to use confirmation bias to justify their belief. It's not that theists inherently have a lower bar. It's that because they're theists and they're trying to justify their belief, they have to build their bar lower to make their worldview make sense to them. If they didn't have that belief, or if they had stronger evidence that actually existed for God, they would build a higher bar and their bar could be equally as high as atheists. But they
Modern
don't.
theists, yeah.
Yeah, but they don't because they're trying to justify their belief, which causes them to have the lower bar.
That cognitive dissonance, and they have to reconcile with that somehow.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys later.
Alrighty.